it's a cautionary tale of what happens when you let your people be disarmed. Unfortunately, because Americans would have never let 30,000 other Americans get slaughtered. We wouldn't have put up with that. No matter what, we just wouldn't have. And, how many countries just have to take it, if their governments decide to do something like this. These Iranians, to their defense, are fucking defenseless folks. We have to be realistic, too. So...
That's their fault, though, Mountain.
It is.
Oh, okay.
It is, but
Can I get a minute to...
Mountain, so would you say...
Guys, God, let him finish. After Mountain is heaven.
Yeah. I would say I'll be fast. I would just say, folks, this is a cautionary tale. And how many countries, most of them are disarmed. Greater good is we can protect ourselves from a Trump government. All right, that's it.
Thank you, Mountain. Go ahead, Kevin. You have 1 minute.
I agree with the Mountain. What I want to say is Trump did exactly what he said he's going to do. The Islamic Republic is decimated. They are demolished. Just give 2-3 months and they are going to feel the pain. No Arab country support, no UAE to money laundering, no support. All the sanctions stays the same, and it's probably more, and their all expert is almost going to be close to none. That's what I want to say. When the parliament go to work, people go to work, they are going to economically trade, and they are going to be very weak. And then, let's see if the Iranian people has a ball to come out. We will see that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. Excellent submission. Cool. Rafi, did you want to say something, Rafi?
I wanted, but it flew out of my head. It's fine. Continue.
Apologize. I'm sorry. No. It's Elham, then Farnood, then it's you, Jack. Go ahead, Elham. Come on, bro. You talk.
Okay.
Just going in order. Everybody's tough.
You're right.
This Jack has some serious issues. But anyways, Mountain, do you want the revolution to happen? I just want to hear yes or no, right?
Yes.
Okay. Revolution is a movement that is led by structure and also has a leader. So I would suggest that we take that very serious. We don't want chaos. We don't want people randomly come on the streets, or even many of them come on the streets, okay? We want to make sure that when the moment comes, we change the regime. We don't create chaos for the other reformists or what have you. Other people take the power. So I say, Mountain, as an American, myself, as an Iranian American, it is our job to realize certain facts that are at hand. One of them is this: they have to recognize, the recognition of the leadership is going a lot to help to avoid any chaos, any other situation, which I think you were comparing Iran with Libya, with Syria, with, Iraq, with Afghanistan. None of them had a revolution. All of them turned out to be chaotic. Why? Because there was nobody with any structure. There was no nation really stand on one common ground. This is how we have it today. It's actually not about situation. We have a nation that wants to change the regime. There is a leader. It is united. They are very aware of any sneaky, stealing this movement, going to the left or, Islamist again. People are aware. And now you're telling me they come on the street, and I don't disagree with you. People have to change the regime. This is the people's job, okay? But again, I have a question. Why should Trump, right at the moment when Hashashabi are entering the border to come to Iran, why should that be the point that he sees fire? I as an Iranian, I want to find that trust, or whatever you want to call. I don't trust anybody else but the structure of the Lion and Sun revolution. So, why would he do that? That doesn't put out a good message. That's my
take.
And I'm sorry.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, Far. Any of the members have anything to say? Hold on. You're after after Jack, actually. Yeah, no mind. Go ahead, Charlie.
I just wanted to ask Mountain this thing because he mentioned the arms section. So, Mountain, would you say if America lost their arms, they wouldn't have the power to take back their government if something like this were to happen in America?
Yes, you wouldn't. Our forefathers strongly understood that. That's why they gave us the Second Amendment. It's the right to bear arms, not for hunting, even though that is a good thing. It's for against a tyrannical government. It's the only thing. It's the only way we were able to win our country away from the British. It's literally the only thing.
So would you say that in simple terms that pretty much it is almost impossible for the Iranian people to take their government back
without firearms?
Yeah, so it's impossible without firearms, right?
Well, yes.
So what do people mean when they tell people to go to the streets? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, how do you expect people to go to the streets and fight a government?
That's what I said. I said, I mean, go out and take the country back, but at the same time, I understand. I mean, if you look at revolutions, man, I mean, if you look at...
Can I jump in after you about this?
Civil wars, revolutions, they do require weapons, and that's just something that one way they could acquire enough weapons initially is through outside funding, America, outside arming, but also if the IRGC started abandoning their post at mass and started handing their weapons over to the civilians or fighting with the civilians. That's what happened in Syria. Unfortunately, that's just not happening in mass like we're seeing. I mean, there's some indications of it, but I'm not seeing it quite yet. But remember, there's a black book. I don't feel good about this as far as the people taking it back because they've put up with so much.
So you think this is going to take much longer than usual?
I don't think it's going to be regime change.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you, Mountain. Jack.
I think
let me go before you.
I want to go real quick. Sorry, because I know something. And
I want to ask Jack a question.
wait, real quick, GB. I gotta get this off.
Yeah, we haven't seen Jack in forever. Where have you been, Jack?
I missed you
You
guys.
just got out of prison.
I had
They bailed him out, finally.
literally. I just got bailed out. But here's the thing: during the British Revolution, the British didn't give us guns. They didn't say, "Hey, Americans, you guys can have guns." We went and we got our own shit. Look at all the fucking terrorists all over the world. They go and get their own shit. They build these holes. They fucking dig tunnels. They go smuggle shit. They have so many ways to go get weapons. The cartel does the same shit. Everyone has a way. If you really want it, you're gonna get it, right? There's always a fucking way. And these people, 47 years later, have not found one fucking way to get a bunch of fucking weapons. I don't fucking believe it. I don't believe there's a sun, tiger, revolution, none of that bullshit. It's all in the fucking heads. They wish there was something like that. I wish it was. I've always said, revolution is only going to happen from the Iranians. You can't bomb this fucking shit out of existence. But I'm not going to sell you guys the dream that a lot of Iranians here do, that, we're going to overthrow the government, Babaju. It's not fucking happening. This attitude, this whole fucking no accountability, and he's just trolling. Yeah, but answer the fucking question. You didn't do it. Fucked up. Suppose that.
Estepi, your turn. Go ahead. Estepi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ocean. I just want to bring up some minute observations I heard from Kevin, I believe it was. How do you overthrow a government without guns? Oh my goodness! I'm gonna learn you something today, guys. Have you guys heard about war? That's called World War II. And so China and Japan were at war. All right. China, a lot of the territories that Japan was in, they stripped the people of their guns. Right? Okay. Cool. So there's a Japanese battalion. I think it was about not battalion, a company, probably about 800 Japanese soldiers and the people, the Chinese people, grouped up together in the thousands. All right, I'm paraphrasing. I'll make sure to find it down and I'll put it in the chat for you guys. And it was called a meat wave, and they overthrew. Yes, there's a lot of casualties. All right, there's a lot of casualties, but they completely overran that company, and they were able to get weapons. They were able to get ammunition. Okay. World War II. Whoever said when. All right. And with that being said, the Iranian people are waiting for a silver platter coming from the United States of America saying, okay, guys, we did the work for you. But you know what? I'm glad you were stuck inside watching it, being underneath the table. You know, I'm glad, we did all the work for you. When are you, I really, it bothers me when you guys come up with excuses. Understand this, and I'm going to land.
America hasn't done shit. You weren't even able to take over the island. You've gotten two planes shot down. You've gotten drones shot down. An airfield was blown up. If
What are you doing?
America can't take on Iran, why do you expect people who live in a cage?
Joel, come on, bro.
Adios. Go ahead and step your finish.
I'm going to land it. Remember, cowards come up with excuses. Patriots come up with solutions. I'll land.
Fire, step.
So, any of the mods have anything to say? Well, here's the thing. Everything needs time. If by the time, that nothing happens, then fine. And I agree with you. But not everything happens overnight. And Mr. Jack stated that during the Revolutionary War, there was no help. You're lying because Dutch Republic and Spain helped America to fight the British Empire and Britain in order to be independent. France gave America equipment, military equipment. They sent troops. Dutch Republic gave them money. Spain helped fighting the Britons. So,
It's impossible to smuggle weapons. Is that what that
no. So I'm saying you just lied that they did without no help. I'm just calling you out on your lie. Yes, sir.
I literally said we went and got guns. Yes, from France, from all these people, but we made it happen against the will of our occupiers. You didn't
exactly. It doesn't happen overnight, but yeah.
So I'm just saying, I got love for you, Ocean, but that's not good.
I don't hate you. You know me. I ain't trusted when you were talking.
I got love for you, bro. I genuinely like you as a person. I don't like saying the shit I say, but I have to speak it.
So,
Father, you want to go? Go ahead.
So I've been listening to you guys forever, and all I got to say is, okay, the past is the past. We try and we learn from the past, but okay, so let's look to the future. Okay, so if for 47 years the people of Iran have not changed their regime that they've always wanted to change and all that stuff, and everybody, blah 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 blah, but what do they need in order to actually change this regime? Meaning, okay, so do you need guns? Do you need grenades? Do you need ammunition? What do you need? Because the only reason why I ask is because for 47 years you've chanted and protested, haven't been able to change it. So what does the United States need to do to help you guys beyond bombing your power plants and bridges? What?
Father, I can barely hear you.
Just turn up your volume. I can hear it fine.
Yeah. So that's my question. So so we can always talk about the past and the blah blah blah, but what about the future? Like we're in a situation where basically the Iranian government has 2 weeks to figure shit out. If they don't figure it out, guess what? It's going to be power plant day and it's going to be bridge day, which is not going to be good for the people. So so it's one of those things where how do we how does the parties involved get together and get this shit done? Because right now it's all about solutions, not the past.
To be honest, I don't know if that's actually going to happen, dude. I mean, I don't know if Trump's going to go through with that. Listen, this is a big quagmire. I mean, we would love to win, but yeah, the realistic thing is, man, is that, and I said this, when Trump said their Air Force was obliterated, all their missile capacity was obliterated, I mean, I knew that wasn't likely the case. It's a vast country. It's huge, man. And so this is becoming, it's a hassle, bro. It's bigger than I think than even Trump realized. But I think we can continue, but at what cost? I think IRGC is probably going to survive. The moles are going to survive because it's going to take the people. Like someone said, 600,000, maybe 1 million IRGC, yet there's 90 million civilians that are putting up with it.
Who says there are that many? If there are that many, what I'm asking you, Martin, why are they bringing Hash to Shabby? Let's ask the question. If there are that many IRGCs,
Are you there?
Coco is back. Coco, we're not separating.
Yeah, you done.
We are not. We don't have to separate separatists.
No,
Don't do that.
No, bitch. Eat a dick. Look, all the Americans and all of the Canadians and even some of these Israelis in the room know I'm an American. You're sitting here calling me a fucking Middle Easterner.
We're not gonna separate
I'm not from the Middle East. The United States would not even be here if it wasn't for my ancestors, okay? I'm from the West. So you can stop with your bullshit in the chat saying I'm an Arab supporting the IRGC. When I have sat here day in and day out fighting against people who are Arabs who want the IRGC in power and who want my American military men and women to fucking die. So, you can just fuck off with all your name smearing campaign against me, all right? Okay.
You feel better? Good.
I feel better.
Coco, the thing is that you were insulting Iranians the whole time in the comments. You did it not once, not twice, tens of times.
Don't dish out insults and you won't be insulted back. Do not dish out insults and you will not be insulted back. Respect is earned, not just given.
Once again, Massa, Coco, I'm a very fair person. I'm absolutely fair. I consider myself a very fair. To be fair, you started insulting. To be fair. And everyone who insults the other person, I always tell them, you don't have to insult each other. You could just destroy each other with facts. But to be fair, you started insulting.
When somebody is attacking my character, calling me a Kurdish separatist, that is the first comment that ill to me before I started insulting her.
That's not true.
Anybody else who wanted to fuck
You
up
started.
30, 40 minutes ago, but it's all good, guys.
We all know.
Insult each other.
Coco's
One person at a time, please.
We all know Coco's from Pakistan.
Go ahead, Bibi, go reset the room, please.
So Coco's from Pakistan, and I like her. She pronounces her home her birthplace.
The thing is that I like her
She
too.
identifies as American. I don't understand what all the smoke's coming for Coco from, but to be honest, I'm joking. She's an American. She's a full-blooded American. She actually has Aboriginal blood in her. I know her. I've been in lots of rooms with her. Coco's not really that vocal on this app. She does a lot of listening. So she's speaking. It's probably because somebody's been attacking her.
I've heard Coco in Twitter.
But I'm doing a room reset. So I want everybody to vote in the chat, please. I mean, vote in the poll. Please cash in your red tickets to all the people that are in the audience. Thank you for coming today to the show.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Baby, what's up with your house? What's up with your sniffles? I'm cool. At the top of the room, it says Trump House 2.8. Please click on that. Cash in your red ticket to Sick Joint House. This room today is brought to you by Tylenol, Tums, and Viagra. You're gonna get a headache. You're probably gonna get a sick stomach, and then once you get a hard on, you can go fuck yourself.
Baby, you've had the same cold for like 4 weeks, bro. I left and you were sick. Or what's going on? Go to the hospital. I was gonna say it's the nose beers. Let's go.
I thought it was because Charles is here. Maybe you feel embarrassed since his little ass fucking left.
Man, listen, this is America, baby. And Donald Trump is doing what Donald Trump do. The problem is, guys, I gotta say, I think the IRGC is even stronger after this. Anyone else read the fucking 10-point fucking ceasefire proposal? I know it's just a proposal, but Trump said that was a good framework. It just fucking says all this shit. It's like a wish list for the IRGC. And I blame, like I said, I'm sorry to say this, but I blame the Iranian people. They told us they were going to overthrow the fucking government. And they didn't do it.
Okay, perfect. Man left, so I'm gonna leave too, guys. But Man had a comment here that I just wanted to answer, but it's alright. So I think some other day, and let's not think about separating, separatist ideas for Iran. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on that.
Hey, can we
I'm down
just
with
check something
separating.
that Jack said? So what Jack said was like absolutely like absent of fact. The 10-point that they've accepted America, we don't actually have access to it. That's what was announced today. What you have is the first draft and then the draft after it was announced by the Supreme Council of Iran, not the one that was accepted by America.
Oh, you have access to the classified doc? Is that what you're telling us, brother?
This is what J.D. Vance, like if you were up to the news, like J.D. Vance announced this today.
Oh, really? You
Yeah,
don't follow the Pakistani Prime Minister who brokered the whole thing?
Yes. So the Pakistani said Lebanon was a part of the actual agreement, but that's a derailment from like what was said about what Donald Trump was talking about, the 10-point plan that they said is a good building block, or like a good starting point, right? Now, when it comes to that, they said the first one, which was the way, the second one was something that they said, okay, this is acceptable. Then the third one came after the ceasefire was established, and that's the one that kind of ran everywhere, right?
So when
That's even more
you're saying that I'm wrong.
Nobody knows. That's why Trump.
Gotcha.
That's why Trump put it on Truth Social. He said all negotiations are going to be behind doors.
Yeah, that's what they always say, but we always know about this shit. People are always.
Did you see the lady that got arrested today?
Which lady? There's ladies who get arrested like all over the
Her name was Courtney. She was the one who leaked to the press about the operation, as far as like the extraction of the F-15 pilot and so forth.
Oh, the journalist?
No, the source to the journalist.
No, is she American?
Yep.
I support that. I don't think she should have been leaking shit like regarding a special operation like that.
You're gonna find out she was Muslim.
Courtney? I doubt Courtney's Muslim, bro. Maybe. I don't know. Pahlavi's a Muslim.
No, she looks like a white lady.
Jack, do you support America?
No, it was a
Of
white lady.
course, I'm an American.
So I'm curious what some Americans think about these two things that happened in the past with Jimmy Carter. How do you feel about Jimmy Carter giving away the Panama Canal from the American control?
It's whatever, bro. Listen, America, we can give away and take it back the next day. That's literally like Donald Trump when he was saying we're going to take back Panama. What he really means is we're going to take back everything good we wanted. We don't really care about the upkeep and keeping it as a territory. Jimmy did a lot of shit. You're going to say, oh, it fucked us over, this and that. I'm all about accountability, right? So let's look within. We start blaming Jimmy Carter for shit.
So how would you describe those actions that happened then, in terms of accountability? Who was accountable?
I have to be more specific than that.
Like the decisions that Jimmy Carter made in terms of for America and the people, and the decisions he got politically involved in the Middle East, like who would be accountable for that if not Jimmy Carter who made those decisions? Would you say the Americans that voted for him, or?
Well, listen, right? You can say, oh, America, Americans can come up and bitch about Jimmy Carter. Oh, he put us in this position. But we don't do that. We take care of the bullshit that we caused. Like, let's say we made a mistake, the next solution, and we take action, right? We don't go and blame, oh, the British just did do it, it's all their fault, or some shit like that, right? So what I'm saying for you is maybe Jimmy Carter did something that was not in your interest, but was in our interest and hurt your country. But what you can do is say, how can we fix that fucked up situation and make sure no foreigners can never fuck with their shit again?
No, I understand. I'm just trying to understand from an American perspective, like, how do they feel when their leader gives away points for America?
Carter was the most fucked up president of this century. Like, he fucked up in every.
Yeah, so you don't hear us crying about his mistakes, right? Like, we just fix any problem.
We have elections, right? Like our elections are basically the litmus test, right?
Yeah, we don't let like 1% of the country destroy our country and oppress us. Like, we would overthrow.
So you would say an election that is actually democratic, it's like the base of how the country can be ran, right?
No, again, this is just obfuscation from becoming accountable, bro. You have to just we need this. If I'm Iranian, I would say we need to all band together. We need to smuggle weapons. We need to start working with some small group who also hates Iran, maybe Israel. Maybe we need to get weapons and Uzis from them. Maybe we need to start smuggling it in from fucking Afghanistan. We can pay those people off. Let's start building apparatus of resistance groups. We can start doing all this stuff to overthrow the system that doesn't work, and we can create a democracy. Instead, you guys are fucking looking for my neighbor in Maryland, Reza Pahlavi, to come be your king in America, and you're expecting the Americans and Israelis to do your job for you. It's not gonna fucking happen. So start being accountable. Me personally, I don't believe most Iranians want to overthrow the regime enough to actually do it.
So what would, in your opinion, what would be the most accountable thing Iranians can actually start doing that can be a pre-step for what we have to do?
Start organizing a resistance, organize something within the country, not outside of the country like in America. Even organize in a nearby country, a neighboring country with other people who hate your regime. You can smuggle weapons in. You can create allies. You could do so many things that in 47 years we haven't seen you do, to be honest. Like, dude, look at there's fucking Hamas in Gaza with a full blockade. These fuckers built tunnels and found weapons and were able to get all this shit. There's cartel in America who are able to build tunnels and get it for Palestine. Hold up. There's cartels in Mexico who are able to funnel in so much weapons and drugs into America. There's so many places where people are able to smuggle. And I'm just saying, if you want it enough, you could do it. I don't think Iranians want it enough. I think they want it, just not enough.
Do you feel like a lot of those Iranians that did want it enough, do you feel like that they were killed, unfortunately?
If you're telling me 80% of Iranians want it, I think, listen, the ones who died, sure, they wanted enough, but are they being smart about their resistance in terms of hey, let's actually try to create a future for our kids who don't have to be oppressed? Together, let's not just die in the street defenseless without weapons.
As soon as it's done, why are you saying can we go back to the topic, please?
No, we're not talking about fucking Palestine. I was just giving an example. We're talking about Iran. My point is that you can't just go overthrow I've always heard that before the war started, we're going to run out into the streets and overthrow the government. And I wondered, what the fuck does that look like? And with what weapons? And who's going to hand you the keys to this fucking infrastructure and this institution? doesn't make any sense. That's why I never believed in this plan for the first place. It just had no substance.
No, at the point we need to. At the point,
So
we need to.
that's where we're at right now. These are people who are telling us we're going to overthrow the government, but we have no resistance. We have no organization. We have nothing planned besides a guy in America telling us he's going to give us a signal, even though we don't have internet. I mean, it's just the most preposterous shit. I never believed it from the jump, bro.
So would you think if they had the right circumstances, would they be able to do what you're saying?
Bro, you create the right circumstances for yourself. There's none of this like Crimea River shit. This guy Bahruz, after all I said, he said, "Shut up, Jack. Come on, Jack. We will fuck you." Instead of saying, "Hey, man," having like a logical argument, or maybe, "Hey, there's some things you don't know." No, he's just, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking fuck you," blah blah blah. This
Maybe
is the
it's
attitude
your
of someone who
profile
criticizes
picture,
you.
Jack. Maybe it's your profile picture.
Yeah, but
It's
don't you
insulting.
support
It
democracy?
is insulting to many people, and they insult you back.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's fine to insult. That's fine, but we're
Yeah,
talking
the
about
insult
the
is
future of your
fine, but it's
civilization.
both
right?
way. You can't insult people and they respect you.
Listen, this guy's my neighbor. I can literally insult my neighbor if I want to. He's a fucking piece of shit. He's done nothing but got the Iranians killed. I think he's the most detrimental
And by the
thing
way,
to
that's
freedom of Iran.
misogynist too.
That's cool. It's freedom of speech. This is a democracy. That's what you guys want, right?
Jack, so who do you think would be able to lead Iran if not Pahlavi? Like, is there any other options that you see that could lead Iran?
Of course, bro. Iranians are the smartest fucking people I've ever met. I think in the world, they're most fucking genius people, the most capable people. There's somewhere in Iran, there's probably thousands of genuine leaders who have the charisma, the aptitude, the connections, the know-how of like leading a political revolution, right? And you say, "Oh, they'll try to kill him." But there's an organization that should be behind him, right? There should not just be like one guy or something like that, right? Because when he dies, what, does it all fall apart? You need an organization like this regime. When we killed the Ayatollah, it didn't all fall apart, right? Because they had a whole organization. The same shit, the Iranian resistance, bro. Iranians are literally like the fucking smartest, most educated people I've ever come across, literally. And I just don't see the fucking organized resistance where it should be. Like, it should be at a way greater level than it currently is. That's my only critique, bro.
So from my understanding is that you think that there is a leader out there, but it hasn't been shown.
It's a potential. It's the potential, bro. It's the leader. The people are. There's not going to be one guy who's going to overthrow the government. Stop looking for one leader. Start looking for organized resistance. Start looking for.
And you can talk to the guys against us. Let's talk to the ones against the regime. Let's talk to the ones against. I want to hear about who's against us.
Civilization has always been like Cyrus the Great, or one guy leading the thing, and this guy. It's like, it doesn't always have to be one guy, bro. It doesn't always have to be an Ayatollah, a king, a crown prince, Cyrus the Great.
I don't know the people. There's one guy we need to listen to. Can we just listen, please?
Don't interrupt him and let him land.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack. So would you say that in realistic form, like, I don't know, like from I wasn't born, I wasn't here on Earth for too long, but from my experience and from what I've read, is that every revolution that has happened, it always needed like some people say poster boy, some people say a leader in the head of that revolution. What do you think? Do you think that when a revolution happens, does it need someone at the upfront that people should follow? Because in the past, from what I've seen, every revolution, whether it was good or bad, has always had a person leading them. It wasn't maybe, yeah, you're right, maybe it wasn't one person at the forefront or the base or the root, but there was one person in the front of the view leading people.
That one guy is usually like if you want to use like a Nelson Mandela example, right? That guy is a guy who like articulate the grievances of their oppressors, right? To the oppressors, and to the rest of the world. But the Iranians already have that. They already have people all over the world who are speaking about the Iranian regime, the violence, the struggles, the issues with it, and all the grievances, and the 30,000, 40,000 people they just killed. We already have that. Everyone knows. The problem is, 47 years later, there's no organized resistance. There's no group where it's like, okay, here we have a battalion in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, in this town, in that town. Here we have an underground group who's smuggling, who's doing, like, every country. Like, we're talking about nation building at this point. You need underground groups to do this shit, bro.
But how?
It always has to be.
Can you give us one way with all the knowledge that you know about RGC?
For me, if I was like Iranian and I was really trying to do this, me personally, right? First, we got to make some allies who are not in Iran, because IRGC will kill whoever's there who's trying to help us. First, maybe you go to a place where they hate the IRGC. Maybe you find some group in Afghanistan, maybe Israel, maybe US, maybe some Kurds, someone who's willing to be your ally at first. Then you get some resources. Then, like a lot of other groups, whether it's smuggling through tunnels or through freight, so many different ways to try to get yourself armed with weapons. Try to do that, arm your people, get some organization. Hey, this guy's the commander of this group in this region. Hey, this guy's going to lead this group in this region. We have some form of communication.
Are you aware that Donald Trump tried to arm Persian people at this moment, and a group of Kurdish people took the weapons in the middle of the way?
I read about it.
And let me talk with you with facts, since you're a logic guy. I cannot defeat you with fucking shouting at you, whatever. But this guy, I'm putting it on my PTR. You can't see it, right? Apparently, this guy, Masoud Baghani, is the leader of the Kurdish tribe that, are in charge, that they supposedly should have armed Persian people, right? And you see a clear picture. He's meeting with the top leaders that they're all dead right now of IRGC. You see in the picture, except the guy with the fucking tie is dead, okay? And this guy totally was serving for IRGC. Even if Donald Trump, the most powerful man on earth right now, tries to arm Persian people, you should have known by now that there is a big surveillance in our country, that it doesn't let us Persian people to own guns and weapons as easy as Lebanese or Syrians or Iraqis or Afghanis or Pakistan, because the norm of our country is not like them. If you come to Tehran, you're gonna almost see somehow a kind of civilization in there, though it's a third world country, right? But if you go to Pakistan, trust me, my friend, even if you go to the fucking top places in there, you're not going to see any of the shit that I'm seeing in my own country. Before putting out the same idea for 45 straight days, Jack, wouldn't you want to just try some new, like a new method, at least a new thing to nag about for 45 days, 40 days actually, right? You just putting our crown prince on your PTR with this fucking whatever that you wanted or whatever, and you just specifically repeating this over and over. Why don't I have the resistance? And when I talk with you with facts, then you put your fucking separatist picture that you have from our country, and I see how a person would like you would think. Can you put that picture one more time in your PTR? Can you put that picture in your PTR while you're responding?
Wagwan, my niggas. Everyone bless.
So this is the thing, right? The whole reason I'm ever talking about this whole resistance and all this smuggling weapons is because before the war started, right before the attacks happened, I heard countless Iranians, tell me, we're about to overthrow the government. As soon as Trump and Pahlavi give us the word, we're all going to come out of our houses. We're going to rush into the streets. And I thought, and do what? You're going to get massacred. You're running out with no weapons. What do you mean you're going to rush into the streets? Like, they're just going to bomb the country. How is that going to take out the government? It needs to come from within. So I'm looking and I'm like, I don't believe this is a fucking plan unless you have guns or some weapons where you can fight these people, or they're gonna just kill. They will kill millions of you guys if they have to. These guys are crazy, right? So that's the reason I keep talking about this. Like, how fucking delusional is that? And that can't be the progress after 47 years, is thinking that that's how it's going to happen. So the whole thing with the Kurds, right? I talked to some Kurds about this. What they said was, we got the weapons. We're supposed to give them to the Iranians who are in the government, 166,000. Pahlavi claimed that we're there and ready to turn against the government if we get them arms, and we're going to overthrow it. Then this guy found out that those people didn't exist, at least not even close to the
So I should rely on your source, which is trust me, bro.
No,
source? Trust me, bro.
Bro, just a second.
So should I trust your brother on this? If you have any links, or if you have any pictures, or, I talk with you with pictures, I talk with you with facts.
Talk with me with
facts, not with your fucking conversation that you could have with somebody.
Question. You showed me a picture of the Kurdish guy with the IRGC, and that picture is supposed to tell me, because he has a picture with them, that means he's working for them, and you want your source.
No, I just wanted to show, no, are you like, I'm that dumb? I know exactly the relationship. I know the exact relationship between Kurdish tribe and IRGC during all these years, and what happened to them from IRGC, and yet still serving them, because even they are afraid of these guys.
What's your source that this guy was working for the IRGC? Tell us, besides the pictures.
Let me know about your source. Dude, you were talking about like an important thing. You're just telling me like, yo, my brother, like, I called somebody and
it wasn't. No.
Oh, okay.
This is what the Kurds said, bro. This is what the Kurds said.
Do you have any articles? Do you have any news? Do you have any news? No, I can't rely on your fucking shit. I have to see the fucking source.
I'm gonna pull mine up. Well, I pull mine up. Please cite your source about how the Kurds were working for the IRGC the whole time. That this guy in the picture was working for them.
They were. Everybody knows in this room.
Oh, trust me, bro. Trust me. Everyone knows, bro. Trust me, bro. That's your source. Really?
No. If anybody disagree with that, they can literally say it. Right now, we're live.
I'm just
like, I don't know.
Tell me. Prove it to me.
I just said it. But the people should confirm it.
Is this how you work that source?
No. Are you talking a bunch of...
You asked me for a link. Can you give me a link? Or are you just telling me, trust me, bro?
No. About the relationship between Kurdish tribes and IRGC?
No. That this guy in the picture is working for the IRGC who he's talking to.
Okay. Not working for the IRGC, but listening to them. Like, these guys are two fucking different tribes. They have like their own fucking shit, right? They're separate at some points, but they're serving IRGC's purposes. So that basically says they're helping them, right?
That's your observation.
Let me bring you. You asked me for a link. I'll show you. Can you read Persian though? Can you watch my own fucking news? Like if I pull up something in the Persian media, or I don't know, even if it's from Islamic Republic's media, even better, right?
I mean, I'll take whatever.
Even better.
I'll put whatever, and I'll put it in the translate, and then I'll look in the source and see if it's a legit source. That's the two things I'll do. It's very easy.
Thank you.
But the official Kurds, the Kurds' official stance, they're denying ever receiving the weapons. But I don't know if that's real or not. My whole point to Farnood was that you should have gotten the weapons yourselves, because you don't have to wait for, during the war, like when right before shit hits the fan, like, hey, we need weapons now. Like, this should have been done 10 years ago or some shit. That was my point. Or start doing it now, because, like, dude, there's so many places, like, yeah, the IRGC is all over the place, but, like, Iran is fucking massive, dude. It's like, you can smuggle shit into North Korea, you can smuggle shit into Iran. That's my point. It's possible.
Yeah, and that's why I asked you, I'm like, from your perspective, because a lot of people have different opinions because they've lived differently, they've seen different things. It's like, what do you think would be right? Because
I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't even think any of our opinions is right because we don't know everything. We only have certain everything. We haven't lived through what's going on. Maybe people have already tried and they failed because of how much control IRGC has. But you are right. People should be able to get weapons in Iran. It's just how they get it is the issue, I feel like, that people are running into all the time.
But yeah, bro. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I think there are so many, like I said, Iranians are super fucking smart, capable people. Like, really, probably more than the average. I think more than the average civilization. But look at their history. Look at their present. Look at just even with the shit they're going through, they're still accomplishing so much. There's so many rich Iranians that could be helping with this, but I think it might be more complicated than I'm making it for sure. But I think I just don't see enough. Like clearly the Iranians, most of them don't like the regime, but how far are they willing to go? I feel like they don't want a violent civil war to ensue. And I think that's what's really preventing all this from happening, bro.
So I pulled off a link right here, how you can fucking translate it, do an AI shit or whatever. But read it.
Yeah, I got you. Google Translator right now.
By the way, it's not translating. He's giving you the newest whatever. It's not my fucking.
Yeah. Ilahi.
What's it say?
Like this Arab guy tries to talk English as his hardest.
Idea, and this guy because he's from Saudi Arabia and I'm from Morocco, he's jealous.
But I think I know you though.
He will be jealous.
Before you used to have a.
I'll be the fucking king of the fucking world. Alright? Because we've got the Gibraltar. What you got, Saudi Arabia?
On my side or is he on yours?
Salman, what do you got? Salman, what do you got? A private jet.
Alright, so with the English translation, this place has been the front line of conflicts that is spilling blood for many years. Stretch of land under the rule of one party, and the first stretch of land under the rule of one other party. It is here the very area the heaviest fractional wars have taken place, where I'm getting to the part, I guess, where they're apparently allies, or this guy's working for the regime. Let me see. Masoud Barzani.
A long article.
That can't be the guy, is it?
Look, Jack. It's a long article, but it has a specific. Yo, you listening or?
Yeah, I'm just. It's not that long. Like, which part? Put me to the spot. I can look.
Sure.
Or is it the guy Masoud Barzani, or is it a different guy? Tell me his name.
Yeah, bro. Don't you know that?
For several years.
And you talk with Kurdish people and you don't even know who is Masoud Barzani, right?
I mean, you're talking to an American. Do you have to know everything about Americans?
No, bro. You're so fucking confident all over the time. I think like I'm talking to a CIA agent, like in a cover of fucking
Let's speak with confidence. What's the issue?
No. It's not like that, bro.
I'm not all knowing. There's a lot of stuff I don't know.
You just sometimes you're just trying to sound righteous or whatever. You use like the most fucking elegant words to just prove your point. But no.
I appreciate it, but no, it's not that. I come off a certain way. Whatever. It's not like.
It's okay. At least I try to control my anger. I can tell the same thing to you, brother. Trust me, I enjoy talking to Robbie, guys like Bobak, like.
Dude, if you don't want to talk to me, we don't have to talk. It's very easy, bro.
Dude, it's just an open space. You don't want any shit.
Of course. Making you so angry, we can just end our conversation. You could talk to someone else.
Well,
it's really not a big deal. But it is good to talk to people you disagree with, in my opinion, even if it makes you angry.
Because maybe, as you said, you're an American guy. Maybe you know a lot of things, but you didn't live them. You didn't see it with your own eyes, you know?
How do you know what I've seen, though? You don't know.
I don't know. Even if you did, you didn't see it in Iran and what happened in there. It's different. I don't know if you were in Somalia, if you were in Egypt, if you were Iraq or whatever, but I can promise you that in Iran, everything was different.
Bro,
Everything.
My one question, I agree with you. I don't, and that's kind of why I keep saying this, is no one's giving me a fucking answer that I can can digest it, is like why this hasn't happened after 47 years. And I'm not trying to be a dick and just say shit to piss you off. I just genuinely think God
blame us too, because you know why? As Persian people, I think it's idealistic to put some blames on ourselves, to just say, hey, we had 47 fucking years. We had to do something. But yet, yes, we had some blacks, terrible blacks, and we're paying the price. Getting killed, 40,000, 100,000. My own family member is my third PTR. You can see it yourself, right? Every family had a lost beloved person about half a month and a half ago. So we're paying the prices.
You're the first Iranian to give me.
Yeah, I'm calling my mother. I'm calling my mother. I'm talking to her, and trust me, she was happy that the infrastructures were not targeted, so they could have electricity. Everything works. Fridges working by electricity, TVs, anything. There's no denying that, right? So she was happy for that, but yet, as soon as she heard about the ceasefire, said why? And trust me, she's not brainwashed. She's not even following a certain political fucking group, or she's not even a fucking Reza Pahlavi fan as I am, like my dad or my fucking grandpa, right? But she just want to live. Basically, as a woman, she's just trying to live, but it's so hard apparently in Iran, right? But yet, as soon as she heard about the ceasefire and I explained it to her, she said, why? I mean, is it done? This Moshtaba guy is fucking the next supreme leader. We have to fucking... She wasn't digesting that there would be a ceasefire. And I said, it's temporary. There's no ceasefire. There's no ceasefire. Trump is here to finish the job. Trust me. Maybe I'm brainwashed. Okay, maybe return. Even when I'm talking with my own mother, who raised me, okay, since she's, I don't know, so exhausted with all this shit, because you know why? She says, in the protest, my mom went outside with her brother-in-law. Her brother-in-law got killed, but my mom... But the thing is that the things that she saw in the protest made her so paranoid. When I talk about Crown Prince, it's don't talk about anything. I don't want to listen to anything. What can you expect from a people who just saw the biggest massacre in the century? What can you expect, realistically, human-wise? You're living in the United States, you're taking your Starbucks, you're having a great life. Okay, thank God for that, right? I hope you and your children would be, I don't know, safe forever. But the thing is that my mother is under the bombs, and she said, why ceasefire? And a guy like Jack comes here and says, why don't I have to resist it? I mean, the Iranian people deserve to fucking suffer from this.
The thing is that Korea,
they have to get killed.
Two most
I never
powerful,
said they deserve to suffer.
Two most powerful
You said it many times, bro. Even if it was for trolling, you said it many times.
Maybe if you were we're fussing each other. But Korea, listen, I say the same thing to Palestinians. I say, let's take accountability.
But can you see its same reaction that you saw it from me, from a Palestinian guy?
100%. 100%. They get pissed. Oh, bro. Okay. Every time, right? They get pissed. But I say,
being so reasonable right now to talk sense to you, or trying to be realistic, not trying to put hate toward my conversation to you as a human being, despite whatever you think, which I hate of what you're thinking.
Yeah, Poria, listen, bro, when all the Gaza was getting bombed to shreds and I'm watching people die every day, people used to come and troll me, right? Like, all the time. Persians, Israelis, all kinds of people.
So you basically like to mock people when they're in fucking critical stages, right?
Literally laugh and, do all kinds of, I've seen everything on this app, right?
Okay.
But my thing, when I talk to Palestinians, I say, look, you guys, in this world, sadly, might is right. And if you're not ready, you're going to get stepped on. And if you don't have weapons, you're going to get stepped on. If you have shitty leaders, you're going to get stepped on. If you have shitty strategy, you're going to get stepped on. All these reasons, no one gives a fuck. No one's coming to save you. No one's coming to do the job for you. I say the same thing, bro. And after they get mad at me, we have a normal conversation. Like, yeah, we agree. Because I'm not saying it to be provocative.
But the thing that you just said about like Kurdish people took the weapons middle of the way and they bit out because apparently Crown Prince was lying. Even if lying, I know people would personally, despite whatever they would believe in, even if they're not rooting for Reza Pahlavi, they might be eager to take each and every one of those weapons to fight on their own, personally, individually, family by family. Trust me, it's not like, being mean, being emotional or whatever, but even if he is lying, I can promise you, they're like exhausted youth in Iran that they're fucking done with everything. When the protests happened, they recorded videos that they said like, oh, I might get killed tonight, but I go out anyway.
Yeah,
I don't care, I don't give a fuck, right?
Lobby, bro. That's why I don't like him. These people up, but there is nothing, he's telling them, okay, when I give you the signal, you go out. And I'm like, you're setting them up to dive and not accomplish anything. You want them to go out with no arms. You want them to go defenseless. And you're sitting in America, in fucking Maryland, and trying to direct orders. Like, I get it why Iranians like him, but I think he's bad for the Iranian people because he's not there.
How
He's
about
not
they
really-
decide for themselves?
Did Khomeini have look, Jack, did Khomeini had an army when he came to Iran?
Just let me finish. Why do you think that you should think what is good for us and let us know that it is not good, this one is good for you?
No, I had a genuine question, Master.
Want people of Iran?
Because I have no bias here. I just want the Iranian people to win. That's it, bro. I have no bias.
Hey,
Can I ask you one thing? When Khomeini...
You speak like you're talking about some children who can't understand what is good and bad, who can't understand what is dangerous and not, and someone has told them go to streets without them knowing the danger, and he has fooled them. No, it wasn't like this. Everyone who went to streets of Iran knew that they might never come back home. Everyone knew it, and they decided to go.
I'm talking about after Maqsa. I'm talking about after the massacre. He was just wait for my word. And I'm like, and then what? What do you want them to do? Like, they have no weapons. What the fuck do you want them to do? You want them to go die? And
Imagine people had weapons, okay? Imagine people had weapons. Two most powerful countries of the world have been fighting them for 40 days, and they haven't been able to stop them. What do you expect from people? What do you expect from people?
Well, you're saying, like, there is a lot of Iranians saying, we're going to have a revolution. And I said, okay. And we're going to overthrow our government. I said, okay. What are you going to do that with? If you're telling me they're too strong to overthrow, then call us. There's no revolution. There's no lion in the sun or any of that. But if we do, then we need a weapon. We need people on the inside and on the outside. My whole thing is, the Pahlavi guy, I get it. There's like this fucking reminiscence about his father, and we think he's going to fix every problem. I have no faith in this guy. And I'm trying to like understand.
I'm the Persian guy. You should be an American.
I'm his neighbor.
Dude, that's why I don't get you, bro. You're an American citizen. Okay, you might have some political views in our country. That's okay. That's fine. That's your fucking right. You can do it. But you're not Persian. You're not Iranian, bro. Who are you to talk on our behalf?
It's like we decide what is good
This
for
is what I'm trying to
Palestine,
get, bro.
what is
If you can
not
give me
good for
one
Palestine.
simple reason
It's just
that
like that.
why you should be disappointed in Pahlavi. Okay, even if you're disappointed, you're I don't know, a great American citizen. Okay, just be an American citizen. That's even better. You don't want to be Iranian.
Listen.
You don't want to be Iranian. You want to own an American passport in your life. That's how you have a good life.
Yeah, thank God.
Okay,
But
so
listen, for you.
keep your ideas about my country in your head.
Bro, my country is at war with your country. I have this, I'm giving my opinion. This is a
It's okay
President
that
Trump.
you're giving your
President
opinion,
Trump.
but the statement that
That's
you're
not
making.
disappointed in Pahlavi.
Jack, hold on, Jack. Are you agree that their country destroyed your country, and now you want to see the same thing happen to their country? Is that how
Their
you do it?
country didn't. I'm all about account. Country didn't do anything to.
Well, I mean,
Mike, let me
they
two things.
destroyed your country.
Two
They
things.
put your country in a position where it got destroyed. And you know it's true. Hold on, do you acknowledge that? I'm not saying that you want the same, but you acknowledge that their country put your
I
country
want
in a
to
bad
tell
position.
Rafi. I only own an American passport. I'm
No,
only an
okay.
American. I have no other country.
Have you ever stated
But
that
if
you're
you're talking
Palestine?
about Palestine,
Correct. Have you stated that you're Palestine?
my dad, of course,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
my dad is
So,
Palestinian.
do you feel that the Iranian government or the Iranians themselves as a whole, that due to what happened in Palestine, is on them because they put they played them like a toy.
Bro, Rafi, I see it the other way around.
You know,
I think Hamas. I know, and that's why I'm giving you a straight up answer. Wallah, I'm not joking at all. Put this on God. I think my country fucked up their country. Listen, what Sinwar did. Look at the domino effect of October 7th. Took down Hezbollah. Took down Bashar al-Assad. Took down.
Yes, but
brought this war to the IRGC. The IRGC did not want this.
God, I know that they might have not understood the ripple effect of October 7th, what Sinwar did, but Sinwar was on a payroll to your country. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he was.
Sinwar was getting Qatari money.
He was adjacent to the Palestinian territory, but the Iranian regime, the IRGC, still had control out of all the proxies, and Sinwar was a proxy to the IRGC.
Listen, I agree.
You do acknowledge that, right?
If we're talking, listen. I had the same criticism like 2 years ago. I was saying what you're saying, and I was telling this to Palestinians, like, you guys are fuck Iran. Why the fuck are you guys siding with them? But I realized Iran has that clout with Hezbollah, right? They have that. They could tell Hezbollah when to go, and they'll go. With Hamas, they don't have that. Hamas, they'll give them weapons, but they're not going to tell them when to shoot. Hamas shot when they decided, and it was, trust me, when Hania went to Tehran, where he got assassinated by the Mossad, he tried to tell them, please join this war. He said, they told him, this is a Palestinian war. He said, okay. And now they joined the war, but it was by force, by America. Like, the IRGC does not benefit from October 7th. That was a collapse, bro. It brought all this hell to them. They did not want it. I don't think they told them, hey, go do October 7th.
That's true,
I don't think they wanted that to happen.
That's true. Somehow he's speaking facts because IRGC is not happy about what Sinwar did because he just started all. If there was no Sinwar, Islamic Republic would be still having Khomeini as its first leader, and then none of this would happen. And not even America, Israel, for advocate for us, Persian people, or saving us, or trying to look saving us. Yeah, that's true, Jack. Okay.
Even
but what you do is to take 10% of the truth that is really happening in the reality and add 90% of your bullshit to prove a point.
I'm giving you my opinion.
opinion, bro. I'm not telling you, like, you think what I'm saying 10% is true. That's cool. I'm just giving you what I think. I think Sinwar flipped the table on the whole fucking region. That's none of their interest. Okay. It wasn't in Iran's interest.
Sinwar was sitting at the same table as the IRGC. They were all together. It was their plan to always attack Israel through Hezbollah, through the Hamas, through all these proxies. It was their plan together. It might have been planned years ago, prior to October 7th, but everybody was on the same payroll, Jack.
They might have had,
you know where the legs grow.
Listen. Here's the thing with the Palestinians. It's been around before 1979, before the Ayatollah was a thing, when this guy was in fucking France, right? They've been trying to destroy Israel. We all know this. This is like open facts. But they wanted Hezbollah, Hamas, and Bashar to stay alive. They wanted, okay, you can launch an attack on Israel once in a while without pressure. And then, but we don't want destruction, right? We don't want Bashar to be overthrown. We don't want Hezbollah to be destroyed. We don't want Hamas to be destroyed. What Sinwar did was literally take all this.
No,
I'm speaking from the Iranian.
They might listen, because years attacking Israel. Always, what happens? You attack Israel goes in, retaliates. Then somebody intervenes, and there's a ceasefire, and everybody goes back. You know how it always works. We always got the shitty end of the stick from it, because we couldn't always eradicate them from the beginning. Because we should have fucking taken them out years and years ago, and not allowed more proxies, more terrorists, and so on. And you know how exactly this works. We always come back to, yes, we get attacked, we get hostages, there's a stabbing, there's that. We go in, we do some damage. The U.S. gets involved. Some countries get involved. They mediate the talks. Ceasefire. It goes back.
And then back to it a couple of years later.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. They just didn't expect that the outcome is going to be this way. That's what I believe.
Well, I agree with you on that.
I believe that they were all part of it. They just didn't expect the outcome to be this drastic this time, that nobody's going to intervene and Israel is not going to listen this time, because this was the final straw, and that's where they all fucked up.
There's two theories, I think, with that, Rafi. There's one theory that says Hamas knew October 7th. They knew the festival was going to be there. They knew how many people, what the carnage they were going to do, and they knew the response Israel was going to give. That's one theory.
They all knew. It's not only Hamas. Trust me. Hamas shares. Israel shares intelligence with U.S. Hamas shares intelligence with IRGC and other
countries
that have the same interest aligned with their interest. So
what I'm saying is
exactly what they were doing.
These are my two theories floating around. There's the theory that Hamas knew exactly what they were going to do on October 7th, and what the end result, right, was basically, we're going to kill all these people, we're going to attack Israel, the bases, the Nova Music Festival, all that, and the extent of the damage. There's one theory that says they knew all that. There's another theory where they said, we're just going to go get some soldiers, we're going to kidnap them, bring them for hostage, and do some sort of swap. Me, I'm leaning more towards they knew what the carnage was going to be, and that Iran didn't give the green light for it, and that maybe Hezbollah didn't even expect it. Because if you think about the communications they were using, were not like I don't even think Hamas's political group in Qatar or Turkey really even saw this coming. I think it was primarily a Hamas militant faction operation, and they didn't even tell the Politburo about it, that they just... This is my personal take, and feel free to disagree, but I think when they did this, I don't know if he knew what the domino effect would be, but the result of the domino effect was completely against Iran's favor. And I don't think Iran, if they actually knew the scope of what would happen, would have signed. Hamas kind of faction did this on their own, and they had an idea that it would be that destructive, and they just said, fuck it, we're not doing the tit for tat every other year anymore. This is the once and final thing. We're going to go for this, and we might get support from Iran, we might not. or Hezbollah, we might not, you know, and this is just going to be the last battle from Gaza against Israel, and once and for all, like one final war and no more, you know. But I'm leaning more towards that. I think you a little bit more of that.
Nobody anticipated the reactions of Israel. Nobody anticipated.
I did when it was happening. Rafi, when October 7th was happening, when you were hearing the news, did you think, oh, Israel's going to go and level that place?
No, listen, we always scream, but the governments always intervene. Like, even prior to October 7th, there were many attacks from the Palestinians from being flown into their, like, till today, Hezbollah is still shooting rockets. We haven't taken them out.
Yeah, but the ones Hamas was shooting was like, oh, we'll take them out. You know, like, it's obviously not good, but like, we will fuck them up.
This domino effect shit happened right after they killed Soleimani. That was the main fucking. Yep.
Soleimani, what did that do though to Hamas to cause them to do it? Oh, you think
the entire thing? The entire thing. Not
but wait. Are you saying that when they killed Soleimani, Iran, IRGC decided we're gonna like help Hamas do October 7th, or are you just saying that like that was one of the dominant?
No, I'm not saying because of they killed Soleimani, they went and be like, oh, let's help Hamas do October 7th shit. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this whole getting rid of these fucking lunatics and fucking terrorist groups and proxies. It started by killing Soleimani. When they decided to kill Soleimani, that was the plan, and everything is going as their plan. So it could take a longer time, but you know.
Are you saying Trump and Israel, like when they killed Soleimani, it was like, hey, we're gonna start dissecting?
Yeah, it was not just to kill him. They had a plan for it, for sure.
But I don't know, because Israel wasn't really down for that operation. If you listen to what Trump said, if you believe what Trump said, he said that Netanyahu backed out the night before they killed Soleimani because it was supposed to be a joint operation. But Trump was mad at Netanyahu for congratulating Biden on the presidential, win when he won the election. So people say, oh, he was just talking shit. So I don't know, but it could be. I won't throw that out the window, like in my own personal belief.
I mean, he was a piece of shit terrorist, but he was a fucking genius. I'm not gonna fucking lie.
Soleimani, that guy had fucking clout. When he was working with America to take out ISIS, that motherfucker, bro, there's a picture of him walking with generals with a bunch of Humvees, and he was working with some like local Iraqi militias. That motherfucker had aura. That shit was crazy. But yeah, they killed him like a dog. Well, they just bombed his car, right? Like when he was driving through Iraq.
Yeah, I think they have. Yeah, they just. I think
the Hellfire.
Yeah, it was a drone.
Or the Hellfire missile.
Yeah, right on his car. The Iraqis, I think, have it still on that same highway as like a memorial, just like in the middle by the center divider.
I remember that day I had a bottle of whiskey on my own.
Yeah, so that's crazy. A whole bottle, bro.
Because I'm thinking, like, this Trump guy is fucking awesome. Like, he's taking out the second most powerful guy. Like, that's crazy.
Trump, bro, he surprised me because I thought.
And that was at the very last day of his presidency. That was at the very last days. Yeah, that was at the very last.
Oh, you're right. Because it was literally January 2nd. Yeah, bro, it was like January 2nd, and January is when he was supposed to get the power. That's crazy. You're right. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, bro.
He was like, here's my gift to Israelis.
That is fucking crazy.
Tremendous thing. He was expert at cyber bombs.
Oreo, how much whiskey did you drink when they killed
Soleimani? Man, I told her, we had a party. our family, cousins, aunties, everybody, uncles.
Yeah, listen, with the Palestinian issue, I've never been.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you honestly, genuinely, you know me. I'm very straightforward. Yeah, I'm sure you know me by now.
Yeah.
Do you get happy when Hamas members get killed?
No, I don't.
Wow. Why not?
No. Because sometimes the videos I see of them, and this is gonna trigger some of the Israelis here, but I'm just being honest. I'm an American, right? I was born and raised here, fucking, silver spoon. Like, I live a fucking amazing life. And these fucking guys are literally a product of their environment. Born in Gaza, born in a refugee camp, running around in slippers with an RPG. I mean, I was sitting here, I can't really be like, oh, you fucking idiots. I mean, I did tell, the Hamas supporters when all this shit was happening, I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with this, this whole plan, this whole shit. It's a shit show. I don't like it, but celebrating the death, I couldn't do it because I felt like, who am I? I'm a fucking American kid.
No, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying if you celebrated his shit like that. I never said that. I didn't mean that. But do you see them as terrorists or do you see them as, what do you see them as? I'm not saying go fucking dance in the middle of the street when they die. But let me ask you this. What do you see them at?
They're mostly pawns. Like, they're fighting for, it depends on the situation, right? I know some of them are literally fucking guys who have nothing left to lose. They're like, fuck, I lost my family. I'm going to join this group. Could be teenagers, could be older. A lot of the military, the political group, I criticize them left to right, up and down, right? Because they're adults and, they're more, I would say, they live a way better life. They're more of elite. The ground level guys, the run and gun guys, the guys who are running through tunnels and shit, I just see them as that. They're literally just pawns of this whole plan, bro.
So, Jack, how would you describe Palestinians that voted for Hamas to lead them, like the ones that know what Hamas?
Right. So those people, I think, were just fed up with the PA after the fall of the Oslo Accord. So they're like, fuck this shit. We want, when the liberals, you guys don't think the PA is liberals maybe, but in the Palestinian paradigm, they're like the moderate liberals, right, who are willing to recognize Israel as a state, all that shit. When they see that and it results of more settlements and just Palestinians not getting what they wanted in Oslo, a lot of people became more conservative, more right-wing, and that led to Hamas. And to me, I think, if I want to go even further into it, I think Netanyahu, personally, I won't say Israel, but Netanyahu and his friends kind of benefited from having not that he created them or anything, but just benefited from having Hamas kind of run Gaza for a bit, but a restrained Hamas, not one that could actually pose a threat, which is why allegedly he had Qatar dump $30 million a month in cash to Gaza, because he just hey, if we have these two factions and they're separated, they hate each other, PA and Hamas, we can avoid a contiguous Palestinian government, which might lead to a Palestinian state, which would be more detrimental than having Hamas, right? So they were like, fuck it, we benefit from this. So to me, it's just a result of poor, again, Palestinians, and I'm all about accountability. This is just poor planning, poor leadership, or strategy, right? Really, you got yourself caught off guard. You didn't see this coming. 70 years later, we're in this position. So that's where I'm looking at it from. But again, I'm just born and raised in America. I've never fucking lived there as a Palestinian from Palestine. And when I visit, it's I get treated as an American, right? Not Palestinian. Oh, you're gonna be living under occupation. So I'm looking at it through my lens. But that's my take.
Yeah, but didn't 67% of people from Gaza supported October 7th? Rafi, is that what that poll
63%.
Bro, I'm surprised it's not more. You understand? Like, people from Gaza, Palestinians hate the state of Israel, like every bit of it. And if there's Palestinians out there who say like, oh no, they vehemently hate it. No, there's a part of them who secretly loves it, bro. Because
So it's 100%, right?
just like the way I could compare it on like the other side is like, even the most liberal Israeli, deep down inside, there's a little bit of Ben Gvir in there. There's a little bit of Smotrich in there, like a little bit of radical, like, you know, I want to flip these people off and just send them to hell.
Because you know why? Because the exact thing happened on 7th October. They're right. Because the exact same thing, I mean, the reason of their hate might be what happened on 7th October. It was clear.
Well, that's the thing. Listen, I'll take accountability for...
You know, as a person, before you land, I want to tell you something real quick, right? So I think, Israeli people, deep down, want to live. They're a group of successful people all around the world. They're owning the best businesses. They're smart as fuck. They survived against the toughest odds, like, you know, Hitler, like fucking... the worst enemies you could possibly would have think of ever since from the beginning of Islam till now, and yet they're survived, and at every century they're getting more powerful. They have downfalls, that's true, but right now they have every reason. As a guy who lives in 2026, right, we've seen it with our own eyes that why be a little bit of Ben Gvir in each Israeli person. And I think it's not about that. I think in Israel we would have like people who would actually don't want other people to get killed despite of their fucking colors or religion or whatever, because they believe in life. They're life oriented. But there is this Muslim neighbor that they're not letting them or allowing them to live simply. And on 7th October, they do some crazy shit that they prove their point. So, as a Persian guy, even if I'm not trying to be a Jewish Canadian, I'm seeing, like, who threw the first rock? Like, this guy, 7th October, everybody was cheering National State TV in Islamic Republic. They were saying, like, killing dogs has been started. But, dude, do you think, like, Persian people would think, like, no. My own grandmother... Oh God, it's okay though. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe 10% of our country, which is supporting the government, does, but the rest of the people, they're not counted as the enemy for them. So that's why they're having a safer.
Like during the Iraq War, how many Persians hated Iraq?
Did you see what happened in Lebanon yesterday? I don't want to go back to history or what I know from history, because I know you wouldn't get it or you wouldn't agree on it. But yesterday, did you see what happened in Lebanon?
Yeah.
So did you see the attack? So the United States and Israel cooperating on this attack on Iran for 40 days, and yet, besides some strategic purposes, I didn't see that kind of messy attack in our soil. That was brutal. Like when your people is totally supporting them, is totally supporting the ideology, because I've seen a lot of Lebanese people, apparently, even if they're not against Hezbollah, they're okay with it. Even if I've talked with a lot of Lebanese individuals.
Muslims hate Jews.
No, but the majority of the Lebanese are Christians. And yet,
majority.
I mean, good amount of percentage.
They have like 30-something% is Christian. I think most Christians don't support Hezbollah. I think there's a lot of Sunnis who don't support Hezbollah, and some small fraction of Shia who don't. But I would say most of them don't support Hezbollah, but like they understand.
They might not support Hezbollah, but they hate Israeli Jews.
Exactly. Well, they hate Israel, dude. Like. There's like, I don't like putting things in that's just like, oh, it's because they hate Jews, or like, oh, it's because they hate Muslims. That's why Israel.
I mean, I see it every day, Jack. I can't just deny it.
These days, for
sure. I just wanted to make sure that CIA confirmed that the last pilot who got survived was being helped by some of the locals. I mean, the guy who actually take their fucking cattle and shit into fucking Mount. I wanted to make sure, because I've heard the news in Iran, which is like under, control of Islamic Republic, and yet they just put it out that some of the locals, despite we had a lot of fucking douchebags inside of our country, which they were going to the same direction that pilot apparently landed to just kill him or capture him, but yet I've heard that even CIA confirmed that the second pilot was helped by the locals. I mean, those fucking Ashayer.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's no.
I just want to make sure to speak here,
Just go look it up.
No, the second pilot was found in the mountains.
So Jack, are you saying if Palestine had better leaders, they would be in a different spot right now?
100%.
So it's really the fault of who's leading Palestine, not the people.
Huge. Listen, I always look like when I'm talking to Palestinians, the only conversation I have is about like accountability. It's not really about anything. I mean, there's, of course, if there's like a major war or bombing, sure, we're going to talk about that. But I'm always like, are these, there's certain leaders where I'm like, this is where they fucked up. Here's a classic case. Here's this fucking leader had it all wrong. Oh, why did they all follow this fucking guy? He fucked up. But these are just my opinions. Who knows how everything turns out? Like, I could be way wrong, and these guys could be smarter than me. I just personally think, yeah, the leadership was trash, and the motivations of a lot of the leaders were corrupted, and there was a lot of greed and so many fucking things.
So where would you say, how could, as a Palestinian yourself, how would the Palestinian people be able to turn this branch around and help themselves in this situation right now, where what's happened?
Well, they might just be fucked, but where in Gaza or the West Bank or both?
Just in general for the future of the Palestinian people.
The thing right now is, I think a united government would be best, and one that has a better choice of allies, right? Like the PA decided, hey, we're going to ally with the Western countries, right? Like, or West-leaning countries, right? Like, the PA doesn't have a great relationship with Iran and the axis of resistance, as some people would call it. But they have a relationship with Saudi Arabia and like the U.S. and a lot of European countries, right? Those are the ones that opened embassies. Like those were Palestinian Authority ambassadors who were opening those embassies, right? So they have that. And then on the other hand, you have Hamas, which went towards the IRGC and all the access groups, right? Which to me I thought was a failure, but I see like a benefit of having both too, because on one hand you can benefit from the leverage you get from being part of the axis until obviously now. But yeah, I think having a united government with a contiguous government in Gaza and the West Bank would be good. Gaza, I think for now, once the rebuilding starts, would be in a way better position than the West Bank. Because in my mind, there's no more war that's probably going to happen in Gaza. There's not going to be any resistance groups.
Jack, get rid of radical Islamists.
Well, any radicals, whether they're like PFLP, for example, Ocean, those guys are radical communists, right? A lot of them are atheists, Christians, mostly Marxist, right? And they're just as radical. They're probably even more radical because they don't even follow the Quran. Like they'll blow up a bus full of kids. They don't give a fuck. They're crazy as fuck, bro. Like most of the savage shit you saw on October 7th, those are PFLP guys, and like those guys are fucking nuts.
So you're talking about the Marxist radical Islamists?
Well, I wouldn't call them Islamists because they have no like Islamic doctrine when they go to a fight, right? They're just complete Marxists. Like they ally themselves with all Marxists. All their doctrine and their what's the word? Their leadership is Marxist. Like the founder of their group was George Habash. He was a Christian Palestinian. He got radicalized. He saw during the Nakba, his sister was killed in front of him. He went to Lebanon and started the PFLP. It's a Marxist group, and they're brutal as fuck. Like they don't give a fuck. They will cuss. They will kill anybody. Like a bus.
So imagine the same thing in Tehran, that we have a 10x harsher than the thing that you probably was seen in Palestine. But yet, behind the scenes, till a few years ago, and yet they started to do the crazy shit in the public from 5 years ago till now, which the biggest one happened just 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Jack, do these Marxist people do public execution?
Well, they mostly fight the Israelis. Like all their operations have been against the Israelis, the Jews, right? Like, or just they're not just fighting the IDF. These are the guys who will shoot, like I said, a bus full of kids. Like they have no standard, right? They don't answer to anyone. There's no God. There's nothing. They don't give a fuck. But the whole thing with Gaza, I was saying, is now that I don't think there's going to be any future war. I think there will be like disarmament, hopefully a rebuilding, and some semblance of peace. There's still the Israelis. I don't think will open that border, but I think they will probably gain some with the technocratic government. I think they might align with the PA after a little bit and start, opening the Egyptian border and work their way up to getting their maritime perimeter unlocked so that they can go out 6 miles, maybe open a port, that kind of thing. But West Bank is going to require, I think personally, the West Bank, you're going to see another Gaza there pretty soon. After maybe the war in Lebanon, I think in the West Bank, you're going to start seeing fighting there, and then you're going to start seeing a big war, and then destruction, and then either they're going to kick out hundreds of thousands, which I don't think Jordan or Lebanon or Syria will agree to, but they'll end up rebuilding again, and then maybe, hopefully, like a final peace. But it hasn't reached a boiling point just yet.
Why West Bank? Why is West Bank more?
The West Bank, because there's settlements there, and there's IDF occupation there. So they're still right next to each other, and there's also a lot of militant groups, Palestinian militant groups, PFLP. There's the Lion's Den. There's bits of Hamas. There's other ones, and more will pop up. Like it's just gonna happen. And then when the PA can't control them or arrest all those guys, it's gonna cause some big operation onto the Israelis. Maybe a settlement. Maybe they'll get attacked, and then the IDF will obviously respond, and it'll blow up into like another god. That's what I think. I could be wrong.
So who's the real aggravator in this situation?
To me, bro, it's like obviously like I have a bias. I'm gonna say to the Israelis. If you ask the Israelis, but at the end of the day, I just think objectively it's gonna happen because these people want one thing, the Israelis want another. Not even gonna meet close to the middle. And it's gonna boil into a fucking big problem. It's gonna be huge. And the Jordanians, like, number one, the Jordanians not gonna want to take in 3 million people, and they lose, the barrier they have on their border with the Israelis. Right, the West Bank is a barrier. Like, if the Israelis take the West Bank, they're obviously going to have a border now right next to Syria, Lebanon, Jordan. And those countries are not going to like it. It's going to cause a big shitstorm, but eventually I think it'll create some semblance. After a lot of destruction, there's going to be like a period where it's like, all right, there's going to be no more fighting. I think it's because the Israelis have, like, objectively, they're the superpower of the region. And if they're going to go to war, they're going to demolish everything. They're gonna fucking it's gonna look like a parking lot, right? That's the word that's always used. And they have the power to do it, and they have the say-so to do it. No one's really gonna tell them no, I don't think, or like no one's gonna force their hand into not doing it. So yeah, that's.
Do you think the Syrians might have aggravated the situation like this to happen over the years?
Which Syrians? Like Assad? Or who?
Yeah, like Assad and what he was doing in the region.
Assad, to me, was, if I'm Israeli, I'm looking at Assad as more of a, like, he's better than what they have now. Because what they have now is a Syrian.
That motherfucker killed 700,000 innocent lives.
All with the help of the IRGC.
Well, imagine, like, okay, so you said all with the help of Hezbollah and IRGC, and yet you condemned about, like, what? Persian people, what the fuck you were doing in 47 years? You should have, like, do something, no resistance, no fucking thing. You see how big IRGC is?
Bro,
you see that?
Yes, bro.
And you think, like, we as fucking constitutional monarchy supporters were so dumb to ignore that, and we don't know about it?
I don't think you ignored it. I'm actually, this is the reason I'm mad at some Iranians, is that, like, I blame them a little bit for the fact that these people still exist. It's like, dude, we lost, you know how many people, you know, I don't have to tell you all the fucking damage and destruction they've caused. And I'm like, obviously, you know, I wish they would have been gone a lot sooner, bro. Like, these fucking people have destroyed the region, like, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but Jack, do you see how dishonest you are? Because 5 minutes ago, when it came to Palestine, you mentioned the leadership. You didn't say anything about the people, but now when it comes to Iran, you keep saying the people. Because 5 minutes ago, you said it over and over. Bad leadership. Yeah, for Iran, you're not saying the same thing. You're blaming the people.
Well, the people, what I'm saying,
you just said
I see what you're saying. But what I'm talking about, the people in Iran, I'm criticizing their leadership. I'm talking about the opposition to the regime's leadership. The, like, Pahlavi, I don't think that guy should be the leadership. I think the leadership should be someone who's actually there, who can actually do something on the ground, because otherwise, an IRGC is going to run the game. And
that's not what I said.
That's not what I said. I'm not saying, yeah, go ahead.
That's not what I said. For Palestine 5 minutes ago, you said bad leadership made all this happen. So, bad leadership, Palestinians, Hamas, this motherfucker.
No.
Because the opposition don't have any type of leadership. They don't have any type of leadership, right?
I got you. They don't have Here's what when I was talking about Palestinian leadership, I mean, like, I'm talking 1930s, right? Like, guys before there was even, like, a Palestinian organization. Like, they didn't have an organization. They didn't have weapons. All the Palestinians who had weapons, most of them died in, like, the 30s during the Arab Revolt against the British. After that, they were like, fuck. That's why all those 6 countries who sent armies, like Iraq, Egypt, and Jordan during 1948, it's because the fucking Palestinians had nothing. And that's the poor leadership that I'm talking about. Like, they didn't have shit. And then certain shit with Arafat, he made horrible mistakes. I don't think he was a good leader. Do I think it was necessary to overthrow him? No. Or, like, his Palestinian the PLO? No. Maybe just get a new leader, right? You guys are talking about overthrowing a regime. I'm talking about, in Palestine, having a different face to the leadership that exists. Because I don't think the cause is flawed. I just think the leader is flawed. You guys think the IRGC's cause is completely defunct, right? Those people shouldn't even be there.
This brings up another question, Jack.
Just just and then you go find it. The main part about the leadership, Jack, is the ideology. Because even before 1947, 1948, Arabs, Muslims were killing Jews for no fucking reason.
In Palestine? No.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
You want me to put
not for
1921?
Wait. Let me
They were attacking
Jewish
villages and killing them for no reason.
Wait. I will say this: from the 20s to 47, all this attacks you saw on Jews was a response, usually, to some Zionist, either the Zionist underground, the Haganah, the Irgun, who was doing something similar, and it was like a tit for tat. But I'm talking about, like, pre-1920, I would say pre-1909, before the Zionist project was like a political movement in Palestine, the Jews and the Palestinians were not killing each other. Right? That was not a thing. Like, you can find 3 pogroms that happened before 1880 in Palestine, and most of them were done by the Druze, this D-R-U-Z-E. And most of the time, it was like Lebanese or Palestinian Muslims who would came and give Jewish people justice, like by either getting them reparations through money or hanging and murdering the people who just killed a bunch of them. But prior to the 1890s, you won't find more than like 3 or 4 attacks on Jews during like the Muslim rule, right, which was like 600 years.
So I have a question for you. So you're saying if the RGC wasn't in power, Palestine would be in a better place?
I won't put it that way. I would say that the region would be in a better place.
And by region, you mean Palestine as well, right?
A little bit. I'm more talking about like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people probably wouldn't have been killed by the IRGC if they didn't exist, right? Like, in Syria and shit.
Because I feel like, you know, from a certain perspective, you got to also understand a lot of people in Palestine were also killed for being opposites of what their political leaders were. And if you're, like you're saying, they got funded by RGC and then they got funders who died for being opposition would be alive today.
Dude, the Iranians' opposition to the regime always talks about like how much money that Iran is giving to Palestine. Awesome. It's not really Iran who's giving them money, bro. It's more Qatar. Like, for those last 30 years, I don't know what the IRGC gave, but it doesn't beat the $30 million a month.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, like, personally, like, my grandparents weren't there in the Shah era. At least, like, my grandfather from my dad's side. Because the Shah, like, you know, when people who had like power under Shah, like, they were very invested in the Middle East and its surroundings. And I actually, like, one of my dad's uncle, which is my grandfather's brother, he was like an officer in a big area, and he had a lot of money to invest in a lot of, like, he helped build a hospital in Gaza, I believe. But when the Shah was toppled with power and they took the power and gave it to the Islamic people, the whole Muslim Brotherhood theatric that happened there in the Middle East, they took away all these things that were created by these guys in the name of Islam. So when I say, like, if IRGC wasn't there, and I'm saying more like if these Palestinians were alive, I'm just asking whether, like, you know, a lot of the conflict in Palestine wouldn't exist today if IRGC wasn't in power.
I'll tell you why I disagree. Because even before IRGC came to fruition, like pre-1979, you had probably a dozen groups. Hamas was actually created in the late 80s. Was it the late 80s or late 70s?
It's useless. Have a good night.
I think it was in the 80s, but they initially were actually funded or armed, not funded, but armed by some Israeli generals and other groups who weren't Israeli, but mostly to counterweight the other Palestinian factions, because the other Palestinian factions at the time, which was like 6 of them, they had nothing to do with religion, bro, like at all. But of course, like, if Hamas came to power, right, they're using it as a religious cause. It's a better look if you're fighting Muslim radical terrorists than if you are fighting, like, let's say, the PLO or the PFLP or some Marxists or, you know, some revolutionary type where, like, the Soviets were supporting them or some shit like that.
So indirectly, you're saying they did affect Palestinians in some like major way.
Iran or the IRGC?
Yeah, the IRGC and the Islamic group that took over.
I don't know if they affected them in a major way, bro, because their alliance was more of like one out of convenience. Like they all had their thing. Like Iran benefited, the IRGC benefited, I think, from the relationship, because when you align yourself with a major Palestinian faction like Hamas, like 10% of the Muslim world, where a lot of them are not, maybe seen very well in the region, it's like, hey, these guys are the real guys who are fighting against the enemy, and they're protecting the Muslims and they're helping them. But what Hamas really got from them was maybe some weapons, maybe some money, and a little training. Like, it wasn't, they basically just was like a relationship of convenience for Hamas. But for IRGC, it was more like a relationship of, we're getting legitimacy from this cause. Like Saddam did the same thing with the Palestinian cause. Gaddafi did the same thing with the Palestinian cause. They used it as a political, a way to gain political clout domestically in their own countries.
So Palestine was always being used for political gains.
Always. Oh, dude, like if you think you see in Iran, you know how they always have Palestine, like, billboards and pictures and flags. You would have seen the same thing by any Arab leader who was trying to gain political clout at the time. Like Saddam did the same thing. You would have seen the same thing in Libya with Gaddafi. A lot of these guys, because a lot of the Muslim Arab world, they're completely in support of Palestine and the cause. Like huge majority, especially if you're trying to gain favor by your people in your own country. You're going to say, I'm the guy who's going to help them. I'm the guy who's going to defeat the enemy. I'm the guy who's going to fight Israel and defeat, like that will get you so much support in Iraq or Libya, so many other places, in Lebanon, all these that's why the guys who don't support, right, like in the UAE, or let's say in Saudi Arabia, or let's say Jordan, right? These are kings who they have their own countries, but they have major Western allies like the United States. So they always get this flack of like, hey, you're helping the oppressors a little bit. So they are not even allowed to have pro-Palestine, anti-Palestine, pro-Israel, anti-Israel. There's no protests or demonstrations allowed in those countries, because they don't even want that topic to be brought up, because they're not, going to be able to say, oh, we're defeating the enemy and we are going to conquer Israel and we're going to free the Palestine. Like they want that to be a non-issue. Whereas if you are going to do it, you're going to get a lot of like favor from your people in your country. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, it does. But so do you think that maybe Iran is also under the same impression because it's in the middle of East and they're always being politically used?
Yeah, because the funny part in the IRGC is they try to do the same thing, and it might have worked for like a few years, and maybe it gave them a little support in Iran, but it had the opposite effect. In Iran, most people are like, we hate you guys, we hate the IRGC, and what, the IRGC loves Palestine? Fuck Palestine too. Like, it had the opposite effect. So now a lot of Iranians are like, fuck Palestine. Why the fuck we care about Palestine? We're suffering ourselves, right? Like, why the fuck would we even think about supporting another people when we're over here getting raped by the IRGC and they support Hamas? Like, it's like, had the whole opposite effect in Iran, because it's not the Persian Sunni Muslim world. Like, that was a failure of a strategy by the IRGC.
So in reality, you do agree that people are also victims in Iran from these situations?
Bro, obviously, of course. Like, they have an oppressive government, bro. Like, and the only way to get rid of them is, there's only one way. It has to come from Iranians. But you guys have heard my whole spiel about it. The problem here's another issue too that is going to have a problem for opposition of the IRGC. Is that the IRGC, although they, again, like, yeah, they support Palestine and they get some like favor from the Sunni Arab world from that and the Muslim world at large. The other thing too now is during this war, they are the last major power in the Middle East that's actually fighting Israeli hegemony, which is just gaining them favor not only in the Arab Muslim world, but even in America. A lot of Americans are like, fuck, you know, like we're doing this all for Israel, all this shit. So a lot of Americans hate Israel right now, but they're getting a lot of favor because right now they're literally the last opposition and the last fighter against like Israeli regional dominance and American regional dominance in the Middle East. So some people don't want them to fall because of that. You know what I mean?
What do you think the end game is going to look like? Do you think a lot more Palestinian people and Iranian people are going to die in their fight for freedom?
Yeah, bro, a lot. But I don't think the RGC is going to fall anytime soon, sadly, bro, because right now I think they feel more emboldened and they feel stronger and they have like more leverage than they did, let's say like 2 months ago. So I don't know. No regime, no superpower lasts forever. So that's one positive. But yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, I don't think it's good. It has to get worse before it gets better. That's what we say here. Anyway, I gotta go, guys. But it's been nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna go visit Pepe in his other room. So you guys have a good night. I might come back later.
4 out of the 5 people you brought up have said that. Oh shit! Stupid ass people.
Moving from the room, I guess.
What was that?
I moved in from the room.
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You never have to do that. The trolls can stick around and keep watching. That's what some of them are. Some of them are just simps. All they want to do is hang out and watch us, you know? Then you put a microphone on them and they say stupid shit, you know? Super stupid shit.
Yeah.
Simp ass motherfuckers. Alright, let's see here. Standing in the corner watching, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fucking simps. It's crazy. Sometimes you know, and then it's like, look, if you want to talk, then don't be a dick. You know, if you raise your hand, be respectful. Don't be a jerk. You know. Otherwise, listen. You know, maybe you'll learn something. Let's see here. What do I do to get this link?
Don't worry about it. It's some other day. I'm not gonna do anything tonight, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Tomorrow I'll definitely send it to you. Yeah, but I think you're gonna like it, man. I think you're gonna be.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay with it, man. I mean, again, it might work out completely different than what my vision is for what might happen for you, but the simplicity of being able to type in or just say something and be able to, be able to move is, I think, what, I think that's what makes it special for you specifically, right?
Yeah.
You know, because you have very little web design background.
Yep.
Yeah, so this thing, I mean, bro, you start talking to it, it's going to make shit for you. You know what I mean?
That's all I do. I like what Quad, I mean, I barely give it any instructions. They just comes out with these, like, awesome websites. I'll check out Lovable.
Cool.
Anyway, brother, I'm gonna go sleep. I woke up at 4 a.m. this morning.
Welcome to the stage, Hope.
Hello, hi.
How you doing, Hope?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Oh, good to know. Thank you. So, how was your day going?
Oh, fantastic. It was great. What about you?
Yeah, my day has just started, so I just wanted to listen something, so I just joined here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you into domain names?
Sorry?
Are you into developing websites?
Yeah, actually, I'm in a learning stage of all those. I'm also learning about domain skills, business and all. Actually, I'm a physiotherapist. So I just want to build a network and a domain also. So I'm here to learn about it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're talking about lovable. Lovable is kind of the technology that is really good for someone who wants to build.
Yeah. So that's why I just came here so that I can learn, I can interact, and I can know how things are going. I can ask something, and I can learn something. So that is why I'm here.
Excellent. Well, welcome here. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Happy to help you also with with your pathway and journey to building. I'm looking right now for the referral link to be able to get you guys some free credits, but it's clear to me where they're hiding in my back end. So
just email it to me when you find it. domainscience@yahoo.com.
Domain science
@yahoo.com.
@yahoo.com. Cool. Will do.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go sleep. See you guys later.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
So, have you vibe coded before, Hope?
I didn't code it, but I just use Cloudy AI to do that, actually.
Yes. Okay. So you've used Claude to make mistakes. What have you done before?
I did a website on real estate in tinsy.com. So I made a free website for the people.
Can you put it in the chat so I can see it?
Yeah.
Cool.
About that. Okay, I just write it down. Okay.
Words. That's the real word.
Young lady.
No, you're like ignoring everything I'm saying, and it's actually fucking annoying. I feel like I'm having a conversation with a piece of bread. It's horrible.
Young lady, if I invade your property line,
oh my god.
How
they
could
killed Americans before we invaded them. Old man, do you get it?
you're having confirmation bias?
Now it's confirmation bias.
Yeah, you don't care about American lives. That's what I'm hearing. I don't want to have a conversation.
Corey, before this altercation, when did Iran launch a full-scale invasion into? When did the United States launch a full-scale invasion into Iran?
Now that is a sincere question. I believe he's sincerely mistaken, but that is at least a sincere question. And to Mr. Skull, when the United States, when Iran took the United States Embassy hostage in '79, and held them for a little over a year, right?
They took Americans hostage and held them for a year. Then the response came.
Hold on. No, sir. Remember now, actually, you wasn't in the room, so I apologize. You wasn't in the room when I divulged that the United States, Britain, and Israel had hijacked the Iranian government and overthrown Mossadegh for nationalizing the oil and put the Shah into power.
True, Corey.
Listen. Hey, Samad. There are people from America that don't know American history. So you saying that there, and everybody on that dynamic. There's a book called "Spy the Lie," and lie comes.
I know all the books. Corey. Did somebody shut his mic off or what happened?
Somebody did shut my mic off. If you know all the books, then right?
Yeah.
Then okay, then. So then that means that you know what I'm about to say there. If you know all the book, stop. Listen. I have no problem with you disagreeing with me. What I do take contention with that, if we're gonna have a genuine conversation without confirmation, and I could be wrong on some points. Don't get me wrong. The overall gist
the overall gist is that who is and who is not the aggressor. And now, if you're trying to say that the Iranian government was not overthrown by MI6 and the CIA, I can't even put Mossad at this point there because they really wasn't operational as effectively at that point.
But you threw it in there.
No. Do not interrupt this here. Listen, everybody, hold on. I need to get this point out. Stop. No. You are into purpose of hypnosis, but I'm moving past that. The lie of omission, admission, and influence, and you trying to hide the lie of influence because you're saying you from Iran. That don't mean shit.
You want to listen, or do you want to just rant?
No. Actually, do this here. Shut the fuck up and let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can rebut after. And that would be more sincere. Now, so now, when Mossadegh got the oil, took it away from British Petroleum there, and they put the Shah in power, who was in power before Mossadegh shot over the bow. That being the case there. And so thus, when the revolution happened, and then they consequently overthrew the embassy and had hostages for a little over a year when, the Carter-Reagan dynamic there, the United States government, the Saudi government, and Israel funded Saddam Hussein to go to war with Iran, which was an 8-year war. So the man asked, when did America do it there? And that was the point where the gentleman interrupted.
So after they held 52 Americans.
After they had also supplied Saddam Hussein with chemical weapons, but the aggressor was America, because you want to run past that they overthrew the democratically elected Mossadegh.
Okay, you done? Thank you, Corey. I think everybody has heard me say this before. I know Matt has, I know Pepe has, I know probably other people have. First of all, Mossadegh was a prime minister appointed by the Shah. He was not democratically elected. He was appointed. Okay, that's it. So it wasn't an overthrow of anyone. And Mossadegh was an agent of the British. He wasn't against the British. And everything Mossadegh did destroyed the Iranian economy, and it forced Iran to sign a worse deal with the British after Mossadegh was gone. So those are the facts.
Hold on.
But of course, yes, you want to jump in?
No. I want you to clarify two things. Did you hear me say that that the Shah was in power before Mossadegh? I just want you to understand.
Yes,
that.
I heard you.
Okay,
Hold on. No, you listen.
What we agree on, when you're saying that he was in harmony with the British government, I am agreeing with you on that point and dynamic. But Mossadegh was, yes, because the Shah was in power before Mossadegh. So yes, and they took the Shah out of power, put Mossadegh in power, but yet
that's not what happened. That's not how it works. The Mossadegh was appointed, okay? He wasn't democratically elected. Nobody was removed and put in place.
We got semantics. We're saying the same thing.
No, it's not semantics. It's the law.
Oh, hold on.
They have a constitution. It's written. You can go Google it. It's 1906 Constitution of Iran. Go Google it. Okay, Google it. And it'll tell you that the Prime Minister is appointed by the Shah and it's approved by the Parliament.
Listen to where we agree and disagree.
It's not about disagreeing. I don't know why we're disagreeing. These are just facts. Okay?
They're not. Listen, they are a manipulation of numbers and
statistics. No, they're not manipulation of numbers or statistics.
Yes, they are.
You're the one that's manipulating it. Okay? If somebody is elected to an office that's totally different than another person being appointed, the President of the United States is elected. Secretary of State Rubio is appointed. He's approved by us. Okay? Changing Secretary of State is not a revolution. It's not a coup d'etat. Okay, these are the facts. But
you said that Mossadegh was in harmony with the British government. Did I mishear that?
That's not the point.
That is the point.
No, that is not. You said.
Let's try this here. Was the Shah in power before Mossadegh?
The Shah was in the whole time because he was the Shah.
So we're saying, I'm talking about Shah, the president. Pardon my enunciation.
The king, the Shah was in power the whole time.
Hold on now. We have to, listen, for the audience that is not as astute, we have to not run past that. So the Shah was in power, Mossadegh was in power, then the Shah was back in power. Is that a correct
The Shah was in power the whole time. Okay?
You're not understand what I'm asking.
No, I understand what you're saying.
In chronological order.
In chronological order, the Shah
was in power before Mossadegh.
He was in power the whole time.
Okay, then. So then that means that if he was in power the whole time, right? The Shah came in power at a certain point, correct? And then the Shah came back into power, correct?
No, he didn't go anywhere.
Oh my God!
The whole
Bro,
time.
listen to what you're saying.
Listen to what you're saying. Yeah, I want you to listen to what I'm saying, but you don't seem to want to.
Listen to what you just described. If the Shah was in power the whole time, when was Mossadegh in power?
Mossadegh was prime minister from 1951 to 1953. That's it.
Stop right there. Before 1951 and after, from before in 1950 and in 1954, who was in power?
The Shah was in power. The whole time the Shah was in power.
Sir, that's what I just... No,
that's not what you described.
No. We just established that there's a 4-year period where Mossadegh was in power.
He wasn't in power in a way that the Shah wasn't.
No, oh my God. Listen to what you...
understand that? You're trying to make it seem like one person...
Listen to what you just said.
No,
how could the Shah ever be in power and... I don't know who's muting me. There's some confirmation. I keep
because you're not listening, Corey.
You're not listening. You're not listening. We have just established the chronological.
Bro, if you can't say established instead of established, I don't know why you're up here trying to give people lessons.
Well, listen, I don't know why you're trying to spin things there. Common sense is common sense there. Either the Shah was in power or he was not in power, but both people wasn't in power. You didn't say that he was the vice president or the president, but you in power means that you are the top person in charge there. And what I stated was that Mossadegh was in power, put in power after they overthrew the Shah. And when Mossadegh nationalized the oil, they overthrew his behind again.
Okay,
and the Shah back in power.
You cannot overthrow someone. Listen, Corey. Listen.
No. There's not no listen here.
No, because you talk and you don't listen.
You're listening.
You cannot overthrow. Shut up. Corey, shut up.
Nigga,
you cannot overthrow someone who appointed you. And don't nigga me, I'm not your nigga.
I see confirmation bias. Whatever mod is muting me, why y'all muting? Why y'all not letting the conversation free flowing?
Because you don't let other people speak.
No, that's not true. Listen. I just asked we just said, we agreed that from 50 to 53, Mossadegh was in power.
He was appointed prime minister. The Shah, you're saying he was in power and the Shah wasn't in power. You just said he overthrew him. And what I'm telling you is you cannot overthrow someone who appointed you.
And actually, you're misrepresenting the words that I said. Because in that dynamic there, we agree that Mossadegh, also a puppet, was in harmony with the British government. Remember, I didn't even bring Mossad in. I said they didn't even have the strength at that time. I literally said that it was the British, and the CIA.
Oh my God.
That's literally what I said there.
You're contradicting.
No. You're contradicting yourself. And I said when Mossadegh nationalized British Petroleum, BP oil, they changed the name from British Petroleum because of the stigma of openly acknowledging
about the name
that the citizens of Iran did. They are openly acknowledging that the national did Mossadegh nationalize the oil? Saman, did Mossadegh nationalize the Iranian oil and took it off of the British Petroleum and said that now you're lying. Everybody research it.
Yeah, research it.
Mossadegh nationalized the oil, and that's when the same people that put him in power and took the Shah out of power put the Shah back into power.
That is a lie, Corey. The parliament.
Listen, the man is steady.
Corey, be quiet, let me speak. Okay, the parliament nationalized oil. Mossadegh was a member of parliament. And they nationalized oil. In fact, Mossadegh was against the nationalization of oil initially. He wanted the continuation of the previous agreement. Okay, by his own words in his first speech when the 14th Congress was put together, Mossadegh was against the nationalization of oil. But the movement didn't come from Mossadegh. He jumped onto the movement at the end. Okay? So Mossadegh, you won't let go, Corey. Even if they mute your mic, you won't give up.
Muted me.
Don't mean nothing, right? Jesus. Don't mean nothing.
So it's Coco muting me. It's Coco that's muting me. I figured it out. It doesn't mean that you're right.
For her.
You're steady double talking. I asked and you acknowledge. We've acknowledged. You cannot erase the history. Mossadegh nationalized the oil.
No, he did not.
You a lie. And it doesn't. Listen, everybody can research.
The question from Corey is okay, you're talking about the reference history. I'm an Iranian. What is your reference? I just want to know that
Listen, let me tell you what I told Saman. It don't mean a damn thing. You can ask 1,000 Americans about American history, and you're going to be hard-pressed how many Americans really know American history. But now, I would ask y'all, as I asked the audience, when Mossadegh was in power for one term, and he got, and the Shah came back into power, whatever the conflict with the Shah was, whatever, they put his behind back into power, but he did nationalize in fact, the Iranian nuclear program was given to them by the West. They didn't have a nuclear program before that. That shows how much of a puppet regime it was.
Your brain is a puppet of the leftists. That's where your brain.
They did not have a nuclear program before it was given to them by the West. That's how much you cannot negate the puppeteering going on in Iran. You don't want to say it was Mossadegh, you don't want to say it was the Shah, but you cannot deny that the Iranian government was hijacked until 1979. And the ultimate gist of my point is that it was no outside forces that happened in 79. It was only the Iranian youth led by the Iranian elders in the terms of Khomeini, and whatever the Iranian people's problems and concerns with their government is an internal issue that should be handled by the Iranian people, and for y'all to say that would be the equivalent to tell American citizens to support Russia. I'm gonna land on this point, Samar. I'm landing on this point. Would be the equivalent to telling American citizens to support Russia or China to invade and overthrow the American government. And that hypocrisy that y'all and you white people, if you are saying that Russia or China should invade America and we should side with them as opposed to the American government, then you are a hypocrite as well. This is the cognitive dissonance that they want us to accept, and we reject it.
Thank you, Corey. Thank you for speaking to Iranians about our own country and our own history. I'm Iranian. Azin is Iranian. There are a bunch of other Iranians around, and we're all saying everything you said is bullshit, okay? Because we grew up listening to these lies, being brainwashed by these lies. Okay, that's how we got into this hellhole in the first place. Jeez. Any other questions on the...
Arachi is Iranian, Professor Morandi is Iranian, and we see the protest of
Morandi is born in America. He's born in America. He's not Iranian.
Which that means that...
I thought you landed, bro. You landed. Okay? Shut up for 5 minutes. Shut up for 5 minutes. Let's hear from other people.
I thought you landed. I apologize. There's other Iranians that disagree. There was Iranians protesting in favor, and there was Iranians protesting with grievances of their government.
Yeah.
And those in favor of their government outweigh the same way.
Those who protest and don't get shot at, okay, those are the ones that you hear about.
Hold on.
The millions of people who go out and protest and they get killed by the tens of thousands. You're ignoring those people.
Coco, why you keep muting me? Man, Saman, to your point, we just here in America, and I am one. When it comes to domestic policies, I'm in favor of Trump. When it comes to foreign policies, and I guess this is universal, and I'm thinking about it with all. But now, you cannot tell somebody like me about somebody. Didn't Donald Trump just admit that they sent weapons to the opposition? Now, I don't think
those
it was
are the Kurds. Those are the Kurds.
It doesn't matter. There was a third-party transfer.
Protesters.
It didn't matter. But I don't even think that was Donald Trump directly there. Donald Trump just took the credit for it there. And Donald Trump first term, after this man been compromised here out of the blue, this man get over 30 fucking federal cases in multiple states, multiple assassination attempts, and then we want to ignore how many United States presidents have been assassinated and how much we only...
Well, according to your logic, it's okay because of what happened. What's that?
I understand that Donald Trump came into the race for the American benefit there. He came off the muzzle. He told NATO to their teeth, y'all full of shit. Y'all sitting up here relying on us as American to provide the soldiers, the money, and the damn technology, and y'all ain't chipping in a goddamn thing. He said that first term. So
he didn't say that. He said that the Iranian people were brave and they were protesting.
I said NATO. I didn't even say Iran. I said he told NATO that.
NATO.
He told NATO that they are full of shit. And then so my point is that espionage and manipulation and betrayal is a thing that we deal with. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna recommend another book, Economic Hitman by John Perkins. Is another book to go and look up and research. Donald Trump is trying to do what's best for the American people. He, not being a seasoned politician, though he's been working with them, now that he's actually behind the scenes there, he didn't know that how much he was up against, how much he was hamstrung, and how he had to fire so many cabinet members first term. He got the second term stolen from him, and he's back in here a third term, and he got to do what he got to do and navigate different things there. But the state of Israel is an enemy to the state of America.
Well, ironically, Saman, in your watching your profile, Saman, you got a protest in peace. Is it fair to say that that's what it's written in your profile? Protesting peacefully? Is that what you're promoting?
Yeah, I put in I think I said march in peace on my.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So is that what your position is when it comes to protests?
Yeah, of course. I think the reason why I put that was because at the time, this was before the events of the last couple of months. I think a lot of people were wondering what they should do, and obviously the first step is to protest peacefully.
Fair enough.
Because we didn't want anybody to attack right? And that's what happened. The people marched in peace in January, and that started everything. So that was the message.
Yeah, but how do you justify the killing of over 760 police officers in those days? Apparently, the government says that almost 760 law enforcement officers also been killed during those so-called protests.
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, a lot of people who were killed by in the protest, and then the government said that no, these people were actually on our side, and a lot of the families were like, no, so and so was not a Basiji who was killed by the protesters. He was actually a protester. So that's how they get their numbers. It's 8 people who were actually protesting. But what happened is the police officers, yeah, of course I'm sad that people are with the government and they're shooting at their own citizens. Why are you talking about 50,000 people?
Dollars on people? Is that what it is? Dollars?
50,000 people.
Where did you get this number from? Someone? International?
No, I got it from the kids who were inside. They worked at the hospitals. Do you want to let me finish, Soren?
Okay, finish off your message.
Thank you. You think you're so smart. Okay, they counted the bodies. They counted the bodies in the hospitals.
Do you know what the source means, Saman? Do you understand what?
Well, maybe, stupid ass. If the country was free, we could have. Maybe if the internet was not cut off, you stupid ass. Maybe if the internet was not cut off, we could have sources.
Do you have any?
Do you have sources? Is your source the Islamic Republic?
Of 3,000.
Yeah, you do. Well, if they were honest about their sources, then why don't they turn on the fucking internet? Why don't they turn on the internet?
Listen, do you have any sources?
Why don't they turn on the internet, Soren? Why don't they turn on the internet, Soren?
Are you talking about Israel, Saman? Where you can get 5 years in jail?
They turn off the internet.
Are y'all talking about
International.
Israel?
Okay, what is your reference?
No, sorry.
You said that international brand watch. Okay. That number, where it come from? All of the information that Corey talked about. Which information? Okay, what is your reference?
Just to go on, give me a source. Like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch.
Okay, so you also give me the source. 700 you talked about. Which source told you?
You just claimed 45,000 people were killed in those 2 days. Give me a damn source.
Donald Trump is my source.
You don't.
Donald Trump is my source.
You know why you don't have it?
You tell me what is your source when it was living in Iran, when I was observing everything.
Israel will give you 5 years in jail if you send out any information about the war that's going on. So when y'all talking about the internet, who are y'all referring to? Israel.
Israel. You guys are obsessed with Israel.
Listen, I'll give it facts.
Nobody
they have very law.
Nobody mentioned Israel.
When you mention 5 years in jail,
and all of a sudden Israel comes into play.
Yeah, that's completely different than like blanket shutting down the entire fucking internet in the entire country. Like, way different.
Yeah, the source is that they counted bodies.
Can you put the source?
Why don't you put your source, Soren? Yeah, Soren, you put your source. Why don't you put your source?
All right. So, I already have a headache. We've been here for 3 minutes. So
thank God, Vikings.
So we have Amnesty International, we have Human Rights Watch. They posted the source. United Nations International Offices,
A variety from Reuters, CBS,
Please
BBC.
put a link on it.
Dude, no.
Don't have any source, do you?
Hey, Soren, you need to shut the fuck up. Because quite frankly, we actually know who you are.
Did you have any source?
I did it.
It's a
But
yes.
again, I just listed the sources.
No,
so
just
you can use that Cricket wireless that you have in your hand and go ahead and Safari or whatever it is that you have, Google or whatnot, and look this up because those sources came out. We're aware that protesters were killed in the street. They were abducted. They were jailed. They were tortured. We have that. This is part of the IRGC. It's been going on for 50 fucking years. It's not fucking new. It's not fucking rocket science. You don't need a plethora of other people to go ahead and do this. If your argument is the exact number may not be there, you're right. We don't have the exact numbers. We do know that it's a lot. We do know that it's several thousand. It may approach several, maybe 50,000, may approach 10,000, but we do know that it's several thousands of individuals. So it's not that fucking hard to believe, considering that the IRGC, when Trump called his, at 8 o'clock, I'm going to start bombing the fuck out of Iran, the IRGC said, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do hands across Iran, and we're going to shield all of our military assets with human shields. So, quite clearly, the IRGC really doesn't give a fuck about human life, protest, or the actual civilian population. So, probably pick a better track to, make your argument. Fuck, I'm 3 Guinnesses in, and even I could pick you apart. It's really sad, dude. Come back.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to share with you guys about the news is, for me, the most important point is that the weapons that were intended to get to the protesters so they could continue the revolution, they were supposed to be sent using the Kurds, and the Kurds kept the weapons for themselves. And I think that's the most important thing that we should keep in mind, and that's why everything has been delayed, because obviously you don't send weapons because, you just care about, a short-term situation. You send weapons because you're trying to help people have a revolution and get, solve the problem forever. And so if that track didn't work, obviously they're going to try a different route, and they're going to try to get some other people to help them get those weapons to those protesters. And I think that takes time. And so the whole plan where Trump said, hey, we're going to do this military operation, and at the end, you guys can take your country back, I think this threw a monkey wrench into the plans. And so Trump came out, he kept saying, we're ahead of schedule, we've done everything we need to do, we're going to head out of there pretty soon. And I think that was a signal that, hey, we're ahead of schedule, but something else is missing. And later on, he mentioned the Kurds, and I think that's what was missing, is that they didn't have enough support for the people to do the revolution. So that's the one thing I wanted to share with you guys, because I think a lot of people are confused about why this sort of ceasefire thing. And I think everything would have been solved. The Strait of Hormuz would have been opened once the revolution got going. And I think Trump even pointed to that a week ago. He said, when everybody's free, that everything will open naturally. And I think that's what was the plan. I don't think they ever intended to force the Strait of Hormuz open. I think that was their, secret sort of ace in the hole, was that once the revolution happened, that they wouldn't even have to force the Strait of Hormuz open. So, these things are difficult. And I think Matt and other people were here probably a month ago when we discussed what would happen, and we probably talked about these ethnic groups. And I think a bunch of us came up and said these groups were not to be trusted. And now you're saying that we were right. These Kurdish groups are not trusted. Their leaders actually, one of them met with the Islamic Republic just like a month ago.
But I understand the Kurds actually have been allies to the U.S. in the past. They have helped us. They have provided intelligence. They currently are doing that. So saying that they can't be trusted is kind of like steering. And I'm going to call bullshit on you on this part because, quite frankly, the fact that we have multiple players, like we have the Sorens, which I would have put, like, I'm going to akin Soren as Turkey. Just like some fucking twat waffle that wants to fuck up relationships all throughout the Middle East. And then I'm going to put you, I'm not going to put you as a representative of Israel, but I'm going to put you at like that kind of propagandist part. Like, you understand that the majority of the Middle East is like desperately asking for economic prosperity, and they are trying to end literally the massive amounts of bloodshed that has been going on for 50 years. They're trying to end terrorist attacks. They're trying to do this all across the board. The Abraham Accords were a great step. They have cemented ties with Israel. Everybody is working together in the vast majority of the Middle East basin. The only issue that stands in the way, quite literally, is Turkey, Pakistan, Yemen, Syria, and of course, fucking Iran. Now, if Iran falls, now we have a kind of different fight. I think
now Viking. Now I want to ask you.
I'm talking to Viking here.
Yeah. You talking to Viking? I want to.
Let's not get off topic. Let me just talk to Viking a little bit.
You both can wait for a second. Let me finish, and then you guys can do whatever it is you're going to do. But understand that, like, geopolitics in the Middle East is very vastly kind of like difficult. Even on the, like, that's an understatement. It's damn near impossible. So the measures that we actually have succeeded with right now are astronomical. This is a monumental achievement that we have the majority of Middle East countries unifying, rallying, and saying, hey, we want to work together. We want this kind of opportunities that the U.S. is providing, that Israel, that all of us, like Dubai, UAE, these guys are all like at the fucking front of the table. What doesn't need to happen is Israel to try to create, like, domestically Israeli politics. Not against any Jews, but sometimes Israel fucking steps on their own balls and squeals like a pig, because if you fuck this up, there is absolutely no reason, and there is somebody like me who actually stands and says, hey, you know, Israel, you're our ally, we'll honor that, we'll commit to that. But if you fuck this up, I'm going to be pissed off about it. And I'm not going to stop these guys from saying, you know what, no more fucking Israel ties. This needs to come to peace. Iran needs to reach its full potential, and it does need to exist alongside Israel. And with Iran actually coming into the economic fold and allowing them to have prosperity, Yemen will join, Syria will go, and Turkey will have to sit there like the insolent child that it is and fucking pout, sticking its thumb up its own ass and trying to figure out what they need to do next, because either they're going to be part of NATO or they're going to be the twat waffles that they are, like saying, hey, we're NATO, we like America, but we're going to fight systems. So, again, like, what you guys are saying is true to a certain extent, but don't act like Israel is doing the omnipotent thing, because Israel has stepped on their own dick in the past.
Well,
don't tell me I'm wrong.
With the nuance.
Hold on, Corey. Viking jumped in.
Listen, sir, you just got through speaking before him.
No, I was in the middle of my talk.
Hold up. It's not going to take me 20 seconds. Now, the nuance, Viking, I want to ask you about when it comes to the sources there, in terms of acknowledgement, seeing that Trump just acknowledged, and I think Trump took credit for it.
Or you're going to go off topic. Let me
I'm not going to go off topic.
Just hold on, man. Just hold on. Let me finish my comment about the Kurds. Jesus.
It isn't.
Look, Viking, I agree with pretty much everything you said, but with let me finish, Corey. Let me just finish. Okay? But with respect to Iran, the Kurds were not able to be trusted. And that's out of Trump's own mouth. He said that the weapons were intended for the protesters, and that the Kurds kept them. Okay, so with respect to Iran, they are not to be trusted. And in all the other countries, I think they expected to have their own state, and they didn't get it, and now they're backstabbing the United States and Israel. So I'll land there. We can move on.
Viking, before you, I don't know how can we have a sincere conversation that stifle disagreement in the same breath? That means that your position is not strong. How can you have sincere conversation, keep mutiny? It's okay to disagree. Viking, particular different, okay, now, when you called out, you know what I'm saying, the red flag that you called out, in your sourcing, is it true or is it not true that during the protest, now, roughly 3,000, give or take, but in that 3,000, at least a third of that is police officers, firefighters, and ambulance, which then, in the same breath, credit was given by Mossad agents and CIA about fomenting the unrest, even you will remember that his name escaped me, where they devalued the Iranian currency to create the unrest. And one of the nuances that they leave out is that there were political and military personnel that was willing to defect. However, Israel on day one killed those persons, and thus the hardliners then was able to rise up into position, and this is why we are at this particular stage where we are at now in the conflict. And that's my question to you, Viking. Is that a fair assessment and analysis, or is that a reach?
Let me ask you a question with respect to
Hold on. Like, you asked me a question, so just wait, hold on. So you have to look up, over there, Ahmed Jumpier, or whatever his fucking last name is. Then you have Rouhani, and then you have Rayal, who these guys were the leaders of Iran back at some point, and they had control of this. They printed off massive amounts of Iranian currency, which obviously devalued their own currency. They devalued their own. So their inflationary period rose up. So yes, the U.S. had economic sanctions. That was a major external factor, but they also didn't help themselves by literally paper money that had no value behind it. They had no assets. They weren't able to trade any assets. Nobody was able to trade with it. And I mean, I'm kind of lost in the rest of your question, so maybe I missed it. Maybe somebody else has it.
That those who was dependent on, once they assassinated, say, Khamenei and a few other particular figures there, they had personnel inside the military. There was personnel inside the military and the politics that was willing to cooperate with the West, but Israel assassinated those persons the same way that there was Hamas personnel willing to negotiate, and Israel assassinated them. And that conundrum was caused by Israel bucking the American interests versus their own. And but the highlight of my question is that this could have been over with had not Israel assassinated particular key personnel that was willing to cooperate and negotiate.
I mean, that's a conspiracy theory from, like, I mean, I get your point, like, with Israel, like, you know, use a pager and blow somebody's nuts off. I never thought I would see it in my lifetime. I thought that was some James Bond shit. Could it be? Yes. I mean, I'm not going to put it, like, say no. I mean, I've seen a lot in my lifetime. So the answer to your question is emphatically, like, I don't know. I don't have the answer. I do not know if Mossad secretly went into Iran, found all of U.S. assets, and then decided to eliminate them so that they could.
Remember, Trump recently said he didn't want to divulge the name of who he was negotiating with. They wanted to try to make it like he was playing crazy. You know, propaganda go both sides. Where Ron said he negotiated with himself. No, clearly Trump was negotiating with somebody where we had a tentative ceasefire. But when he said they might be assassinated, naturally we would think that he referred to the Iranians.
No, that assassination could come from the IRGC. It could come from one of
We would think that. And it could come from Israel.
It could come from Israel. It could come from France.
But that's my main point, is that Israel is undermining America. That's what I'm really hitting at.
So you have confirmation of this. So it couldn't have been like China undermining us, because, you know, China interferes with our elections at the most. They spend the most money trying to lobbying us. They steal the most IP from us. They invest the most of their.
But China is also hurting from the Strait of Hormuz being closed, because the economics is also the economic component. They can still get their oil.
That's fine, but again,
Israel has been undermining us left, right, and center. Like when Trump was negotiating with Hamas,
so has the EU, so has the UN, basically.
Oh,
but the U.S. determines.
Fair enough. So we can put those other people on the table, but we cannot take Israel off the table.
Well, we can't. I just told you could put them on the table. I really don't care. I just put everybody on the table. Like, Israel is not. So 15 million people are really not having the power. Like, what is it? 7 subs, a couple nuclear missiles.
10 million people. Israel's population.
Thank you for correcting me. So 10 million people. What is it? 7 subs. How big's their fleet? Like what? 25, 30 ships that are really combat efficient out there.
But more than 100 nuclear missiles.
Yeah, that's nothing. And when I look at it, you know, looking at the IDF, their ability to transit across and reach out and touch somebody, and they don't really have the massive capabilities to be that dominant player. Would I think like Russia? Yeah, Russia could be on the table.
Well, ever since the USS Liberty, you know, Israel's loyalty is not trustworthy, and they have infiltrated our government. And we can never forget them intentionally, knowingly, that there was a U.S. Navy ship when they attacked the USS Liberty, and now, by that dynamic, Israel is an enemy to America.
So I'm going to say this to you. I'm going to give you a modern context, because people don't know necessarily about the USS Liberty. While I appreciate your animosity with it, and yes, as a former squid man, I would be upset with it. I am still upset with it. I don't hold a grudge necessarily against Israel. I hold a grudge against the politics of the day and the people that were involved. But I'm going to say this. When Americans were kidnapped on October 7th, and they were raped, murdered, and we still had American hostages, whether they were Jewish or not, because people forget this, they were actually Americans. They had a blue and gold passport. But because they said, hey, I'm a Jew in America, I guess apparently they don't count anymore. But I look at all Americans. The minute you're touched by a hostile nation for a political or some other fucking gain, I really want to destroy you. I don't give a shit about your family. I don't care about kids. I don't care about schools, daycares, fucking laundromats. I don't care. I will literally want to, like, go after your nation until every one of those Americans is returned. And if you kill one, and you rape one, and then you fucking put her on video, now I'm going, I don't really give a shit about your grandmother, your Aunt Louise. I don't give a flying fuck because you touched an American. Period. End of story. So for me, Israel, not Joe Biden, got American hostages back. So yes, they did do the Liberty. Yes, it was shitty. Yes, it was fucking brutal. 168 sailors wounded, 21 dead. I have issues with that. However, they also brought home Americans, civilians who went to a fucking concert to get high, fuck their brains out, drink, and listen to shitty fucking Taylor Swift songs. And they didn't deserve to be fucking shot at, raped in the street, or used as propaganda for the time frames that they were. And I don't really give a fuck. I'm just glad those Americans, those that were alive, were brought home. And I'm glad, the IDF put a lot of those motherfuckers down into the ground. I don't really care. They don't matter to me because you touched an American.
Yeah, we keep talking about American, but you forgot there are so many Americans with Palestinian descent who are murdered by fascist apartheid regime of Israel, which you seem to defend, but you don't care about those Americans because they're
So what Palestinian was killed?
Oh, I can give you the names. Shirin Abu Bakr. Shirin Abu Bakr. Do you know
Put it
the
in
name?
the chat. Put it in the chat.
Well, okay. Right now, it's called Shirin, as in SH.
Dude, I'm not gonna let you put it in the chat. Put the link in there and give me that so I can verify.
And once you find out about that, then would you be to condemn that action of this?
Of course I fucking would, because I fucking
you want me to educate you on that? Then
dude,
I'm happy to educate you.
You're fucking like on.
No, can you just please refrain from using profanity, Grandpa, please?
Listen, this grandpa can bend you over and make you the bitch that you are.
Hey, no. Let's not do that. So when y'all disagree that
Camel cocky, I got you too. Like you know that.
No, Viking. He's having a misunderstanding on zealot step. Soren, Viking is a zealot there. So when he thinking American, he only seeing the flag there. So now the different components of the different ethnicities inside of America, you have to move past that particular dynamic there because military folks are conditioned in that manner there, And I'm saying this as a pro-black Muslim in America, and my little brother being in the second Desert Storm, I know what I'm looking at when I hear the particular mindset. So, just try to find a medium on the wrong that the country do in the name of the citizens versus
here's the thing. It's not a military mindset. It's an American mindset. Like, I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care what your sky daddy is. I'm not a Christian. I'm not fucking anything. I don't believe there's a God. When you die, I believe you turn into dirt. Like, that's literally the extent of it. I don't give a fuck about religion. I don't give a fuck about your morality. All I care is whether you're American.
Okay.
And
Shireen was American.
Shireen was American, and the military drilled that into you to condition it.
No, the military didn't drill it into me. My father did.
But why?
Because he actually said, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, you can go back down. I can help you with that. I'm pretty sure I can.
So do you know about the Americans? Because
we could sense. We could.
Soren. Let's slow walk it, bro. I get your compassion, but just let's try to understand each other's vantage point.
Corey, don't you think it's better for people like Viking to exist than people they identify with all people in America as a collective, as a part of a nation?
What that you heard what I said there. My little brother, you know what I'm saying? When he was in the second Desert Storm, that's why he told me two things. 4 years ago, I found out that he got hit with an IED in Iraq and woke up there. And so he went into the military. He went into the Marines in 2005, and he did 10 years there. So and he told me a second point. He told me a story about he shot what he thought was a pregnant woman, but this is at the time where ISIS was doing that nonsense there, where they were strapping bombs on people, children and women, and you have the human compassion, but hey, he had to go ahead and pull the damn trigger. I don't know, whatever they call Overwatch or whatever that, I don't know, that formation. And so the psychological effects, and I trained and raised my little brother. And so that affect us as a collective. And then, so when he was maybe 3 years ago working at the post office, he told one of his coworkers, hey, we ain't gonna talk about that because we're not gonna agree. Coworker guys, he said, why? Because you're gonna say some shit, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you. And literally, before he quit, he slapped this spot and quit. So the trauma and the PTSD, though it doesn't get recognized domestically, militarily, it does, it's still real either way. The trauma is real. We can't dismiss it. So it is a quagmire, but we got to figure out to get through it there. And the politicians fuck up. My issue is that the politicians, they lied to us about weapons of mass destruction. My little brother was there for that. That's why I'm not riding with this current shit here, because the same forces behind the scenes is pushing the same storyline, exploiting the patriotism. That's what I got to beef with.
I found a website that actually tracked the American citizens with Palestinian descent who were murdered by Israel. It's a very long list, Waikiki, a very long list. And
I'm sure. Who created the list? First, let's start there.
You didn't even look into it.
No,
Just
I'm
look
asking
into
you.
it first.
Dude, I asked you a simple question. Who created the list?
Do you want me to digest the food for you? At least look it up. I understand that you might be a little bit old, but look it up.
Okay. So this old man was over in your area sending all of you Somali butt pirates out into the water and let you go see like Davy Jones firsthand. I taught you how the Pirates of the Caribbean really.
Do you want to look it up?
And you know what? And for this part here, it's amazing that you, Edward, hold on. It's amazing that you want to fight me on a stage, but you are not in Iran fighting. I kidded up.
You don't even know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, wait.
It's called Iran.
I don't give a shit. I'll call it donkey. I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't give a shit. You mistake me for somebody who cares. I ran because you know why?
Sorry, are you an Egyptian? You don't have any color.
You guys are blonde.
That's the problem.
You know, Soren's version.
And then cried.
And cry all the time, and then sit there and act like you're like making something happen, and it's really not. You're crying from like fucking Egypt, Germany, or Canada. So yes, I'm gonna call the country Iran because the women have bigger balls than the men do, apparently, because you can't even stand there and fight.
How do you?
I've heard the women on this app. They actually fucking back up what they're saying. You know what? I can hear the fear in your voice. I can hear that fucking little like patronizing fucking that carries through. I can hear all the shit while you're talking from fucking Skynet or whatever it is you got going on.
You are a boomer.
I'm a boomer. I'm not a boomer, dude. I can go back and fight right now. I'll tell you what. I'll go back there. I'll put your grandpa down. I have no problem with it. I'll fucking blow up another school. I don't really care. It really doesn't matter to me. I'm not that nice guy. I am literally Edward, stop. I am American first. I believe in all Americans. I will support every American regardless of their race. I don't give a flying fuck about their color. I don't give a fuck about their religion. I don't give a fuck about what ethnicity they're from. All I care about is that they're Americans. And when you fucking camel cum dumpsters fucking want to sit there and kill them because you think somehow or another it makes a statement, and then you think I'm the bad guy for reprising on that, like 241 Marines, 613, and you don't actually acknowledge the mothers and the wives and the children who had to grow up without those people. Now all of a sudden, I'm your worst nightmare because I'm the guy that will bury you.
You can find the name of those innocent American citizens who were murdered and butchered by this Israeli regime since 2000.
You know what? I know that Iran has killed a lot more than any Israeli has in the entire history since Israel has existed.
You don't care about it.
You know what? I do care. You know what? Yeah, and you know what? And the president pinned a medal to my fucking chest for fucking sinking your family down.
Racist, redneck.
Right, you're right. I'm racist. You know what? Hats off to America. Hats off. I am racist for Americans. Everybody else is second place to me.
You only care about white Americans.
No, I care about all Americans.
Why don't you look into the website? Just look it up. They're all Palestinian descents. Happen to have a different name than yours.
Great. So they live in Palestine, but you're saying they have an American relative, and now you're.
Regime of Israel.
You know what? I kind of hope Israel fucking mows you down. I'm good with it. I'm okay with it. I don't really give a fuck. I'm not. I'll sleep really well tonight. I promise you that. I'll sleep fucking magically tonight. And you know what? I know your fucking cousins will go to hell. I know your cousins will go to the grave. I know you guys will fucking sit there and still butt fuck each other in the dark because you're all afraid and you'll cuddle up. I know you'll go nut to butt. And I know you fucking guys are just full of shit. And no one gives a fuck about your fucking jihad, your fucking pedophile god, none of your fucking regime antics. No one gives a flying fuck about it because you know what? Stop acting like I'm racist when I actually will fucking protect Black Americans. And when you come to my country, you sit there and treat Black Americans as if they were fucking dogs. I see how you treat them. And then you get pissed off at them. You build gas stations in fucking Black communities and then act as if they're the fucking criminals when you got a handout, you got welfare, you got business opportunities and all of that shit. And then you fucking will stand in front of them and claim, oh no, I'm not Black. But when it suits your purpose, you'll jump on the shoulders of Black Americans in a fucking heartbeat. So spare me your fucking racist bullshit, because frankly, I would put a warhead on your forehead and I don't give a fuck. I would hit that red dot and blow it out the back of your fucking head.
Corey, you want to talk about how the Muslims, the Arab Muslims, treat the Nation of Islam and Black Muslim?
I think Viking just already spoke to that point there, so ain't no need of me to do no follow-up on that there. Shit, if you didn't understand it, then that means you don't know the history.
Fuck that Arab slave trade. You want to come over here and talk about reparations that white Americans owe? Maybe, possibly. That's a discussion. But you know what? The fact that you guys sat there and tortured, neutered, fucking cut off balls, severed genitalia, fucking torture them, and fucking murder them in mass, and then you sit there and go, oh, well, we're people of color too. Let me jump on that back. And you expect Black Americans to sit there and side with you? Fuck, if I was Black American, I can guarantee you I'd be pissed off more than I am at you fucking guys. I'd fucking murder you all the way. I'd be going, Trump, don't fucking pause. Bomb the fuck out of them until they fucking capitulate and cry. And there's only women and old men fucking crying and weeping for their sons.
Matter of fact, shit, I was trying to... So, last year, there were a group of, I guess you would say, volunteers or whatnot that went to Palestine, in the name of a humanitarian mission there. And, a few Black Americans, and guess what? There was some Black Americans led by a Palestinian woman, and there was some Black Americans that pointed out that they was being treated racist. And the woman that led them had the nerve to say, why would you bring that up and these people in the middle of a genocide? How the fuck do you have the opportunity to be fucking racist in the middle of a genocide? Now, sympathy for suffering of humanity, that's one thing. When it's not reciprocated, a whole nother dynamic there. But those Palestinians that was racist towards Black, that's coming over there to bring their ass food and water. You want us to ignore that? You got us fucked up. This ain't that.
As my favorite Clubhouse personality says, my. Hats off to Ambassador.
I want my Hormuz Strait opened. Why is it not open?
Get your tough ass over there and open it then.
I voted for a tough ass. No, I didn't vote for him.
Okay. So in other words, then you like a damn Saudi, where then you ain't no real balls of your own. You think your money gonna make you tough, and you gonna
my money makes me tough.
Okay, well, goddamn, we'll use your money to get over there.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. My money makes me tough, motherfucker. I earn it.
Well, goddamn it, you need to get some more money. You need to get some more money.
Why my Hormuz Strait ain't open?
Goddamn it, you ain't got enough money to get it open. That's why.
So that's what it comes down to.
That's what it comes down to.
Why isn't my Hormuz Strait open?
Because you ain't got enough money and water to get it open.
Gildas, I'll tell you what, for $1 US, I will personally go over there and open the strait for you, but you can't complain about how I do it or who I lay to waste
Let me tell you something.
That's a loser bet there, Viking.
Let me tell you something, old buddy Viking. I would love to carpet bomb.
Listen, Viking, you cannot trust a man that ain't got the nuts to defend his own family. This nigga ain't got the nuts to defend his own family, and you think you can trust him?
Why do you have to speak when I start talking? You're right. I apologize. It's all good, brother. You know, I know how it is on the clubhouse streets. I just want to make a statement. I want that mullah out of there. I want that Hormuz Strait open, and I want to do it for $2.99 a gallon. Nigga, you see where I'm coming from?
Do it from your comfort of your own home.
I want to do it for $2.99 a gallon.
I paid $2.92 today, kid.
I go to work. I pay my good taxes. They take about 28% of my $200,000 a year.
How much did you pay today, Gildas?
Man, I paid $6.59.
I paid $2.90. I paid $2.92.
I paid $6.59.
West Texas, baby. Oh yeah.
Get your ass off that West Coast, cool. If that's what you're paying for.
Get the fuck out of California. You're paying all that taxes.
Nah, man, it ain't that easy. You know, I'm trying to move elsewhere, but I like the coast. I like to see the ocean. And as American,
there's oceans in Texas.
If I want to pay for it.
Yeah. There's oceans in Texas.
On the count of Newsom.
You know I don't like Newsom.
I know.
I hate that motherfucker too.
Half of it is on account of.
But look, something's gonna have to give, man. You can't tell me you're gonna break up the civilization.
Literally half of it.
Get into a 10-point plan based on Iran's ideals.
Hey, Mike, you know what? I got a question with you about that there, right? I have the mindset that Trump, I believe that Israel tried to kill Trump and extorted him with all these cases there. And a part of his strategic maneuvering is that some way he's kind of trying to and let Iran go ahead and give some clapback to Trump. Is that feasible or is that reaching?
I think it's a tad reaching, my friend. I think it's a little bit reaching. I mean, Trump's kind of a different type of president. He really doesn't give a fuck. I mean, basically, he says things like, my button worked about nuclear weapons to North Korea was threatened. So, like, for Israel, I don't know if I can't call him a cuck because he kind of uses them. And right now, I think Trump is actually playing Israel, but the Israelis, they think that Trump is in alignment with them. But I think Trump is just like, I want peace and I want economic prosperity in the Middle East and I want this shit done. That's my overall opinion.
I think the Iranians tried to kill fucking Trump twice. He almost got fucking murdered by a fucking tranny lover, and he came back in a second time. The first time he came in and tried to negotiate and do the fucking presidential shit, and then the second time when he won, he said, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna fix all this shit, and I don't give a fuck, and I'm gonna go down in history as being the man who toppled fucking Venezuela, toppled fucking Cuba, toppled Iran, and he's gonna win all this fucking shit. It's gonna take time.
Remember now,
he's going to
Iran. Listen,
he's going to.
Y'all forgetting American history. Y'all forgetting American history. Trump fathered a gangster, and I seen a interview with one of the mafia cats there. Right, Trump was building. I don't remember whatever he was building. $20 million, right? And the mob and the unions, they padded the bill with $2 million. And this dude described it. Trump looked at it. He knew the numbers. He didn't say nothing. But them people went to jail. They knew that they was playing with hot water, but whatever their code is, they went on ahead and had to go to jail for whatever criminal extortion, whatever it was there. But, a wise man can play dumb. A dumb man cannot play to be wise. And Trump is wiser than we're giving him credit for. I disagree with him mocking Biden when he was going through his whatever, stages of initially, saying, but push that to the side there. Trump is wiser than people give him credit for, but at the same time, as a man,
what up, niggas and wiggers?
When I think Netanyahu was playing games with Trump, Trump was, figured out that, hey, he had to maneuver because they put this man up under 30 or 34 cases there in multiple states there. I think the second election was stolen from that man. And first election, when he's saying bring industry back to America, when everything we got say made in China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Mexico, and this and then the third, Trump was on to something. His strategy.
He cut out trade with them too, with the trade wars.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we ain't got manufacturing in America. And that's not his fault. That happened up under the Nixon administration there to source out American jobs there. So I think Trump intentions is for America, but he didn't realize once he's into politics, it's not the same when you outside and you sponsor.
Because there's a whole lot of extra other shit within the decision making that he got to come to even passing laws and doing shit. It's all, he looked at it from the business side, but it's still all the logistical shit that a nigga got to deal with, all the day-to-day shit that a nigga got to deal with. See what I'm saying? So, yeah. Because like I be telling people, like, people act like the world was just, everything is just his fault. I said, well, the Clinton administration, Bush administration, Obama administration, Biden administration, those for nobody, not for black, not for white folk, not for nobody, because everybody went through the recession.
That's smoke detectors, wow.
Yeah, I ain't gonna change that big old start working. But look, everybody went through the recession, black and white people. Everybody lost their homes doing that.
And who was responsible for COVID? They want us to focus on China. Israel.
I blame Israel, Obama, and
false flag is one of their specialties there.
I blame Fauci, Obama, Bill Gates, and the World Health Organization.
So be careful on the blaming Israel for COVID, because Israel did something really stupid. They signed an agreement with Pfizer to have them be the primary source for all of their vaccines for 10 years. And that is the first time that has ever occurred in history with a pharmaceutical company to be the sole provider for a nation. And Israel is actually feeling those effects. It was a stupid decision, but I don't honestly think that they could be blamed for COVID.
Are you saying that Israel? Hold on, let me ask you a question. Are you saying
Pfizer?
Hold on, wait, Viking. Are you saying that Israel forced the vaccines on their population also?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, they signed a contract saying yes, forced vaccine mandates as well as one type of vaccine. So they, in essence, took the wrong path. They made a massive fuck up.
Whoa, okay, I got it. The information there, I got to analyze that.
100%. I was just about to say, bro, that's some new shit that I ain't never heard. I got to look into.
So I'm Israeli, and I can tell you 100% of the population is vaccinated.
Guys, I want to say something about the topic. None of that happened. Iran broke the ceasefire, and the reason for that is that they said as long as Israel is attacking Lebanon, we're not gonna stop, because the Hezbollah terrorist group is founded by this regime in Iran. So there will be no ceasefire, and they have given you 10 ridiculous points that can be.
Sir.
Yeah. Albert Bourla. I'm going to give you the answer about Pfizer. Albert Bourla was the CEO of Pfizer who took over at the beginning of COVID and is of Jewish ancestry. So there's your fucking answer why. It's not a secret conspiracy. It just happens to be a fucking Jew who worked out a deal with Israel to fucking be the one to provide pharmaceuticals to Israel.
No, because Moderna had issues with Moderna.
Albert Bourla is is a Jew. I'm not saying it's bad or conspiratorial.
Wait.
I'm not claiming that, Rafi. I'm simply saying that it's no different than if, a African country then took on a pharmaceutical company that was being run by a fucking Guyanese guy.
FDA, Health Canada, the European nations.
There are Jews.
And what Brad is talking about is that Pfizer is the single company providing pharmaceuticals and has a fucking agreement with Israel to be the sole provider of pharmaceuticals in Israel.
Yeah,
it's not a fucking conspiracy or bad. I'm not being anti-Semitic here, Rafi. I'm not. Say it's no different than it's simply saying, like, if Pfizer did a sole agreement with the Guyanese government, and then we find out the guy who's running the company that took over is from fucking Ghana, we'd all be like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Worked out a fucking deal with Ghana to sell fucking pharmaceuticals there.
I'm not arguing that fact, but they forced their population to take that vaccine.
Yeah, Rafi, my point was
who's the majority shareholder in Pfizer at that BlackRock?
But Rafi, my point wasn't that. It was that Israel was the first nation to ascribe and sign a contract with one provider and not allow, what its normal stance was to allow any pharmaceutical company or any medical device company to provide care to its people. It literally locked itself into Pfizer, and they're the first.
They probably got a really good deal, seeing how the CEO who just took over the company was his.
It has nothing to do with that. Pfizer made fucking gajillion dollars off of it. It's like untold amount of money that's actually going to come fostering through. So, I mean, in between GLP-1, specialty meds, fucking gene and cell therapeutics, and then, of course, the COVID vaccine, the pharmaceutical companies ended up with, like, Pfizer got a sweetheart deal from Israel. And I understand why Israel did it, because they were going based off of the data that they had, the fear-mongering that was going on in the population, and the global response. It just was a shitty deal. They made a mistake. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and they did a deal with a guy who just took over a company who happens to be
another nuance. It is unfair. Even among every society have disagreements there. And so, in the Jewish community, they have internal differences. To blanket all of the Jews with one paintbrush is unfair.
Oh no, I'm Jewish. I wasn't doing that. I was explaining it away in the sense of it's a Jewish guy who took over the company. Then they did a fucking sweet deal with fucking Israel, and it just happens to turn out that he's Jewish. That kind of shit happens all the time. Rafi would agree.
Yes, but again, Pfizer, if you look statistically, the reverse effects after people started to get Modernas. I remember at the beginning people were getting the Modernas, the Johnson.
Yeah, they're fucking people up.
They were getting a lot of negative effects on the people themselves. Pfizer had the best results.
Yeah.
General, if you look statistically, if you go down the rabbit hole or whatever you want to call it, Pfizer was the safest one out of all of them.
Rafi, before I search it on ChatGPT, I'm going to bet that BlackRock's majority shareholder.
I think what's up, guys?
That's fucking fake, baby.
Listen, everything, but I'm just saying.
I guarantee it's BlackRock's 40 shareholder, and then it's 25% Vanguard, and then 15% State Street. In BlackRock's majority shareholder in Vanguard, and Vanguard's majority shareholder in State Street, it's Russian nesting dolls.
I'm just saying.
25 trillion in holding, baby.
When people were getting the vaccines, when they were coming out in the limited amounts, and people were waiting in line, I remember people were avoiding the Johnson & Johnson one as it had effects, and not too many people were happy with Moderna. I remember Pfizer was that number one. If we have to get ourselves injected, people were screaming that they want Pfizer. I remember people were always saying Pfizer was the best one to get injected with out of all the shit that they were injecting. I'm not saying that Pfizer is good either, but Pfizer had the best results out of all that.
Wait, so you got vaccinated?
Me? Myself?
Yeah, you fucking sheep. You got vaccinated?
But did I say that I got vaccinated?
So no, at the time when Israel made the deal, I'm not going to deep dive into it because I had my own problem with the stats back then, and we realized that there's errors with the stats. But the stats did highlight Pfizer being the lead on that, and that's why they also came under fire under the Trump administration. They're part and parcel of why there's a broad focus on PBMs. Some of you who know me for a long time know that I talk about PBMs occasionally. But that's why Pfizer is actually the one that's like creating that catalyst and their entities and connections with CVS.
Brad, did you guys hear me or no?
No, I was talking.
Oh, dude, I was fucking laughing. Oh my god. Rafi, the top 3 shareholders of Pfizer, Vanguard Group, 541 million shares. BlackRock is 358 million shares, and State Street Corporation with 300 million shares.
Son of boy, that don't sound right. Are you? Listen, by that dynamic, you know, so there is a school of thought that separate the Zionists from the Jewish community, in that one is trying to have a hostile takeover, and inside of America, maybe a year or two ago, the United States politicians made a law to equate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism one and the same, which is totally wrong.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Zionism just invited the Jewish people to exist in their indigenous homeland.
That's not necessarily true. Like, Corey, do you believe that all religions have Zionism, or at least the principles and the pillars?
Mecca, Jerusalem, and Israel.
I'm asking Corey.
Yeah, yes, sir. Let's qualify it. When you're saying Zionism, could you then describe what is the right?
Okay, so the expansion of the religion to include all people who don't believe, to force contrition, to expand their belief, their territory, and their hold, as well as their sway into the governance systems that exist around the world based on their religion ideology.
No.
You don't believe that?
On the component of force. Zionism, as I understand it, is a nationalist, a secular nationalist political movement. And so the religious, one other component. The religious aspect on all religions is that you cannot force belief, but you can only compel or cajole it, but not force it.
Okay,
that's the distinction.
So, I'm going to highlight a couple. So Islam does have Zionism in it. The caste system, the Indians, they have Zionism in their approach. The Chinese in Buddhism has Zionistic approaches. The Japanese, when you had like the samurai and Bushido, that code actually exists under Zionism. They all believed in expansion and adherence to them. And they did it under force, and they did it under power.
It's Zionism because it wasn't Zionism when the
principle. He tried to describe the principle.
He's talking about the principle of Zionism. That's what I mean.
The principle. And so now, from the Nation of Islam, right? I'm going to address his particular.
I mean, I would throw Christianity in there, right? You would throw that.
I'm giving a live example, meaning I'm literally active, a part of a movement. And we have it in writing. The Final Call newspaper, formerly Muhammad Speaks. We state that a component of reparations is that the United States government should give us 8 to 10 states with an outlet to the sea so we can do international business and trade, and we can have our own jurisdiction, and a referendum should be also allowed for the black people that disagree. They don't have to come. So there's 3 countries on this continent. It can be 4. But to force it in a manner, because in the Quran it says that there's no compulsion in religion. And so we believe and practice that the actions to be the influence, in Indonesia being the largest Muslim country is a component of proof of concept. But to force it, we don't agree with that because then we can have hypocrisy in the ranks.
Okay, Corey, but you have hypocrisy in the ranks. You have it occurring in Europe. You have it occurring in the West. You have it occurring over in Asia and in a variety of islands outside of Indonesia. You have it occurring in the Philippines. So if we're aware that currently, despite these nationalities or these nations, their laws, their culture, and all of a sudden now you're saying this must be the way and this is what we demand, you now are using, guess what, force. And if you are using other tactics outside of just like protest or speaking on a street corner with the Quran, and in fact, we can highlight cases of this, you're using force or determinants of that, okay, that's Zionism. And nobody's willing to accept it. And like, here, I'll give you one better. Christians did the fucking absolute on the pillars. Christians absolutely use Zionism. They scrubbed the Indian out of people and beat them with a Bible. Like, I'm aware of this shit. Like, they did it in Africa, like massive amounts. Like, don't give a pause. I believe all religions.
So let me ask the question. So basically, I'm saying,
like the real true Islam, there's actually bullshit.
So Zionism is a practice.
What he's saying. Go ahead.
I'm saying, so Zionism is the practice of like forcing a type of religion or way of life on the people.
That's my point.
But they put it in the form of different religions, but it's basically all the same thing. I'm asking. I don't know. That's
what I'm trying to say is, stop fucking rituals.
I was just saying,
stop fucking Jesus. Like, you can go right after me.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is the pillars that everybody attributes to Zionism has occurred in both Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Bushido, under Zionism. Have these actions occurred under other religions? And when you reach the answer, yes, then, well, fuck, every religion does Zionism.
Is that giant shot? No. Sure. Hold on. Let the brother fuck. I think he had a disagreement.
Oh, yeah. I said like the real true Islam actually believes in compulsion, but not the fake made up one in Chicago.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that was sarcasm. Okay.
No, I was being that serious. It wasn't sarcasm.
Well, okay. Well, now
maybe facetious too.
Oh, okay, facetious then. Okay, no problem. No emotions about it. Now, to the brother Red's point there, here's the distinction here. The very, very first people to be called anti-Semitic were Jewish people. There was no other groups, no other races. The actual, matter of fact, the 1890, give or take, in that era, over in Germany and whatnot there. So, when you go look at the Bolshevik revolution and so forth there. And so we can even go as far as there was terrorist attacks by Zionists against Jewish people in Iraq and Iran and other places to force them to go ahead and, capitulate and migrate to Israel to create the state of Zionism. So now the practice, on down to the brother Vikings point there, the concept is one thing. The practice of execution is a whole nother category there. And so then by that dynamic, I'm going to agree that, and we call it nationalism. That's what we call it. And Zionism is a nationalist movement. Yet they hide behind the cloak of religion. Thus, now we come to the point.
No. We admit that we're nationalists. Aren't you a nationalist?
Hold on. No more. You can disagree with me right after that.
No, we're just conversating.
I know. Listen, I'm about to land. Listen, we're making the same point.
Norm, just let him talk, and then you can go after him.
And by the way, Israel attacked the Iran synagogue yesterday in Tehran. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah,
They destroyed a synagogue in Tehran.
Well, hey, listen, it's wartime. Things gonna happen that we not gonna like. That we're gonna shed tears and we're gonna smile both ways. But the point that I'm trying to highlight is that, nationalism is a legitimate right and concern. And then how we come about getting to that point is the distinction and theocracy versus democracy there. When you're claiming a religious identity in the name of Judaism and Zionism is secular, the methodology comes a conflict on how you come about it. And in America, separation of church and state, where the government is to respect all religions, this is a conundrum, and we're trying to find a solution for peace for everybody. That's the point I want to highlight.
So what's the big of a can I respond to Corey?
Sure, Shai. I'll go after you.
Thank you. So it's not that big of a conundrum, and as somebody who lives in Israel and lives amongst religious people and non-religious people, it's not really that honestly a big of a deal, right? As a matter of fact, you might like it a lot worse if it were a more of a religious movement than a secular movement, because the secular people are willing to say we are willing to deal within certain secular frameworks than some of the religious people, or depending on the zealousness of them. But you can see, Corey, that if you look up the history of Saladin, who I'm sure you're familiar with, in the 1100s,
great general.
When he fought the Christians and into the Crusades, you see that according to what I looked up, 300 rabbis and 200 Jewish families moved to the land of Israel, right? Focusing mostly in Jerusalem because they allowed them to live in Jerusalem. And you see that they were using the laws of those Jews then, mostly from North Africa and Yemen and places like this, to purchase land. And you see subsequently, over the course of approximately up until the 1800s, those same Jews who had then become a part of the Ottoman Empire also using what laws that were available to them to purchase land. And also when the Ashkenazi Jews moved into the area, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire refused to sell them land, who was helping them to buy land? It was the Sephardic Jews, right? The Sephardic religious Jews. They didn't know what secularism was. They knew that Herzl was a Jew, and they also had particularist interest in building space because they were dhimmis under the Muslims. They were in segregation under the Christians. They had been killed by the pogroms. And all of this comported into what we call today Zionism, but those same tendencies and leanings have been amongst Jews for approximately 1,000 years since they're re-allowed back into Jerusalem. Why? Because they were tired of being beaten up by Muslims and the Christians over the course of 2,000 years. So this is nothing new. It's just something that has a name to it that people don't particularly like because they don't like the feel of it, because they believe that it was just the white Jews that were doing it. But if we actually look at the history, we see all of these North African, Yemenite, Uzbeki, Persian Jews flocking to the land by themselves. And yeah, there some of what you said, I guess this conspiracy that the Ashkenazis went to like Iraq or something like this and encouraged them to move to Israel. But there had already been Iraqi Jews in Israel that had already been there, right? The person that owned the King David Hotel was an Egyptian Jew. He left Egypt before the state, before these quote unquote false flags that people would try to bring up. He brought all of his money from Egypt to Jerusalem and built the biggest hotel in the state, or would have been the state, right? It was in the Mandate of Palestine. Why? Because he was a Zionist. He was fully ingrained in the project. In the 1920s, as a matter of fact, I think it was 1920. Uzbeki Jews. You can look it up. Jews from Uzbekistan moved to Jerusalem, built what they call the Uzbeki Quarter, or the Bukharian Quarter. Excuse me, the Bukharian Quarter. Why? Because they were Zionists. They back to Israel, and they packed up all their gold and all their diamonds. That's what Uzbekis were in the trade for, and their spice. They moved to Jerusalem, bought up a bunch of land to build a neighborhood, and they built it. The same way with the Yemenis, who left Yemen. They left Yemen. Why? Because of the Orphans Decree, where in Yemen they would behead Jewish men as their concubines. So that's why you had a beef in the 1800s, a large flock of Yemenite Jews already living there. So it's nothing new. They did it because of protection, because of nationalism, because they wanted to be with their other Jewish people.
Elmo, what's your disagreement, sir?
No disagreement, brother. So you love your.
I love my people, and we are a nation within a nation. I do root for America, but I do acknowledge that we are the children of slaves, and we are contending with fairness with the slave.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So if you're a nation within a nation, who's the president of the nation within the nation?
Currently, Donald J. Trump.
So he's the president of your nation within the nation?
And that, Elmo, I'm finna throw you an alley-oop. I personally.
Wait, so do you love your country?
I apologize. That's a basketball term.
I accept your apology.
That's a basketball term.
He voted for Trump. That's what he's about to say.
Listen.
I asked you a yes or no. Corey, hang on. Corey, I asked you a yes or no. Do you love your country?
Listen.
No. Yes or no. Do you love your country? Go ahead.
Less than 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Do not lead the witness. Okay. I'm going to answer your question.
No, it's not leading. I asked a yes or a no. I asked you if you love.
That's a leading question.
Not at all. No, it's a yes or no. It's black and white. You know about black and white. Either you love it or you don't.
I'm asking you to give me 10 seconds patience.
Okay, I'm going to give you 10. Go, because apparently yes or no.
Number one, the current commission report says that there are two Americans, one black, one white. That being said, Donald J. Trump, I personally am propagated amongst my people. I see him as an Abraham Lincoln
claiming my crime. That was your
figure. I claim him as an Abraham Lincoln figure.
I guess you don't know if you love your country.
My expression.
That's okay, Corey, that's okay.
You got it.
I just asked you a yes or no, so you don't know if you love your country or not. But I think most Americans love their country. So out of curiosity, do Jews also have a right to a country or not so much? Are we the only people that don't deserve a country, Corey? Does everybody deserve a country?
Whoa. Now you see why I qualify.
Jews
no, Red, please, Brother Red, please. Hold on, Brother Red, please.
Corey,
hey, listen. No, hold on.
Zionism.
We got to qualify. Hold on.
Corey, no, you hold on. I was talking. You already had your
Norman, be intellectually honest and stop being intellectually dishonest. Stop being a bad, interlocutor. He's saying that it's a country within a country, but currently they don't have a president for their country within a country. So he supports the president of the country, and he also believes in his country within a country.
We were having such a great conversation.
So don't you?
The gentlemen in the room were just so wonderful. I was just giving flowers to everybody. That was doing such a wonderful. It was just wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure. So all I'm asking is it's for us to continue to have that dialogue, that same peaceful flow. If it's possible.
Norman's being insufferable.
So I'm gonna. Thank you. Please read extra low, right? But you're. Thank you. All right. Now Elano's gone. I wanted Elano to be able to get his time out and just get it out, and then we can have a response.
Let's all condemn the Israelis for attacking a synagogue in Tehran 2 days ago. That was an anti-Semite attack. by the Zionist regime against the Assyrian.
Your article already debunked your own bullshit, so it's like
Bullshit.
it literally cites in the article. And the Jews don't deserve their own country.
That says that as
I got you.
How's the propaganda world going for you, Soren?
Corey, I want to go back to what Norm was saying to you, because Soren wants to like highlight some fucking bullshit. So Corey, I want.
How do you think Soren's been getting paid?
Abby, can you hold up a second, please? Thank you. So, Corey, I understand we have our issues at home in the U.S. I know it. I recognize it. I see it. I know the history. I know a lot. And we have a lot to work through. It's only been 100 years. I get it. We're going to have to go through probably another 100 until we kind of find some quasi peace where, you know what, everybody's over this and we can kind of move forward. I get that. But I can tell you this. If somebody else came to your house and you said, Brett, I need your help, I need to defend it, I can promise you I would stand shoulder to shoulder and I would make their mothers cry with what I did to those men that came to affect you. This nation has its problems. Absolutely. There's corruption. We all struggle. We have first world problems. We have third world problems in some parts. I get it. But however, when it comes to other nations, I absolutely do not care. You can call me a racist, you can call me a nationalist. I don't really care, but I care for all of my Americans. Absolutely. I do not give a shit about skin color. I don't give a shit about any of that. All I care about is, are you an American or otherwise? And if you're otherwise, if you're someone like a Soren who just wants to like, oh, you guys all need to die, I'm going to go and say, you know what? Corey deserves to live. I'm going to put my ass on the line and I'm going to go send Soren to go meet whatever sky daddy he believes in and however many goat virgins he wants to have. He's going to go visit that, because I'll be damned if anybody is going to take one fucking hair from your head and fucking claim a victory, because that will never happen under my watch while I'm alive. And I expect the same way as you. And I know this is true because when I came down visiting Texas in Hill Country and it flooded out and there was this massive flood and all these camps and all these people were missing and these children, you know what happened? There was black, there was white, there was Asian, there was a shit ton of Americans down there poking through mud, sifting through heat, getting bit by bugs, fucking racing to try to find and rescue people. And I know one thing about Americans, we will absolutely bond together if something happens to us outside of this. We have our problems, we have our internal fights, but God forbid anybody else just interferes with that. I swear we will put more than a boot up your ass.
Right. Can I just say something, Corey, real fast? I agree with the sentiment in the sense that I'm a huge Zionist, and I know that a lot of the Jews are going to get mad at me about what I'm about to say. But if it came down between a war between the United States and Israel was in the wrong, and say they were like, like Hamas, I'm saying, like, if that were to happen, I'd be rooting for the United States to carpet bomb fucking Tel Aviv. Like, I can't fucking stand when I hear Americans that are like, I support the United States and Israel, but well, who do you support more? Well, I support Israel more. It's like, well, go fucking live in Israel. Like, give up your U.S. citizenship, and go fuck yourself. Like, if you're gonna be an American, then support America.
Right. And to what Vigan said, like, my little brother right now, he stays in North Carolina, and maybe a year or so ago, I don't believe the United States will be invaded. I mean, that's suicide mission off the muscle to even consider, crossing that ocean and invade.
What do you mean by invade, Corey? What's your thought about what's invading to you?
Except for invade.
Yeah, but what do you mean by invade? Like, how do you invasion?
Another country.
Right.
Is gonna cross the waters.
Right.
And put their boot on this soil.
Right. Do you think that hasn't happened?
Hold on.
I'm just curious. No, I don't. Like, what do you mean? Like a big troop, like a boat full of people, or like one or two? No. Explain the invasion.
No.
What's an invasion?
You wait till I finish. You asked your question.
I asked. my question.
Well, hold your question, and you can ask that later. I'm not finna. It doesn't matter. I'm not finna answer your question and interrupt my train of thought. So hold your goddamn. Shut the fuck up and hold your thought and ask your question later. Goddamn, I just did that. Wait for your fucking answer. I'm not finna answer your fucking question. As I was fucking saying. Now, my little brother, we had this conversation and he gave me a few different pointers about military states. Him being in North Carolina. And we from Chicago. You know. And so now, you know, and he gave me a little rundown about it there. You know, he did 10 years in the Marines already, you know, and I've seen the veteran PTSD crash out. That's why I don't give a fuck what none of y'all say that, you know. It is a paradox how we have to deal with this here. There are politicians that are full of shit, and there are politicians that is trying to figure out what they can best do on the situation. And that dynamic exists in every freaking country. In every fucking country.
So what's an invasion, Corey?
My point is that to the brother Vikings' point about that is that when I say that I see Donald Trump as an Abraham Lincoln type figure, that is that Abraham Lincoln and Donald Trump both acknowledge the paradox of we're here. Fuck how we got here. This is where we are at. And we acknowledge that there's some things that was wrong and how we get to resolve it. Okay, that's a process.
But other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the show?
Young lady, your question is not important.
The slaves got freed.
Your question is not important.
How was the show, Mrs. Lincoln?
Listen here. That's a relevant interjection. No, that is because Abraham Lincoln did. There were 5 states allowed to keep their slaves if they sided with the Union. You know, to his point, that you know, there's some relevance, but in the whole encompass there, Lincoln also the 40 acres and a mule by executive order. You know, and also in that same process.
Yeah, but he was different about slaves. He didn't really care. No, it was all about beating the Confederacy. Oh,
because he's going to keep interrupting Corey.
Yeah, I really, Rich, please.
Can I say one joke real quick?
Rich, you gotta just.
Alan was a lot.
But the whole point is that we have disagreements there, and opponent is that just because you're the president, as Abraham Lincoln bear witness, and you're trying to resolve it, when I mentioned earlier, is it right with me? I don't want to butcher his name. The Israeli Prime Minister that got assassinated. Yes, sir. That brother. They got assassinated for trying to resolve the conflict there. There are always these hidden components that are the true radicals that is just dogmatic and not respecting the collective. We have to, in every dynamic, we deal with this here. And so that being said that, you know, there is still a process where, like Viking said there's an acknowledgement. You're not finna bring your ass over here from China to America the same way I'm not finna let your ass come from Mecca and you thinking, my Muslim brother, fuck you. My grandma, my granddad Christian. You're not finna play that card with us.
But Corey, they're on our soil. They've come over.
Did you hear what I just said?
So when I asked you what an invasion was, they're on our soil, babe. They've already attacked our soil.
And sit up here and touch a Christian or a Jew And I'm saying this as a man with soldiers up under my authority, and I'm up under authority. In every fucking nation, there are different religious, sexual, and political persuasions in it. In
What's
every
the sexual
nation.
part? Could you tell me that part?
If you don't know it, then you ain't intelligent enough to be asking it there. But the point is that we are kinfolks there that got differences. You are not gonna divide and conquer and exploit that there. We're gonna beat your ass, and we're gonna get back to arguing about what we disagree with and handle it as kinfolks there. And if you don't understand that, fuck you, your mama, your daddy, and your kids. We're gonna kill all you motherfuckers that is threatening our fucking rights.
I think Abby's pointing out the fact that there are sleeper cells in America, and they are there for radical destabilization purposes using propaganda. Right, propagandizing.
They've also attacked our soil. We have been already attacked by foreigners. And Alan, you could take this if you want. This invasion. That's why I asked, can you define invasion? Because invasion has occurred. And
well, here's the thing, Corey.
We just had. I'm just getting one little example. No, it's okay, Alan. You could take it right from me. Little example. You just had somebody in Michigan who now the FBI, after they opened up the investigation, the guy that decided to drive his car into a synagogue, it doesn't. Just not someone that just happens to have relatives in Hezbollah. He was radicalized by Hezbollah. So you have people that just happened. You have two dudes that got radicalized in Pennsylvania that went up to try to blow up Gracie Mansion with bombs. And we could cite example after example. We've been invaded. They're on our soil. We had the director of the FBI under the last administration testify in Congress that they're here and they're woken up and they're only getting worse. So to say no foreign country would come and invade, Iran has already tried to invade on our soil. They've tried to assassinate our president, tried to assassinate members of the cabinet, secretaries in the cabinet. They've tried to attack Americans on American soil. That's a foreign nation coming in and invading. So to say no one would have the balls to come here, they've already come here. They've already tried. Alan, go.
I mean, Corey, if you want to fight, that's okay. I would just advise you, don't be surprised if people fight back, because the current narrative around reparations and with other groups seems to be, well, all these bad things happen to us, so we get to do bad things to you, and you don't have the right to fight back, and you have to take it. And I don't think people are going to take it. I just a hunch. And the other thing I would say is, as far as reparations in this country, I'm cleaning out all my, looking up, and I had all these memes, and one of them was how that the Arab slave trade was 50 times larger than the slave trade here in the United States. So if you're really looking for financial compensation, I might suggest go to Saudi Arabia and go to the Middle East and go to them and try to get money from them, because they've got deeper pockets than the people here in the United States. And just on the last note, it's interesting, because another thing I just saw as I'm cleaning out all these pictures was, and this has happened often, that the argument is made, well, Jewish people got reparations, and so, as African Americans, we should get reparations. But Jewish people after World War II, the total payments they received, I forget the number, it's either between $200 and $300 billion. And in the United States, I went through the calculations, African Americans have received $11 trillion of financial support, what one might deem as reparations in one form or another since the 1960s. So I kind of think, if you're using that argument, I think reparations have been paid. I think we're done.
Alan, did the Armenians did reparations for Turkey?
Listen carefully. I think we're done.
Well, sir, listen, I'm not going to argue the reparations of my people on this stage. And I would only say that you are definitely mistaken on that latter point that you made. That being out the way, recently, and I believe it was Houston, there was a man from Senegal, and of course, this is the different dynamics where the nuance you kind of misunderstand there. And that went and shot up a bar and grill from Senegal. Black man from Senegal. And of course, my people, we have a delineation movement. And so, what do we call ourselves? With number one, African American, if you call me that, I won't hold it to you. I'm not an African American, just off the muscle.
Where did your people?
Stop. Listen.
No, where did
stop. That's not.
They didn't come from this.
Sir, I did not. I can't make that statement to give you license. Yeah. Sir, I didn't make that statement to give you license. I just made that statement to give you understanding.
Yeah.
I am born, sir. Do not presume you know more than what you believe you know, or that you understand my thinking or our thinking as a people. I gave that statement to give you understanding. I am born in the 70s. The term African American come in 80. Stop. Don't do that. Because if you Jewish and I try to tell your ass that you're not the real children of Israel, you would get offended. So let's not go down that route, and let's keep it cordial and diplomatic. I don't give a damn, but you get the gist. Now, my point is that the term African American, I am from a people that is enslaved, oppressed, and up under a tyrannical system there. And so if you don't know the history, then I get that. But don't act like you know the history or that you get to speak and I'm white and I say so. Now, I'm not African American. Because when I was born, that's not on my birth certificate, that's not on my mother's birth certificate, not on my father's, my grandfather's, or my grandmother's birth certificate. If you can't understand it by that dynamic, you are disingenuous and you don't have intellectual integrity. Moving forward, I didn't interrupt you. That being said, this Senegal man that shot up a fucking bar and grill of fucking civilians, even if it wasn't civilians and had a fucking property of Allah sweater on him, and then somehow he's supposed to represent what? Islam or black people or black people that are Muslims. Neither is the case there. Now, when you talk about somebody muting me. We also got footage of military-age Asian men crossing the border. Somebody muted me there, but that damn dude that did that bullshit there, hell no. That don't work. No, that's not our way. And then, if it's a bar and grill, this is where the racism goes through. You mean to tell us that we don't have our own kinfolk that is at bar and grills with white people, and this damn idiot go shoot up a fucking, which means that if it's Viking of my family or me a Viking there, you know what I'm saying? You still fucking with it. If you're not comprehending that there, meaning that, damn it, in Nashville, we had a knucklehead and a black American at the Waffle House disarmed the damn, what's it called? Active shooter, that's the term. So, don't sit up here and purport to speak on behalf of a dynamic with the nuances. Speak for your side and your position.
What's
there.
The dynamic with the news house?
When it comes to America,
Waffle House, and Chad wants to respond too. So we can Jimmy wants to raise.
Yeah, let Shai speak.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to speak to what Corey was saying. Corey, I think that eventually Black Americans are going to have to decide between their loyalties, between being American and supporting the ideas of brown people around the rest of the world. And I'll put it this way: as much of the issues as our ancestors have had in America as the descendants of slaves, right? We as Black Americans, in many ways, than people who were slaves in other countries and their descendants. And most of I learned this recently, actually. Iran made it slavery to account themselves as slaves, to hold their governments and their compatriots accountable, even in the name and the face of Islam. Right? China, and most of these countries, by the way, ended slavery once they were colonized by the British, because the British forced them to end slavery. Otherwise, you would still have, Black Fatima and Ahmad over there, like, being slaves. I mean, in some countries they still are. In Libya, for example, they still are Black slaves to the quote-unquote Arab Muslim majority. This is Black Americans in many ways have had it a lot better, because they were immediately after the slavery ended in America allowed to count themselves, allowed to organize themselves, allowed to speak out against the government. Your leader, right, can stand in front of the White House and say that America, and account all of America's atrocities towards our people, and tell them that they can fuck themselves without fear of any sort of repercussions.
Well, like to Dr. King and Malcolm X, you know not what you're talking.
Excuse me, Malcolm X was killed by...
Tell it to Dr. King,
Malcolm X was killed by the Nation of Islam itself. And Dr. King, his father, if I'm not mistaken, was killed by a Hebrew Israelite, a radicalized Hebrew Israelite. And we have to be honest about these things, right? We have to be honest. We have to be honest as Black Americans that in many ways we have it a lot better than most people who are the descendants of slaves, because they were never allowed to count themselves. They were forced into disappearing. Their entire ethnic heritage and identity were erased. Black Americans were able to at least reorganize themselves.
Corey, you're going to get your chance to speak. Please let
And I'm still waiting to respond.
And also wanted to point out that the Armenians who were also genocided were never, Turkey has never acknowledged that they genocided them, and they did not get reparations for being genocided. And, this is, these are facts of history, and I think Black and brown Americans have to make the decision whether they're going to be loyal to America or to like the plight of other brown people who don't necessarily share their interests but are using their sensibilities against the nation of America.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, no, Corey, I'm not speaking about your people. I made it very clear. I'm speaking about the rest of us. We're not giving you any The other message was, if and I know you don't, I've spoken to you enough on these stages to know you're not advocating violence. I didn't take what you said as a threat of violence. I took it as, if we're pushed to the wall, et cetera, et cetera. I get that. All I was saying, again, not speaking from your perspective, from my perspective, it's don't be surprised people fight back. And I say that because there is a sense of, which I personally find detestable, this sense of victimhood that, well, people were mean to us, so you have to let us be mean to you. When the earlier discussion, all of that, yes, Jewish people have a right to defend themselves. Everybody has a right to defend themselves. Black people have a right to defend themselves. Everybody does. But to claim, well, you can't fight back because we're right and you're wrong, everybody in every war on every side has said that throughout human history. We're right, you're wrong, and we want to fight you and kill you in war. So that kind of defense just does not, as a justification for anything, doesn't hold water. That's my only point. Now, what you want to accomplish politically, well, that's another subject. I won't get into that now. But that was my only point.
Okay, few misunderstandings. Some of them sincere, some of them not. I'm going to deal with Shy first. The simple fact that the disrespect to try to tell us how to interpret our pain and injustice, to say that there's other people that allegedly had it worse, even if that was true. That is to suggest, in my people's culture terms, nigga, accept this shit. With devil cracker, we don't accept this shit. And whether you respect it or not, that's what the fuck you up against. Whether you accept it or not, that's what the fuck you up against. We not accepting it. Moving forward. Now, Donald Trump is presently saying the 14th Amendment, when I say that we see him as an Abraham Lincoln figure, he's challenging the 14th Amendment. Where outsiders are benefiting affirmative action, DEI, and the 14th Amendment have not benefited Black Americans. Here's the overcast of Black Americans. We are up under the category of actual, not the $5 Indians, not the $5 Indians. Native Americans, freedmen, American Indians, African Americans. These are the different, there's no other group of people. We also was called Negro, colored. And when we tell you, and I'm telling your ass, you don't speak for us. I am speaking on behalf of our people. So fuck your opinion, because my words have an army behind it. Whether we win or not, casualties is guaranteed on both sides.
You know, there's no reason to be rude, Corey.
Corey,
Let's keep it nice.
what on the 14th Amendment specifically are you referencing? Could you be specific and cite what part of the 14th Amendment and recite it? Tell me.
We'll deal with that at another point.
No, well, you cited the reference.
Not your priority. Your white privilege, I get it. You're used to that.
I have green privilege tonight. But
I was addressing Shy, and I'm addressing.
But you cited the 14th Amendment. Could you explain the 14th Amendment to the?
You can wait your turn. White people always want to put an island. Has been negotiations. People have not read it.
Can we hear from somebody else, please? Nobody wants to hear this guy for 8 hours. It's annoying. Everybody in the chat said,
I want someone to teach me about the 14th Amendment. Bima, can
she's
you
an
do
attorney.
that?
She's gonna wreck you, Corey.
I need to know what part you want to hear. What section of the 14th?
I don't know. I'm questioning what he's citing. That's why. Maybe you could speak.
Or maybe you can ask Donald Trump, what did he mean by that the 14th Amendment was meant for the children of slaves?
What else was the 14th Amendment meant for?
Go ask Donald Trump.
It's actually not who drafted it.
Roya has her eye on everybody.
I actually have a real I'm so sorry. I do have a question, Abby, about the 14th Amendment because this came up recently and I am so curious because you're a professional in this field. When it says in the 14th Amendment, when it says all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. What does "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof" mean?
It's a really good question because you're a smart girl that you picked up on that. So that particular provision was added in by a legislator it was a senator from Michigan. His last name was Howard, and he actually drafted that provision. So part of the arguments that were in front of the Supreme Court and what's being determined on the birthright case is what does jurisdiction thereof mean? Are you subject to the jurisdiction of where your domicile is, read the sentence before it. What does the sentence before it say?
Oh, that's the first sentence.
So, but read the words before "subject to the jurisdiction."
Oh, I see what you're saying. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction.
Okay, so would you be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States if you're subject to the jurisdiction of another nation? And you're born in the United States, but are you subject to the U.S. jurisdiction, or are you actually a citizen and domiciled in another nation, so you wouldn't be subject to our jurisdiction? So that's what they're trying to tear apart. It's a very nuanced term. And I had said this in a room before that for any law, you have to look at legislative intent and what was happening at the time and what was being, what were the speeches on the floor of Congress? What were they intending when they drafted that provision? And you have to take a look at it. There's a lot of treatise and law review articles written just about those words.
I didn't have to ask you about legislative intent.
Just one second, Corey.
At that point was immigration at that point in history.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I just went, Rich, what did I say?
I yield.
I swear to God, you two are like that married couple. I can't take it being me. You and
I have a message from Maria. Rich, keep her name out of your dirty mouth.
No, we ain't gotta go that far.
So anyway, Bima, we could do a whole room on it.
Yeah, I would love that.
It's what's being litigated now. It's really what's up. Yeah, I mean, that particular clause is so much of what this birthright issue is.
Can you unpack the 1905 Chinese Anti-Immigration Act?
I could talk about 1905 Jacobson versus Massachusetts.
Is it 1905? But
that's not that. It's 1866. Do you want to talk about the 1866 Act?
Well, that would be more. That would be what. Listen,
we could talk about. You know what else happened in
Abby.
Who was our president in 1905? Who was president in 1905?
Is it James Monroe?
1905 was the miracle year in which Albert Einstein published the theory of relativity.
Listen. Hold on. Her asking.
Did he carry a big stick in 1905?
Hold on. She's deflecting.
I'm not deflecting.
I mean, Abby. I'm about 90% certain it was James Monroe. Though I could be mistaken.
Did you learn this in the library in
prison? Hey, brother, fuck. Move.
Just asking if you learned.
There's an anti-Chinese. Matter of fact, it was 1910. I'm not Googling.
The library in prison.
Listen here. I'm before Google. So we had to go to the library.
My favorite U.S. president was the fucking president in 1905, and he walked softly and he carried a big fucking stick.
I don't know.
You better know who that was, because he was a great president.
He doesn't know.
The Bull Moose Party. And you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to give you an answer. I don't have to fucking Google it.
I don't
Okay.
remember Abby. And listen,
Well,
you remember,
go
you
look
have
at
to
Mount
remember
Rushmore.
reading it in
There's
the
pictures there.
Hey,
Go to Mount Rushmore. You can figure out who the
listen,
president was. And by the way,
Bird educated.
yeah.
Listen.
It's a good hotel, too.
Move to the side there. Listen, the gist of my question is, I'm thinking it might be 1910 or 1905, but nonetheless, there is an anti-Chinese immigration act.
Yeah, she said that was from the 1860s.
That's the one against MSG,
Listen, listen, if I gotta Google it, I will Google it.
Yeah, it was the Chinese guy
Theodore
that got
Roosevelt
granted
was the
citizenship.
president in 1905.
Yes, I said it was my favorite president. And then in 1910 was Taft. I mean,
When was
did
the
you not memorize?
anti-Chinese
Did you
immigration?
memorize the presidents when you were in middle
I
school?
did. That was so funny.
Wasn't that fun to do?
Yeah, it was.
Well, yeah, I'm a black man.
Well, black men memorize presidents too.
Yeah, plenty of black men learned this.
Memorizing a black man is not a hobby. What year was the anti-Chinese immigration act?
That was in the early 1900s.
Matter of fact, 1905, I think, was the Mann Act against Jack Johnson.
Do you know what the Mann Act is? Have you violated the Mann Act?
You're deflecting, Abby.
Have you violated the Mann Act?
I asked you a question. What number one? Hold on.
You think he might be guilty of violating the Mann Act?
Abby, he doesn't like attorneys because you don't.
Mike, what are you saying, Mike? Ellen? For Corey, anti-Chinese things, 1882.
It's the 1800s, not 1900s.
Yeah, he doesn't like he went to prison.
Chester Arthur. Anti-Chinese Immigration Act is 1880 under Chester Arthur on May 6, 1882. That's what he's referring to.
Okay, well, but the root of it is, all of it is after the 14th Amendment. And I do not date, sleep, or even entertain white women, so I would never be guilty of the Mann Act.
The Mann Act is any kind of girl. You just got to take the girl across state lines.
What's the matter with white women?
Well, that's science, obviously. Everyone.
And the motivation of that, or the legislative intent, was that of Jack Johnson beating white men ass and marrying white women. And that's why they made that. And then what's this blues player that was also, but that's another conversation there. But the point being is that the Immigration Act came after the 14th Amendment.
The Mann Act has a lot to do with prostitution.
The Anti-Immigration Act came after the 14th Amendment, which then gave it credence that the 14th Amendment was
sexual
not.
acts.
Abby, I would like.
The Mann Act, it's sexual acts.
Corey, expertise. Hold on, Maximus. Hold on.
On your shoulder.
Maximus.
You know who got convicted of the Mann Act? Did P. Diddy go down for the Mann Act?
Do
Did
not
P. Diddy
deflect.
go down for the Mann Act? Someone can
Maximus, do not
use the right
deflect.
pronouns.
The point of the gist is this.
Is that I don't like white people.
Jack Johnson liked white women, not black women.
Immigration Act.
P. Diddy went down on the Mann Act. Am I wrong? Someone correct me on that?
After the 14th Amendment, the immigration laws came after the 14th Amendment, which then would give at least an argument that the 14th Amendment was not for immigrants if the immigration acts come after, the immigration laws come after the 14th Amendment, then that would give legal, at least argument for consideration that the 14th Amendment was not meant for immigrants if we have immigrant laws after the 14th Amendment on the legislative intent purpose. Abby, you are better legal scholar than
I agree with
myself.
them. Wait, hold on. I actually agree with them. The 14th Amendment is not for immigrants.
14th Amendment is to bring the due process and equal protection into the states. That's the legislative intent behind the 14th Amendment. It brings the rights of the equal protection and it applies it to the states. That's the 14th Amendment.
So then the immigrants that have been using it as a, what they call it, anchor babies. That's the term. When the Chinese, they got hospitals, the Chinese got hospitals over here where they are birth, their women come over here pregnant, from China. Burst them, take their behind back to China.
Just remember Saipan.
And then all of a sudden they're U.S. citizens and they have no loyalty to the country.
They go to hospitals and
And that's what Donald Trump is challenging. Well, we have these non-American influence persons among us that are citizens illegitimately.
It sounds like Corey and Abby actually agree.
How do you know that they're not loyal?
Yeah, Abby knows the law and the jurisprudence and the court
Hey, Moz,
cases.
can we move on from this convo?
Yeah, I mean, hey Naveen.
What's up, Abby? How are you?
I'm good. When are you coming to the Navy Yard? We gotta talk about that.
I'm definitely coming April 19th. I'll be there for a few
I
days.
will be there then. Okay.
Oh, wait.
May 19th.
Yeah, April 19th. I'm in DC for a few days.
I'm in DC April. Wait, I gotta look at my calendar. Now I'm confused.
I'm in Paris right now, but I'll be in
May 19th.
May 19th. You're where? You're in the Navy Yard?
I'll be in the Navy Yard that week.
So
yeah, and DC. I have to be in both.
Yeah. So I'll
We're setting this up. Let's set it up. Yeah.
You got my contact info.
I do.
Let's see if we can meet. I mean, I will be in DC though the 19th. So if you're around DC on
I will be. I have legislators that are going to meet. Okay.
April 19th. Okay. 3-4 days.
Moderators, can we let
that's actually crazy.
can we let Hussey talk? Hussey said he disagrees in the poll.
I see you want to take straight.
Yeah, go ahead, Hussey.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to talk about Iran actually, and I got drafted into the what's the name of it? Citizenship
Loyalty.
by the loyalty. I don't know. So I'm just what's the name of it?
Functionally retarded.
Confused. Yeah, thank you. That's too maybe. I'm just confused that someone would like take on the American citizenships that forces you to pay 10% federal income tax wherever you are, and then call these people not loyal. This is weird. They would just give up their citizenship. It's also one of not
Where
the
can you
best.
pay 10%? Wait. Where can we pay 10% on federal income tax? Please tell me how to do that.
I don't know.
Oh, come on, Dave.
He's not an American. He doesn't live here.
Right, but we don't pay 10%. We don't pay 10%.
I can explain it.
So
It's
where? Hussey, where do you live? Canada or something?
Germany.
What are you paying income tax in Germany?
Like 60%.
49%.
Cindy back
All right,
in Syria.
so
You just say 49 answering it.
They're terrorists in Syria. Fuck you. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a piece of shit. Muhammad
I
is.
don't know who's talking. Anyways, thank you. The answer is the IRS doesn't care how you make your money, whether you did it legally as an employee of a company, or whether you're a criminal and you're running drugs or alcohol. They don't even care if you're a hooker. There is code in the IRS on what hookers can and cannot deduct as legitimate expenses. If you earn money in this country, no matter what your status, what you do, you have to pay the IRS.
They just want to know about it.
The answer to that question.
Why that for the people that are back out?
Test your loyalty to this country as to whether or not you entered this country by respecting its laws in the manner in which you entered. If you come in here illegally, we can reasonably assume you don't respect our laws, and you don't respect the other people who respected the laws and came in here illegally. So yes, we'll take your money, and then we'll kick your ass out when we find you. That's how that works. Thank you.
Alan, there's another nuance to this here.
There is no nuance.
Immigrants among us. No.
You said Hussey, maybe you should learn federal tax. And then come back and talk to us.
No, I'm talking about citizenship. I'm not talking about earning money.
No, you're from Germany. You don't even know how much we pay in taxes.
No, he's actually from Syria. So he's going to go
back to Syria too.
They pay
The underscore of what Alan said is that in that same dynamic, there are immigrants among us that are taking US dollars and exporting them outside to other countries, which means that not only are they hindering the economic process, the political process there, they have pain and a lack of appreciation in the same fucking breath. And we supposed to tolerate this.
So great. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When I was saying that we are going to have to deal with this thing between loyalties, we can deal with our issues with the history of America separately. Then create loyalties with people who also don't have our national and personal interests at heart. And you just highlighted exactly what the intent of my statement was. It wasn't just Black people have to sit and take it, the history of whatever America is or has done. But we have to reconcile with that thing. We have to, because our loyalty is to our nation, right? First and foremost, as well as our people and the history within that. But all Americans have to reconcile with that history.
One thing,
without a country, without an America, nothing will ever happen.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you misunderstood me, guys. I'm talking about the citizenship of USA. You need to pay taxes even if you are outside the US.
But you get when you're outside, when you're a citizen outside the US, you get a deduction against the other taxes that you're paying. So there's a formula. I've had to do this. There's a formula that you get it's an offset when you pay the foreign tax against your U.S. income tax bill, but you still have to pay your U.S. taxes. You just get an offset.
That's only if you make over a certain amount of money. Yeah. If you don't make a certain amount of money, then you report your taxes.
Yeah, you report them, but you get an offset. No, this is a federal law.
I don't think I heard your assessment on why Donald Trump challenge to the 14th Amendment is challenged. What is your assessment on why Donald Trump is challenging the interpretation of the 14th Amendment?
I think he's challenging the citizenship clause of the birthright.
I actually agree on that.
But I'm going to go with co-counsel and let my co-counsel Naveen answer that.
So, overruled. So, I think it's important people understand this, right? Most countries in the world basically say, if you show up to our door, and let's say husband and wife show up to our door and have a child, if you have no right to the land, in other words, you're not a permanent resident. UK has this law. If one of the parents is not a permanent resident or a citizen, right, the kid born has to apply for citizenship to the home country of one of those parents. The minute one of those parents attain that level of citizenship, then the kid automatically gets a birth certificate in that. So I have cousins that are originally from countries like India and other places who went to UK, and they're living there, and they still haven't gotten that permanent resident. They have kids. The kids are Indian citizens, and one of them is going to be getting their permanent residency later this year. And they're like, oh, as soon as that happens, the government, basically you apply, the government guarantees your kid will get a birth certificate. So there's a record of birth, but a record of birth of a foreign child. And that's it. The point is that you're putting into our system more people and more people to take care of that may not even pay back. In fact, a lot of the people may have the intent to go back to their country, right? And say, hey, I'm just going to wait. And I know many people who come back to. Sorry?
And have went back to their country.
Right. They've gone back with the kid who's an American citizen who now has the rights to, and the parents are like, we did that for our kid. We came there and did the whole thing so that our kids can have a bright future and they can get Social Security in the future and they can get all these things taken care of and they'll get the protected. And so basically there's a way to say, hey, I want to give freedom to my kid in the future. Sure. But it's a strain on the system. It's more people that have to be taken care of that aren't paying into the system. You don't deserve to stay here. You're not choosing to stay here. You just came to, visit the parks in America or go to Disney. Oh, I happen to, have a kid. I happened to be pregnant when I came, and I didn't tell anyone, and and that's it, right? So that kind of thing is not explained, and it's happening a lot. Birth tourism, they call it. Chinese nationals are doing that a lot, and there's actually a huge population of born Chinese people that actually have allegiance to China, and they've actually said it, and that many of them have gone back to China and are living there, but are U.S. citizens. Amazing. So, those are things that that need to be rectified. Look, no one is saying that we want to undo
1.3 million Chinese over the last 23 years.
Yeah, and nobody here
all living in mainland China. They've never even been in the U.S. except for like the first 2 days of birth.
Correct, and nobody here
and they can all sway the elections in the future.
No, nobody is saying here that we want to go in and round up every single one of them and kick them out. I mean, I don't know how that works from an administrative standpoint and from a legal standpoint, but the fact is we need to nip it in the bud now and stop it, and then figure out what do we do about all these people that implemented it. Is it retroactive birthright?
Well, let me ask you, Brother King and Abby, the real issue is them being in political and academic and other influential positions to make and guide policies for the country. That's the real undercurrent about that there. Am I reaching with that dynamic there where we got, whether it's an AOC, Ileana Mar, I forget something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is the real threat to that there, because now we cannot leave off, when we're dealing with politics, cultural values and ethnicity. And in America, that being the black-white dynamic, you know what I'm saying? That's a real thing there. But in that process there, for example, the Republican Party was started by white men. Just a shot over the bow. But midst of our disagreements, we find commonality. People come from across the waters, and it's a free-for-all. But then, how do we balance that thing out? With loyalty to state, how would say, well, I don't want to say God and country, but loyalty to the nation. To the nation.
Have y'all heard this story about these billionaires, like to what you guys are talking about?
Well, you're talking about the damn lobbyists there, but before we get to the
talking about just getting bored, bringing people into here.
No,
is that what you're talking about, Mike?
The story about like there's these. I think someone missed the Chinese nationalists and stuff. They're billionaires from not just China but other countries. They have surrogates in America, right? Yeah. And they're required. Like, this blew my mind. And this story just came out. They're required to have a minimum of 100 surrogates. So now you got Chinese billionaires. I think it's like $200,000 per surrogate, right? So they pay 100 women to have 100 kids. And now we're talking about billionaires from all over the world. And now it's like, holy shit. Forget about the political stuff and the influence they have and the kids get older and blah, blah, blah. Just think about that for a second. Like, we're talking about a single person, one person, having 100 kids. And then another billionaire having 100 kids. Now, all different women, I get it. But that's fucking nuts. Like, they're creating their own little armies. That's fucking crazy.
Abby and King Nolly, on that same principle, when we deal with the disagreements and the disdain as a child of slavery, I'm asking y'all, when it comes to reparation and the different other disagreements there, that has to be put into consideration. Whereas in the disdain from these other groups outside of the country versus the disdain and disagreements from inside of the country and the threat level. Could y'all address that? Because the immigrants financial, political, and a numerous of law enforcement protections inside the country, while the most loyal people, meaning us as children of chattel slavery, are being the worst treated. And we have never developed a collective mind as a group to destroy or undermine a country.
Wait, so you're with Trump on this?
Yeah, I see Trump as an Abraham Lincoln figure, meaning that I'm not gonna never act like we don't have racial differences.
Like,
but Abraham Lincoln
can't do that.
Well, Abraham Lincoln acknowledged it and was willing to try to resolve it. And I believe that Trump acknowledged it and is also trying to resolve it. And the 14th Amendment is one of the processes for him trying to, because think about it. How can we go to war effectively outside the country without congruency inside the country?
Right, but it's not so much on the 14th. I mean, his whole platform is to have people that are here illegally and have them out, get them out. So there's no, I mean, you're missing it. The whole point, we embrace immigrants coming in through the legal process. And we have a strong legal process. We have standards for how you can enter this country. And then if you want to go for citizenship, you have to study, you have to take a test. You have to make sure you're not a financial burden on the economy of the country. I mean, there's laws for this, and we embrace it. We want them to. However, what he's doing is, and his crusade is to stop the illegals that are here, and they broke the law and they came in, and a lot of them.
At that point, Abby, may I interject? That we agree. Now, infiltration, where I'm not going to put it all because it predates them. There are in the country those who came due to the compromise of the immigration laws and the border relaxations that are enemies to us. And they have to be weeded out. Do we disagree? And in that dynamic there, this has been going on for a couple of decades, and they have established a beachhead inside the country. And that is a component we have to contend with. Am I reaching with that, Abby?
Yeah, we're totally in agreement with that. I think everyone in the room would probably agree with that. I don't think you're going to get pushback on it.
Welcome to the Republican Party, Court.
Yeah, welcome to the,
I think
you're in a Republican space.
I think people need to understand that, kind of going along with what Abby's saying is people have tried to cheat our country for a long time. They have been coming into this country saying, I'm just going to cross. I mean, I've spoken to so many people who've come here legally who said their dream was to come to the greatest democracy in the world and to be able to have my kid born in America and have my kid being able to live the American dream and be free and do all this stuff. And I'm like, and while emotionally that feels great, there's a process that has to be followed, right? And you think about it, those people are able to cut lines. Those people are able to, in some cases, not pay taxes. Sometimes people do. I know there's always going to be someone coming, okay. Well, yeah, they may have a tax ID, but, all these things happen, right? And they come to this country with that goal. Why not fix your own country? I mean, I'm just saying, my country, the fact that somebody is coming from Latin America and claiming refuge in America is just disgusting. I mean, what a joke. What a joke. I'm not done yet. Just 1 second. Sorry, buddy. Think about it, right? Look at South America, right? Is there really, other than maybe Venezuela, is it really someone that, is destroying you and you're escaping from somebody who's assassinating their own people like what Iran is doing and stuff? I've never heard that, yet they able to get refuge here because they're running from a gang. But if I go to someone and say, hey, I'm from Chicago and I'm getting shot and killed, and I go to UK and say I want to go to refuge, they go, come on to America, man, go complain to your freaking government. Well, why are we not saying the same shit? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Make it make sense, Abby. Make it make sense.
I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to give you something, Corey, some homework, okay? And you don't have to tell me how you do on it, but just give you food. I'm going to put it in the chat. It's the citizenship test that we get for new citizens coming in. It's 100 questions. I want you to take the test. Don't do open book. And I want you to tell me how you do when you take this test. Okay, you don't have to do it now. It's a long test. It'll take you a while.
But Abby, I already knew that when you take the oath, you have to denounce.
No. You didn't hear what I said. For these new citizens that come in legally and become citizens, there's a test. I put the test in the chat. It's 100 questions. You take the test. Just sit down quietly, maybe tomorrow.
Birthright citizenship do not have to take that test, Abby. That's the point that is.
Well, I know. We're all in agreement on that. We're all in agreement. I don't think you have people disagreeing with you. I'm just illustrating how it is to become a citizen. That's one of the
components is that the Chinese, for example, they have even special or makeshift hospitals and hotels and other places. They send their pregnant women. They're pregnant in China or whatever part of Asia. They come to America, and they have their baby. And now, what y'all call it where y'all at, I don't know, but we call it anchor babies in Black America. And so
they have places they go to, like birthing centers, like former mansions and shit. They're like, it's crazy. They're like hospitals. Yeah, it's crazy.
And they bypass the process of this test, because now they came over here 7-8 months pregnant. They have a baby, and their baby is a United States citizen, like on some Bruce Lee shit. Then they go back to China.
Yeah.
And then, they condition them however they do, bring them over here, and then we find out that they honeypot or something like that. That's what we're describing, Abby. That's the contention there. Whereas in Donald Trump.
We're talking about Eric Swalwell.
Come on, Abby, don't do me like that. You get the gist. That's the different, and it's not
little thing.
Fang. You guys taking the citizenship test? Any of you?
No, I'm not taking that shit.
But Abby, this is some of the components that Donald Trump is challenging. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can't limit it to one person. Just the gist of it is that now, are there Indians that's doing this here? Are there Saudi, Qatari, and others? Now, the quantity is not going to be the same, but the concept will be. And this is the blind spot, is that we are only looking at the quantity of it versus the concept of it. And I believe Donald Trump is wise enough to see this here, and thus, when you eliminate that as a concept there, because Black Americans, even though as much hell as America has done to us there, we have no other land to retreat to, and these other groups do.
So, Corey, I got a question for you, though. It's separate from what you're talking about. Do you know a guy named Christian Lamar? Because you sound exactly like him.
Christian Lamar.
He does.
He don't sound like Christian Lamar.
Am I wrong, Abby?
Christian Lamar sound different than him.
Christian's a little more.
I don't even know who that is.
Far. You do.
This brother who is talking sounds a little more country. But
yeah, Christian's slicker.
Yeah.
No, I've been talking to Corey for a while. Oh, fuck, where'd Corey go?
Sorry,
damn, maybe he is Christian one.
There's a resemblance there,
but not too much.
Well, that got him out of the room. What the fuck? God damn it, King.
Maybe that was his alter ego.
Yeah, well, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Off topic, Abby and King, can I ask you this real quick question? I was watching the debate with this whole thing. What's a solicitor general? What does that mean?
Solicitor general is the guy who argues your case before the court.
So he's a lawyer.
Yes.
Yes.
For the government.
Yes.
Yes.
Why do they call him solicitor general?
Because it's the civil. It's the civil action.
Is it like
do you have a city solicitor where you live? Do you live in a city?
I live in West Palm.
Yeah, you probably do.
Inside West Palm, I live in Lake Worth, so yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's always there's the DA who does the criminal stuff, and then a city solicitor that argues the civil cases.
Yeah,
but he's who we use. The government
uses. Is he appointed by Trump?
He's one of the top. He's the third in the line in the DOJ, and yeah, I mean, I don't like the guy honestly. Like, I mean, I think he's maybe okay in his knowledge, but like, I was like, but exactly, his voice is like, so Abby, today I was, talking about what's going on. It's like, do you need to throw lozenge? Like, if you do, I can give.
Give this dude the Stephen Hawking thing where he
I was listening to it. I was thinking Trump is probably sitting there saying like, "Is this your fucking guy to Pam?" Like, probably in the car ride, there's pictures of him go back. Like, I didn't hear this guy talk. Like, the fuck did you choose this guy for?
Does he always talk like that, or did he have a sore throat?
No, he always talks like that. You gotta hear his other speak. Like, I went back and looked. I was like, holy shit, he's always like that. And I'm like, it's not compelling. Like, you don't have a voice where you're saying, like, I almost felt like probably Trump was sitting there and said, get this fucking guy out of here and let me address them. Like, what the hell are you doing? And it was ridiculous because Trump was the first president to actually sit there and listen. And people always go, he was trying to intimidate them. I said, they actually have a chair called the president's chair. Because when they built the Supreme Court, the thought was the president could come and actually listen and hear some of these things. So, and they actually invite members of Congress as well and all that stuff.
That's how crazy the left is, bro. It's like, how dare him actually care and go and listen to it? Shouldn't he be playing golf or something? Like, it's fucking, they don't make sense in the argument.
The view is Osama didn't come in and listen, so why should Trump?
No other president's done it. They're like, ugh, he's there, like, trying to tell you. No, he's there because he cares. Fucking idiots.
It's fun to go. You should go to watch the court in session.
Bro, I'm addicted to this fucking, Forbes Breaking News is a good YouTube channel on it. They always give little excerpts, but C-SPAN or whatever. But watching how, like, the congressmen ask the questions and the senators ask the questions to the people, bro, it's fucking awesome. Like, the way they have to ask the questions, and you see the people trying to filibuster, like, thank you for that question, Senator. So, and they're like trying to reclaim my time because I only got 5 minutes. It's really fucking interesting.
Why haven't you gone? Like, you can go to committee hearings and stuff and see it.
Yeah, fucking like the big ones, you know.
The big ones are more for TV. They're more dramatic.
Well, Kennedy's hilarious. Hawley's good.
Isn't Kennedy the greatest?
I've been watching
Kennedy.
Republican Democrat, right? Republican Democrat.
Yeah.
And you'll see like Republican asking questions. The Democrat just like talks.
Well, to be fair,
and the Republican starts asking questions. The Democrat just like talks.
Mike, to be fair, it depends on who's in power, right? Because when Osama was in charge and his people would come in, and his top lieutenants or whoever would come in, the Republicans would ask kind of those kinds of questions, the gotcha questions and all that.
That's good.
When
the worst was Mayorkas. You ever saw much Mayorkas?
Look, the fact that
Mayorkas was the worst, bro.
Well, the fact that what bothers me and tells me the spine of these people, and I'm sorry to say this, and you probably agree with me, Abby, is the fact that all the things we found out now about the border, that this was never impeached, number one. Number two,
agreed.
The fact that, he was, actually the articles of impeachment went in, but the Senate never took it up, okay? Number one. Number two, the fact that Mayorkas and we were gaslit for 2-3 years that the president cannot do this. He doesn't have the authority to do it. And then, even Marshall, you told me on this app, the president can't do it. The president can't do it. And I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying, the president can't do it. You need an act of Congress. You need an act of Congress. And within a month of President Trump coming in, he closed down the border and got border, and there's no act of Congress. And he did it. In fact, the Congress hasn't even doubled down on what he did, which is dangerous because that means that the next guy could undo it. But the fact is, it could be done. So if you really cared about those people, you were done. And the fact that no one's held those Biden administration people in check for that is disgusting. And they're still receiving. Mayorkas is still receiving his pension. He's still receiving he still has his clearance. He still has all that stuff. There has to be consequences for this kind of shit when you know that you screwed up and American lives died because you let illegals in, because you believed or you didn't study, you didn't do your job. It's a dereliction of duty to say that Congress had to do it and you couldn't do it. Period.
If you ever go, Mike, if you go, pick the hearings that would be stuff you'd be interested in, but the judiciary ones are always really good. That's what we were talking about in the chat, Kennedy. When they start vetting the judges. Oh my God! And he vets these judges that are fucking morons. He'll ask them questions like basic legal. Excuse me, the hiccups. He'll ask them basic legal terms.
Rub your earlobes.
How do you do it? Wait, rub your earlobe?
Yeah, my father always said rub your earlobes. I don't know if it's true or not, but.
And a spoonful of sugar is what I was. He'll ask them basic stuff, and they're about to sit as a federal judge, and they don't know. They don't know. I mean, one didn't know what collateral estoppel was. It was just crazy stuff, but he's so funny.
And
you always better than say, I know you're a smart guy.
The best in those hearings is when someone asked Biden's Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown, right, what is a woman? And she said, well, it's like, can you just say...
I'm not a biologist.
Why not just turn? Why doesn't she just say, I am a woman? Why can't you just say, it's so bizarre that they can't even say that.
Well, that would make me the most mad of all time because, King, think about this. She was all proud that she was going to be the first black woman to the Supreme Court. But she can't even tell you what a fucking woman is. Hello? You're supposed to be the first black woman.
Well,
fucking idiot. I'm not a biologist. I don't know. I can't answer that.
I was hoping that, we live in a different world and justices have a certain amount of decorum, but I was hoping that one day before she went in or before she got approved by the Senate, you'd have Clarence Thomas come out with a wig on and say, I feel like a woman and therefore I'm the first Supreme Court justice that's a woman and a black woman. And watch everyone freak out. You're not. Well, I thought you said we can be whoever we want to be. That would have been the best troll ever.
Yeah, it was dumb as fuck. And she could have thrown it right back. I think it was Blackburn. Blackburn's the one who asked her that. And it was all that Ketanji had to do was be like, yeah, adult human female. Now what? Blackburn would have looked like a fucking idiot for asking some dumbass question to a judge. But instead, what did Ketanji do? She's like, oh, I'm not a biologist. I don't know. You can't really do that. She should have just been like, yeah, adult human female. Now what? And then Blackburn would look like a fucking moron. But the libs, they can't do that. Because they're beholden to an ideology. And it's and when you're beholden to an ideology, you're fucked. That's the problem. It's the only problem with the left. I'm telling you.
The only problem?
Well, agreed, but you know what I mean. They can't get out of their own way. It's crazy. They've lost the plot, bro. The left has lost the plot. Have you all seen these videos of Chuck Schumer and Hillary Clinton and all of them coming out from the mid '90s and all that? Well, the best one. They'd be Republicans.
Well, Mike, the best one is 2015, more recent. where Chuck Schumer talks about why he's not supporting the Osama nuclear deal with Iran, and he talks about why he's not doing it, how it's going to mobilize him, and then someone put the video next to it in 2018 where he says the Osama deal worked. It worked, and President Trump is taking us out of it, blah, 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 right? And then you look at him as the only vote to support Trump's actions that, supported like the Abraham Accords and things like that. And then you're watching him now saying, like, we should do it. And it's interesting because, and maybe Abby knows the answer to this, but what happened to all those donors that used to influence Chuck Schumer? Like, because Schumer, I would think with what's happening in Iran, would be doubling down. I wonder if behind the scenes he's calling Trump, like, do it. But then, like, publicly he's like telling his donors, I can't do it for the party. Really visible.
I mean, last time I saw him speak, he spoke in front of an AIPAC crowd. That wasn't this year, it was last year. And it was the coldest reception I've ever seen anyone get. And they're all like prepped in advance. You have to be respectful. I think like, I remember seeing like Samantha Power speak, people that were not in great favor, and they were more polite, but they were really not polite to Schumer. So, I mean, his base is changing.
Is it? I mean, here's the thing. He's still getting a lot of AIPAC money because...
Well, he will. He will. When you say that, look, it's not AIPAC writing the check. It's the people in the room that they're just bundling it. So, and
he's the highest elected Jewish member. I mean, I'm just...
Yeah, so there are donors. There are donors that will continue to give him money, but there are a lot of donors that stopped. So I don't know. I mean, the crazy thing is he's going to run again. Like that's the part that's just mind-boggling.
What is AIPAC's view on what's happening in Iran? Like, have they officially put out any statement?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't read anything.
By AIPAC, it's all done. I'm like, well,
no, but they're not. First of all, people don't understand, and I'm not active with them. I'm active with a totally different organization, but they bundle American citizens set up to do anything else other than bundling and gathering money and then directing those funds to candidates in the House and the Senate. That's it. No state election, no gubernatorial, no presidential. They don't get involved in any of that. So, I mean, it's about the relationship, the American-Israel relationship. That's what they do. So they don't actually do some of the other issues, stuff that I get involved with security in the U.S., such they don't get involved in any of that. They don't. It's not their thing.
Abby, did you read the New York Times article about what happened in the Situation Room with Trump and all that? Did you read that article?
I think I did. Wait,
this is the one.
Yeah. You did. You watched it.
This is the one where
No, there was one I just read in the New York Times describing. What happened?
And how basically Netanyahu and Mossad presented some info, and then Rubio and others said, in essence, it's bullshit. The thing they're giving in. It's almost like, well, if it was bullshit, why did Trump go ahead and do it? So, it's interesting because everyone in the room said, like, I wouldn't do it. But none of them were willing to say, don't do it, sir. They were just like, hey, as typical, this is bullshit, or it's extreme, or it's exaggerated and stuff, which is interesting. I just thought that was interesting reading.
I would err on the side of Rubio on a lot of these decisions.
But Rubio was saying that Israel was bullshit. They were giving bullshit intel.
I mean, the intel is interesting through all of this because the intel out of Iran is mostly Israeli assets on the ground there. I mean, I think most of what they were getting all these years.
Can I tell you guys what I'm worried about with Rubio and Vance?
Yeah, you think that they have an issue with each other?
Well, no, I'm worried that in 3 years or two years, whatever, and they're gonna both run for president. And there's got to be a primary, obviously. And like similar to how DeSantis ran for, which I think it killed DeSantis' career. He should have never tried to run against Trump because it forced DeSantis to talk bad about Trump, and it forced Trump to talk bad about DeSantis, right? Because that's what you have to do, right? Don't just sanctimonious and blah blah blah. I'm worried that Vance and Rubio are going to get on that primary debate stage, and they're going to obviously be forced to talk bad about each other, and we're going to lose one of them, right? Like, I don't see Rubio making Vance his vice president, and now Vance is what, going to be vice president for 12 years? Because if Rubio wins 8 consecutive years, or 2 consecutive terms, 8 years, Vance is now vice president for 12 years. I don't see that happening. And I don't see Rubio being Vance's vice president.
It's highly unlikely that we get a plethora of Republican presidents.
I'm just worried that they're going to have to talk shit about each other.
They probably will.
They have to.
They won't.
Right?
They won't.
They have to.
They're gonna have it worked out. Already they discussed it, and you can actually read it. Like they'll have it worked out what's gonna happen, and it may be just one term. Like what I've heard is that they just do like a flip flop one term because the beauty now is these guys are young, and the precedent set by Trump is that you can always come back.
Ari, I'm Team Rubio.
Rubio. Although there's another guy I really like, I want him to be activated, is Glenn Youngkin. Just really like him. I'm hoping he ends up with something.
I'm just worried we're going to lose one of them, and the other one, the other one fades into obscurity, right? Like, if Rubio gets the nomination, Vance kind of fades into obscurity. If Vance gets the nomination, Rubio kind of, what's he do, right? Like,
no, you want me to flip you out, Mike? Want to really get flipped out? Think about this one. The Senate and the House terms in the midterms, they impeach Trump and Rubio, and Trump and Vance. They impeach them because there's a Democratic control. And the next in line to run the country would be the Speaker of the House, which would mean it would probably Hakeem Jeffries would end up as your president. Just let that sink in.
I don't think the Senate would convict. It takes at least 2/3.
Takes 2/3. I mean, I agree. I don't think we'd get 2/3. But think about that scenario, Marshall. That could happen.
It's devious.
Well, that was the whole issue when Pelosi was there. It's like, fuck, dude. Pelosi's like third in line. Jesus Christ, this is crazy. Yeah, but I'm worried about Rubio and Vance fucking. Because again, DeSantis can't run for president again. He should have never done that.
No, these two will always be connected. They're the new kind of power team, right? And they're good friends. Vance and Rubio have been friends for a while, and wives are good friends. They're not going to turn on each other. Whereas with Trump, he knew these guys more as political donors. He didn't know these guys.
They have to, King. You know that.
They don't. No. But what I'm saying is this agreement will come beforehand. Like, if you were listening to what Vance said, he said, if Marco decides to run, I probably won't run, right? And so they'll have this conversation towards the midterm time. Yeah. If during the midterm time, right now Vance is the guy who's holding up the party, saying, I'm against this war, right? And so if he's the one who's able to hold the base together, they may say, hey, we're better positioned if Vance is the nominee. And by the way, there's some talk that maybe Rubio wants to stay as Secretary of State because, you have a little bit more, you can kind of do what you want to do, and he can serve another term as Secretary of State. Both of them have time to become president again. They're both relatively young.
It's going to be probably 8 years. Whoever wins,
that's okay. Doesn't matter. They're not in a rush. They're not old. These guys are young, and so they'll work with each other to do it and support each other. You create a coalition of these two. They've actually said that already. I've actually spoken to people who work for both of them, and they're like, our plan is to together be able to move forward. Vance representing MAGA, Rubio having the unique ability to bring in the mainstream Republican team together. Right? And so, so now you got someone who's not a Donald Trump, so he's not going to turn off people. And so it's really, really interesting. So, that's an interesting thing. Like, I think Democrats have a lot to worry about because Vance can orate and Vance can bring together the MAGA coalition. And you look at what's happening now, he's the one who MAGA's all praising. Oh, thank Vice President. Thank God we have a Vice President. All the people who are against what's going on in the world. Oh, J.D. Vance, the only sane one in the organization. Interesting. And then there's a major part of the administration, and then vice versa. And they just flip-flop and keep running each other, and the party stays unified. Because Trump is not going to unify the Republican Party. I mean, the coalition is there, but people see fragments now. That's why you're seeing people like Ron Johnson and other people coming out like, hey, there's a chance now he may be a lame duck and all that. That's why you're going to see Vance and Rubio on the field more and more in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months, selling not just what happened in Iran, but selling the Republican agenda. You'll see Trump there too, because his arrogance and ego won't allow him. And I'm not putting him down. I'm saying arrogance and ego won't allow him to not be included. But and they'll include him. But it'll be mainly them as the ones who are brokering the deals, who are talking to the congressmen, who are talking to people to get shit done. And you'll see Rubio more involved in domestic policy in the next, I would say, 3 to 5 months leading up to the midterms than you've ever seen a Secretary of State getting involved in domestic shit.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
And I'm hoping that, man, like if Vance does get it, I don't even want him to make Rubio the vice because I want Rubio somewhere he can do some damage. I feel like the vice president kind of just is there. Like Trump is giving Vance some stuff to do. I think he's trying to prop him up a little bit. Hope he does a good job. But like Rubio's fucking crushing it. But like I said, like you said, dude, the Democrats are in trouble either way because they got nobody. I mean, they got nobody. I think their leader is fucking AOC.
And that's why their only shot right now is to try to win and then impeach Trump. But their problem is if we impeach Trump, then we end up with the Vance presidency, and Vance is more popular now. So now the fear is, okay, shit, well, if we impeach Trump, well, we need to just hold everyone accountable. And, they're going to then, now you'll see them be even more reactive to every Trump tweet. Look what he's doing to Bruce Springsteen. Look at what he's doing here. Oh, we don't want this guy. And they're going to try to play the game. You'll see it, the game. Do you support yesterday when Donald Trump took a dump at 2 p.m? Do you disavow him for taking a dump at 2 p.m. when you know the dump should only be happening at this time? That's what they'll say. And you're like, what? And so they'll ask everyone those questions. So that is a kind of stupidity, but that's where they're going to go because they want to run against Trump, right? They don't want to run
the Senate, though, King. You don't have to look at the Senate. What's the right now? We got 53, right?
Well, I actually think the Republicans will hold on to the Senate.
Me too.
But the Ossoff election is the one that I'm most interested in. The one in Georgia, because Ossoff has a shit ton of money. But he's in a deep red state, and that's going to tell a lot for it. If Ossoff loses, it's really hard to unseat an incumbent, and there's nobody strong in Georgia. Mike Rogers in Michigan has a strong shot, and I'm actually going to be doing some stuff to support his campaign. And I think the person running in which one's the one that's up? Rhode Island, is it? Yeah, I think it's Rhode Island. So that one, I think, the Republican has a strong shot to win.
But to get another Trump, they
won't. But you got to understand, right now, if Trump had gone, I'll be honest, if Trump had gone through with this destroying the bridges and all this stuff, you would have had Republicans turn.
Super unpopular.
Right? They would no, it's not super unpopular. They're like, hey, this is destruction of just the wording in which he said, and then the fact that he carried through on it, in some ways, I've seen Iranians put messages saying, we saved Trump from impeachment because you had Ron Johnson and others saying, I support the president, but, that doesn't mean you can destroy these things. There's certain limitations be there because he's saying you don't go and destroy civilizations. That's not what it's for. And so, if Trump had really gone and bombed all the bridges, turned down all the stuff, and basically put them over there, he would have, I think he would have had an impeachment impeachment. So I think that's what they're kind of banking. I wouldn't be surprised, and I'll be honest, I know this sounds really bad, but I wouldn't be surprised if those guys start instigating more and more to try to get Trump to do something so that they can easily get Republicans on board, or that they can win the race saying, hey, do you support what he did here? Like right now, you'll hear that in these Senate races, Donald Trump was willing to bomb us. And so if you can make Trump the talking point, you can depress Republican turnout. That's their view, right? Repress independent turnout. And so that's why the Democrats feel strongly about the races, right? And so that's why Rubio and Vance are going to be so important because they're good orators and good messengers. So I think we'll be in really good, in good shape, and I think we'll do well.
Your team Vance, huh?
I'm only team Vance. I'm only team Vance.
I love Rubio, bro.
I gotta be honest. And Abby, you and I can, when we meet and have a drink or get a bite to eat, I'll explain this to you. I don't trust Rubio as far as I can throw him, and I can throw him pretty far.
Really?
The reason I don't trust him, I'll tell you why. I like what he's doing right now. But don't forget, how do you suddenly change? He was a guy who voted for amnesty, right? You look it up, and he was one of the Gang of Eight, right? He was supporting a pathway to citizenship. Okay, he was talking. How do you make these? He's never had to explain what made him make these changes. No one has asked him that. Now, maybe they will, and maybe that'll change me if I hear his answer. But he's always, he was anti-Trump, right? Even in Trump's first administration, the first 2 years, he was anti-Trump. Then they became good friends.
Well, so is Vance, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, but one had the power, and one was organizing against him, right? So Vance made comments, but he wasn't organizing against Trump.
That's fair. That's fair.
So. And he was organizing against him. He was part of the Never Trump movement initially, right? It was all this stuff. So what made him change, right? What made him, kiss up to Trump basically and move forward and do it, right? Where did he change on his policies and positions? Does he really?
Peter Thiel.
Right, maybe. But does he really believe these things? Or are these things that, man, when now he's given the power, he goes, hey, fuck you all. You guys were idiots to vote me again. Here you go, and just change it. You don't know because he's never explained it. He's never had to explain it, right? And you even look at his voting. Even if you look at his voting, pro-Ukraine funding when Trump left office, he voted for sending funds he voted with Biden to send funds and ammunition to Ukraine. Yeah, now his Secretary of State is saying, oh, we're not going to do that. And it's like, wait, so is it flavor of the week? Okay, Trump's no longer there, so now you're president, you're going to say what you want to do and say, fuck you, Trump? Like, right, we don't know where he stands because he's never had to explain why he made those changes. In fact, he's on the record saying, agreeing with Kamala Harris in the sense that, Congress has to pass a law. Then Trump gave some big problem because there was that bill that came into the Senate that was going to give more funding to DHS and allow them to enforce the border and all that stuff that they cited during the thing. And he came back saying the only way to do this is through Congress, but this bill doesn't do that, right? Well, he could have immediately said, hey, the president can do this today. He can use power. He can do. I mean, you're a seasoned person, right? You've been there a lot longer than Trump in terms of, constitutionality, your education, all that stuff. He could have said that, but he didn't. But then when he got into office, he goes, we always knew this could only be done through an executive order. You could easily do it. Like, so it's just like, okay, well, are you just saying what you need to for political expediency, or did something actually change you? And if something changed you, what was that? Fair question.
All right, who invited this guy? Abby, did you invite him? We're Team Rubio, King. Fuck off.
I am team whatever politician prepares us for the inevitable zombie apocalypse. And no one is addressing that. Until they do, I'm withholding my vote.
fucking with zombies, Alan.
They're coming.
No, they're not. Like Jesus?
No. When they're chewing on your brain,
Jesus rose from the dead.
Don't come crying to me because you've lost one hemisphere.
Alan for president. Alan, if you were president, who would be your vice president? Vance or Rubio?
I think that was for you, Alan. Thank you, Bima.
KK, who would you pick?
Hear what you said.
Well, let Mike go ahead and ask your question to Alan again. I think he was using the restroom.
Alan, if you were president, who would you pick for your vice president?
Oh, my mic was off. I said I like them in the positions they're in now. I think Rubio's doing a great job. I think he's handling it well. And I think Vance is doing a good job. I can't see either of them switching. Would you?
No, so you'd pick Vance as your vice and you keep Rubio where he was.
Yeah.
KK, who you take as your vice?
I wasn't sure until the article that I don't know who brought it. I think Mike, you brought it up. The article, New York Times article talking about when Netanyahu was in there, and then they were in the war room, and they were getting the intel brief, and Vance was opposed, and Rubio said this, and Hexted said this, and King said this. I wasn't sure until then, but when it came out, basically that Vance was opposed to it, I think for the long term and for the party, it would be best that he would run, because he's going to be able to stand up there and say, like, well, I was against it at that because of the risk and whatever, and that to make others feel like he's going to be a little less war hawked, you know? So he was kind of in that capacity. Also, I think keeping Rubio where he's at or expand his actual role. I forgot what roles he has now, but what he's doing right now as far as the State Department within continental United States has been tremendous in regards to kicking out some of the people that are on here, like on expired visas or green cards, and seeking asylum or false asylum filings and whatnot. I think he might be better served in that capacity.
I like that answer.
I mean, if you think about it, if you read the article, I didn't read it, I was just listening to people that were talking about it, and that's what they were claiming and stating, what was each positioning. Of course, Hegseth, because that's his duty, is basically, okay, I have to prepare the Department of War for this. This is what we can do. This is why this is the best time to do it. Even though there's a risk, it's a lower risk of liability because it will cost more and more lives at risk if we wait 5 years from now, right? So he's like gung-ho with it. And then Rubio's position was basically, if we don't do it now, we're going to have to do this maybe in 4 or 5 years. And at that time, with whatever we have now, will we be able to undo what they have compared to what they have now? And we've already kind of set up the ground for it to succeed. Then which would be easier? Handle it now or handle it later? So that was kind of Rubio's positioning, which made sense. So, and then Kane, his position was, since we don't really need anybody else, and also the Department of War has some new little toys that they haven't even brought out yet, and they're being rushed to test to market and feel, which is kind of crazy. Some of the stuff they have is pretty rad, really addressing even the drone stuff. But anywho, Kane's position was, you know, we're here now. We have the upper hand, so to speak. We've already laid down the work. We've already leveraged that, you know, the fuck around part. So they've already realized what we can and cannot do. So that can definitely be a huge leverage point. So knowing that the people that were very hawkish, and then Vance was a little bit more like, well, let's get the bigger picture of this. How is this going to change us? And the global side of it, right? So I think having that a little bit more centered mindset when it comes to any type of conflicts for the future would be more appealing to potential voters, independents, or moderates. That's why I was thinking. Who did Marshall say?
I'd say Rubio, but that's just because I think he's going to pair.
Type candidate for president. That's what the Democrats will do. It'll be, I'm going to give you all free shit.
God, I hope they do that. It makes it easier.
Yeah, but how do you fight against that? Oh, I'm not going to give you free shit. You're going to work, and you'll have the self-satisfaction of knowing you did it on your own.
Well, the outcomes from the time in office for Mondani will have showed, and so we can kind of basically feed off of that back as well. He's already feeling, Spanberg is already, she's in the big decline. Her numbers are way down, the lowest in one. Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, see, that may be true, but if the Republicans, think of it in terms of the emotional impact that each candidate has. I mean, in California, there's a Mondani copycat. I don't know how he's doing. I've only seen a few ads from him.
Who was it?
I don't remember.
Campos Najar?
Say that again?
Campos Najar?
Maybe. I'd have to see it. His ad.
Oh, you talking about that big head Dina John clothes?
Yeah, he was walking as he was talking, the way Mondani did in his set.
Oh, you're talking about Mondani, okay.
The point is, I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's the emotional connection and impact a candidate that can make that determines whether or not he wins or loses. That's why Trump won in 16. That's why he lost in 20. That's why he won in 24.
Well, security was the number one issue on both sides of the aisle for 24.
Well, I'm sure. Well, yes. And who made the more appealing emotional argument? You know, the country's worried about security, and the Democrats are saying, no, they're fine. And Trump is saying, no, we got to deal with these immigrants. That connected emotionally to how people were feeling. Anyways, yeah, I mean, I don't have an answer to this question because we don't know what's going to happen with all of this. You know, in the next 2 years. But I think that going to be key. I mean, but I agree with what you've said, KK, and what others have said too. I mean, there's a lot of jockeying that's going to go on. I don't think Democrats have anybody viable right now. Someone might.
Slotkin said she'd consider it.
Who?
Slotkin?
Slotkin.
God, do I even know what she looks like? Anyways,
She was
medium short hair.
She served in the military in some capacity. She was one of the ones that was.
influential now that now some of our politicians are now becoming influencers. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., has started a podcast, The Office, an official podcast, where you will have people on. He's going to prioritize his anti-vax conspiracy theorist people so they can very confidently and very whitely, I'm going to make sure I emphasize their skin color, because without being white, you cannot pull this off. But, to push just complete scientific nonsense or anti-science nonsense from the office or the highest health and human services office in the land. That's why people come back to, presidential elections definitely matter. When we have a Kamala Harris as president right now, you do not have an anti-vax conspiracy theorist, idiot, uneducated, any level of lives as your Secretary of Health and Human Services. You probably don't have measles, we have measles obviously, but you probably do not have a 30-year record high in measles cases outbreak happening in the country as well. Where a lot of these kids are going to have some lifelong issues because of these things. And as the cases continue to climb, you're going to see more and more kids start dying here in this country from that. And, presidential elections definitely matter. You ask some parents who have these kids who are suffering, they're going to lose it. So, but yeah, I'm done.
I just wanted to say, I know I was really clear. I tried to be clear earlier about why I think politicians still matter more than, who are more powerful. So I think influencers are exactly their name. They are influential. I'm not arguing and I'm not saying anybody was talking to me, but I just want to be clear about my position. I'm not arguing that influencers aren't exactly their name, influential. What I am arguing is that they're not more powerful than politicians, because the most that they can do is influence you to go to a politician who has the power to make a difference, who has the power to change your mind, who has the power to do what the fuck they want. Once they're elected, right, they hold all the power, right? So I guess my clear position would be, prior to an election, an influencer is powerful, the most powerful. After it is the politician who got elected, right? And you helping a politician get elected doesn't necessarily mean shit. And once elected, you have a much higher chance of being re-elected as well, right? And so that influencer's power actually decreases to some degree if once you've actually been elected, because your chances of being re-elected are much higher as an incumbent. So I just want to be clear about my position. And I think that if we go around really thinking that influencers are more powerful than politicians, and I consider judges politicians, because until you become the highest office of judge, most judges are actually elected. So they still operate within the realm of politics or incarcerate people. So, thank you.
Just about to say that, I'm glad you say that, like in Dallas, just voted the first female black judge in Dallas, which is crazy. Which is a Democrat, which is even crazier. She's one of the highest judges in that position. And it does play a big part in that. And if you look at Collin County, the shit is all Republican, and they vote red. I don't care what you say. And Cleo, you've been to Chicago. Look at our judges. Look at our politicians. Chicago is one of the most segregated cities in the world, in the United States. And you look at who is voted in, our DAs and all that stuff, plays a huge part. I don't see no influencers standing outside and they'll march and do all that shit, but when some real shit happening, man, they ain't nowhere to be found. They trying to line them pockets up.
Yeah. Good morning. I wanted to add to your point, Gamma and Ms. Cleo. I love what you said about the influencers as well. To me, influencers is really kind of more of a marketing thing, frankly. Part of the challenge is that the nature of media that we have now, and I'm not just talking about CNN or anything like that, but just think about the fact that
local issues for people sometimes, or local policy sometimes, or maybe just some idea that or something that's happening maybe locally at some level. But the downside is that it allows people to come in with misinformation as well. With hype that doesn't really mean anything. It would be it's no different than being in a football stadium for the New York Jets, and you ask who is a great football team, and the majority of the people around you are telling you that it's New York Jets, when there's other teams playing with a lot of great players and that type of thing. I think the range that influencers have is part of that deals with kind of like the media landscape, and I think politicians now have to worry about managing it in a way that they never had before. If you look at like the civil rights movement, there was recorded, the TV showed America what was happening at that time. How people were responding to the protests, and that galvanized support. Today with media, it's I'm not going to say it's 100% hard, but it's trickier to get that and be something sustainable. And I think that means for us, I think for Black people in particular, I think for us it means thinking more critically about who's representing our interests, who's representing us, and I think thinking about when you vote for somebody, don't just be the one topic or one policy person. There was one guy, I'll say this and land very quickly. I remember that he talked about he voted for Trump only because he doesn't believe in government. You can have that opinion, but the action that you took was to vote for somebody who is so weirdly anti-government and weirdly anti-ethics harms people. And I think we have to, as voters, the media landscape we have now is forcing us to reevaluate, how do we vote for people? How do we check things out? And then I'll have to search these for bringing up Ballotpedia, because I almost forgot about the website as well, too. And thanks for letting me join in. I really appreciate it.
Here, shout out to Chicago. But I have a question for, people who, the older. I have a question for you, Cleo.
No, one second. Before you ask that question, can I respond to Pierre?
Sure.
Damn, never mind. I actually forgot what. Damn, there was something he said. Oh, well, I don't remember. Gamma, go on.
Well, I wanted to ask, we know influencers have always played a part. Like Pierre, I just was going to expound on that part. When we talk about everybody knew the shit that was going on in America during the civil rights, the 70s and the 80s, especially it wasn't until maybe PBS or CBS and the media started showing this and start bringing it into the American public's living room that they were like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Do you believe that influencers now can just reach out to people like we said with Joe Rogan? Even Joe Rogan, people are pushing back against him. Do you believe that they are more of an extension from that as well? I don't know if I'm saying that right.
I hear what you're saying. You're saying the same thing.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I think it's in some levels, yes, but at the same time, it's sort of a weird extension. It's almost like I'm not sure of a great analogy for this. I'll hold on that a little bit, but it's sort of I think the evolution of media and how we engage with it has shifted. I think when we look at the civil rights, yeah, you're right that the nation learned a little bit more about what was going on. But we didn't have we didn't have a capability to have a dialogue like we're having right now. Like right now, I don't know anybody on the stage before. Basically, I've only known people through Clubhouse. But the fact that we can talk to each other in real time and express something that's to each other means that information is flowing faster and that we're learning a lot more faster. But I think at the same time, it also means that because it's so widespread that other people can come in and join in with and sometimes and very innocently even bring up misinformation. And there are other people who, from a political standpoint, they're just rah. I'm going to traffic this misinformation because I don't want to be wrong. I think the nature of how we engage has shifted on us in a lot of ways. I think it just means now When we talk to each other, we need to be more discerning about, what is it from a policy, what is it from a policy that we like from a candidate, why we're choosing. I think there's a sophistication that we have to. I'm not saying we've ever been naive. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the nature of how we pick and deal with people now has shifted on us in a lot of ways. And to some things with a little bit more gradient to it than what it used to be. And I think that engaging part is probably what's is a sticking point in some ways. There's some good parts about it. I mean, like the fact that we're talking now, to me is a good part. But if I was dealing with somebody with a lot of misinformation and they're entrenched, that's the bad part.
I have a question. Do y'all think influencers have influence on local politics? Because we be so hung up on the presidential election. When it's the senators, the congressman, your mayor, your alderman that really affects you. Do y'all think that's going to happen eventually?
I think that's a good question. I don't think that I think the influencers who are trying to, okay, this sounds redundant. The influencers who's trying to influence, I think they're more attracted to money at the level, because there's part of the influencer business model is really reach and broadcast to as many people as possible. If you're doing that, you may not be paying attention to the local as much as you can. But I'm not going to discount the idea that cannot happen either, because in marketing there's now this thing about micro influencers. So these are people who don't have millions of views, but they have a smaller group and audience. But to do that, in marketing, it's focused on maybe a product and a certain service. I think locally it might be a little trickier, but it's not. I'm not going to say it's not out of the realm of possibility either.
Because I'm thinking about Chicago's last mayoral election. I voted for Brandon Johnson because I could not vote for Paul Vallis. This is a politician who's been running for politics my whole life. Damn near. He was just a regular old politician, what they call the old guard. So I decided to go with Brandon Johnson. I've been pleased and not pleased with his performance in Chicago, but I know Chicago is a unique city, and you really need balls, whether you're a man or a woman, to be the mayor of Chicago. You do, because we got all these different groups of people here. It's so segregated and shit. So everybody wants something. I don't know. I'm tired of influencers. I'm sick of their ass. But they are not more powerful than politicians. And if they are, that says a lot about the state we live in.
May I offer something really quickly? Good morning, everybody.
Miss Cleo wanted to get in. I wanted to hear Miss Cleo, you still there?
I think she said she forgot.
Yeah, no, I remember. I put it in the chat. That's what he was talking about. Yeah. So let me put it back in the chat because I already forgot again. I put it in the chat so I don't forget.
Cleo, do you want me to look in the chat to see what it was you wanted to ask me?
Yes, I wrote it. Where is it? Why can't I find it?
Okay, I'll take a look.
Yeah, it was about, anti-government. That's what I wanted to talk about. It was really random. So you were talking about somebody who was pro-Trump because he's anti-government. I find that very odd that somebody would believe that a person would run for the president of the United States and be anti-government. That doesn't even fucking make sense.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I just don't know where we've gotten as a population where basic logic no longer is a part of how we operate. There's no way somebody runs for president and they're against the government. You fucking run the government. You appoint judges who are part of the government. You make executive orders that are a part of the government. You talk to Congress to influence them as a part of the government. Your fucking position is the government. It makes no sense. And this is my disappointment with not only just society, but particularly our people say we ain't got no community. I believe in a black community. In the black community is we are so easily swayed, right? So easy to make believe a certain thing that we hear shit and don't even sit and take a second to go, does that fucking add up? Does 1 + 1 sound close to 2? Because somebody who absolutely doesn't believe in government, why the fuck would they be running for president? It blows my mind completely. This happens thing after thing after thing. People will say Democrats aren't for Black people. And then you look at the track record and you Black folks, and you put that against Democrats and Republicans, and you tell me that that's even close, also completely fucking ridiculous. And this is where I think influencers and how people consume media now is super, super dangerous. People consume media, they don't vet themselves. They accept things that just sound good. Like, that kind of sounds like it's a good thing. Yeah, I'm tired of A. If somebody says anything that's close to A, I'm not even talking about super close, even kind of close. Now I'm going to be supportive of that. Okay, I'm getting off my soapbox. I'm sorry for inviting
me. No, keep going.
Miss Cleo, keep going, girl. Because that's the thought I had. Exactly. Like, how you anti-government, but you vote for the president?
Yeah.
You look like a fucking fool. But it's a lot of fools in America. They're dumbed down the education system. People don't know basic civics. I was in a room and this dude talking about Kamala did a horrible job as vice president. Do you know the function of the vice president? They don't have any power. They're there for really one reason, in case something happens to the president. But that just shows you how we are sunk as a people when you don't know basic.
In their position, I think it's worth it.
Right, yeah, that too. But it just shows you how dumb people are, Miss Cleo. They are dumb as fuck. And you know they run amok on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree with you, Miss Cleo. It was a weird statement. I think people are trying too hard to have a shortcut in thinking about who they vote. Like, okay, I like it's almost like vibe voting in a lot of ways. And that's not going to get through much of anything. I think it's the idea of if you can't name off like certain initiatives that make sense, then it's a weird logic to kind of say, yeah, I agree with the entire. The person had a weird logic to it, like, okay, I just don't want the government to act upon Black people. I'm like, yeah, but you're still voting for somebody who will, and there were clear signs that there was detriment to it. It's something that I think for Black people, we've always we've vetted things a lot of times. There's still some things that we debate about, but I think as Black people, even if you're not heavy on public policy, we sort of understand our history enough to know to at least question a politician collectively. But I think even then, I think now with so much of a media landscape, with so many people throwing so many ideas out there, that it becomes sort of a battle to kind of get to the right thing. But I think honestly, if you can think of any sort of policy that a politician is associated with or that they're trying to advocate for, I think that's what you need. That's what people need to be doing. And I think that would put a lot of influencers in check who are just trying to, rabble rouse for somebody rather than give like concrete theory or concrete ideas that people should be able to vote down on.
I'd like to offer a couple things. This is like such a good conversation. So yes, influencers have more power than politicians today, and it's super duper unfortunate. But that can simply be explained by like our lack of education as a people. And so the reason why the Republican Party is able to do what they do, because they break things down in such a simple way, very black and white, while obviously leaving out the gray area that affects so many, not only Black people, but also poor people in general, right? So the idea that, let's just say, hey, if you want all of the things in the world, Black people, that you can work your ass off and still not make it, right? But it's super duper unfortunate that influencers do have more power than politicians. Now, when we talk about like the outcome of that, or not even the outcome, but like what that looks like in practice, we have so many different examples of this. Somebody named Joe Rogan up here. You have people also, here's what's also interesting, right? Many people that are considered quote unquote conspiracy theorists, right? Or were at least, and we're talking about 2000.
Can I pause you for a second? Because I don't think I'm following you. Can you kind of go back for a moment with me? Are you okay with that? I am sorry. You said for sure influencers are more powerful than politicians. Can you help me understand that? Because I don't agree at all.
Sure, when it pertains, I'll be more than happy. I'm talking about when it pertains to convincing a mass of people to sway a certain type of way.
Okay, so you're calling influence power itself?
Unfortunately, yes. So, I mean, me personally, right, I believe that there are influencers and then there are people of influence, which to me are two different things. But when we're talking about how gullible the American people are, when we're talking about how not well-read or educated the American people are, very, very much so. And I even think that this could be broken down generationally.
So I understand like some of the American people being gullible and all of that, but I actually think the power of an influencer ends with the ability to push people to vote a certain way. But the things that actually are like powerful are the ability to make changes that actually impact your day to day. I don't know how.
No. So that's why I said that when it pertains to convincing, that is where influencers are more powerful than politicians. Now, obviously,
it sounds like they're more influential. That's like I think the words for me are
when we say more right. But if you can sway people to vote a certain type of way, that is very, very, very powerful. It's also very, very detrimental. And I think that way too many people undermine how powerful. That's why it's super duper important if you are a person on the internet who has a big following, you have to be extremely, extremely responsible with what it is that you say and do because you have people blindly following you. So are politicians more powerful in reference to when they have these seats in there in certain positions? They are the people who make the world go the way that it is, quote unquote, essentially? Of course. But one thing, people can blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you right now, with the combination of the internet and our lack of education as an American people, it's not hard to see how an influencer, when it pertains to swaying people's opinion, can be more popular or can be more not impactful, but can be more powerful, quote unquote, in that sense than a politician. And I just would like to land here really quickly, MJ, and I'm gonna throw it to you. I think that age demographic plays a huge part in this. So if you're somebody who still watches the news, this isn't me trying to be funny, this isn't me trying to be shady, this isn't me trying to like be rude or anything like that. I don't know if you would understand the capacity of the internet in the way that I'm discussing it. And how most people don't even turn on the television anymore past a certain age group. They don't even have cable. They're going straight to TikTok. Yeah. I mean, straight to the internet.
Yeah. So Joe Rogan is more powerful. No, you wait. So Joe Rogan is more powerful than Hot Wheels. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Hold on.
I just want to make sure I'm getting it.
Hold on a second.
And then
I have to say,
I get this question answered in the MJ.
I think it's unfortunate that there's an intention to clearly miss.
No, I'm just asking.
What I'm saying regarding power and influencing, I'm specifically speaking about the ability to sway people's opinion. That is extremely powerful. Those politicians don't get in that seat unless the people are on the internet doing what the people on the internet are doing. And then you collapse that with the fact that, like I was saying, about people who are in the 2000s, early 2000s, people who were called conspiracy theories, a lot of us are now at the age where people were quote unquote crazy. To fast forward, they were 110% right. And so we're going to continue to see this. That is why the Democrats have got to find a way to talk to people in a way that they can understand and explain to them how it will affect them. That's why they have to talk to white women and Latinos and say, hey, you and your family will be gone.
Thank you.
You will not have access as a white woman to this. People, the Democratic Party have to start breaking shit down in a way that people on the internet do, because that is our way of communication now. Utilizing these big words, trying to have a dick swinging contest around who is more intelligent will not get the job done, when quite literally our life is on the line. You have to meet people where they're at, and that is first going to start with communication in the way that people consume information, which is the internet, influencers, except gone are the days where
30 seconds.
Celebrities. I got you, because I've been interrupted several times and it makes me lose my train of thought as well. Gone are the days where celebrities are rappers, etc. The celebrities are everyday. They're influencers, and everybody knows that. The Cardi B's of the world are fighting for campaigns, for money, with quite literally influencers on the internet.
10 seconds.
And that is a fact. So I'm just trying to explain the scope of things and how I'm looking at it when it pertains to specifically power and what I'm talking about when I say power. The ability to sway the people's opinion. That is a very, very powerful tool.
Thank you.
And politicians do not have trust, and unfortunately, the influences on the internet do.
Thank you, MJ.
Y'all gonna have to get a little bit more concise.
Let me get in line. Let me get in line after that.
You shut up, sir. Thank you. Go, MJ.
Very unfair.
All of the last man.
Because I'm white. Yeah. But anyways, whenever everyone else
Yo, excuse me. Be quiet. Go, MJ.
Yeah, y'all got to get a little bit more concise. Absolutely. Like, both sides of this discussion. I'll just say this. I actually agree with Makeup. I think that influencers are taking up space in media. Media drives not only politics, but it also drives culture. And they are increasingly becoming the voice of both. And we need to understand the gravity by which they wield, goddamn, for lack of a better word, influence on politics, influence on culture, influence on preferences, influence on capital and how it moves. Yeah, it's undeniable. And if y'all want to say that these politicians these politicians can't make influencers. Influencers can, they can break politicians. This is all true. So we have to move forward understanding the gravity. That we have to understanding how these systems function, where the power, quote unquote, power lies within them.
Let me say 10 seconds. Half of the reason why Kamala Harris unfortunately didn't win outside of misogyny and racism
That's 10 seconds.
is because of the internet. It's because of the influencers on the internet talking about
Hamza,
all of the shit. That is why.
Thank you.
Hamza, it's your turn. Although I don't actually want to hear you talk 1 second. Actually, it's not your turn. It's my turn. I just want to make sure the stage understands the difference between influence and power. And I'll posit a question that you all can get to if you want. What influencer has dictated anything? Thank you.
But how can you say
It's Hamza's turn.
Okay, but wait.
Let Hamza go.
Why can power and
Hamza.
Hold on, I have a question. Why can power and gamma?
I know you have a question.
Hamza,
Hamza,
would
it's on
also
you.
like to have discourse.
Big. Let's not be disrespectful.
I'm not, but
it's
you
not
guys
your
were being
turn.
disrespectful to me the whole time, and I'm saying that
No,
they were able to.
Big.
I
Big.
waited
What happened?
Big. 25 minutes in the room.
Big.
Why did I not have discourse?
I've been in here for an hour and a half and I haven't said a single word. It's
Well,
okay.
you weren't on the stage.
Big. What happened, which I actually think is actually my fault, so I'll take responsibility, is I actually allowed you to answer a question which I thought you were going to have a succinct answer to. You did not.
No, I was
Right, and that's
confused
actually-
because it's elegant, and I'm
So
saying
you ended.
we're having discourse.
No, you ended, and then I inserted a question. You and I had a back and forth.
No, you interrupted to ask the question. You said, is that okay? And I said, yes.
No, Big, I'm actually not.
You're a weirdo. Like, I don't understand how powerful influencers are.
No, none of that matters. I don't even, see, I didn't do it.
I did it.
So, I don't even fucking like Hamza, right, at all. And I would make sense for people. No, I don't. The half the stuff you say I think is stupid as shit.
Nobody does.
Hold on, I don't even know what Fro is, but Miss Clear, you don't like me at all?
I mean, what I don't know, remember you well enough, but what I do remember is I think you say stupid shit.
But you like me type shit, right? Like, I say stupid shit, but, like, you kind of like me type shit.
I don't, but it's
really? That kind of hurts, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Now it's my turn to speak, right? It's my, I got the stage type shit.
You don't have a long time. You better get started.
Okay, let me get started then. Let me get started. MJ is saying dumb shit, right? That's how I'm gonna start. He thinks Trump, and I don't know who the fuck Kamala Harris runs shit. Bro, that's not who runs shit in America, right? Who runs shit is the military industrial complex.
Who said that?
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you already cutting me off?
Who said that?
You see,
why are you mentioning my name?
MJ, we're gonna step over him. He's gonna share. I'm gonna act like he doesn't exist. It's okay.
My bad, Mr. You know I don't respect these crackers. You know I don't respect these crackers. Go ahead.
No, he's being racist. Should I fucking say something racist towards him since you called me a cracker?
No, you need to.
Should I say something racist? Yeah, do it. Do it, brother.
Don't make me. I fucking hate you right now.
Bro, if he says cracker, shut up. If he says, no, everyone shut the fuck up. If he says cracker one more time, I'm gonna be racist. You go to cotton fields. Don't get me wrong.
My bad, Miss Cleo. I'm trying to.
The cracker is cracking.
MJ, shut the fuck up.
Don't ever in your life call me a racist comment unless you're and you have.
Hamza.
I'm sorry. Hamza, you're screaming. At least Big, when she argued with me, she wasn't screaming. I really don't need to be screamed at in my ear.
Y'all picked the white man over me to drag me because
hell no.
I want to.
Big.
Give me my time.
We will get you your time. You're going to have to chill for a second. Big. This is something to work here, right? So these people with the beans, they're going to moderate the conversation.
Right, but if I got this clip as an influencer, if I got this clip in this moment, then
we're going to get there.
I bet you now that you won't.
Girl, don't pump fake. If you're going to get it clipped,
I'm
actually sick of it.
Ain't no pump fake.
Cleo has been trying to get order in the room. Nobody
knows that. Y'all cut me off of this white man to talk about Kamala Harris and cotton picking.
Yeah. I'll talk about whatever I want. I'm a bitch. I'll talk about whatever I want. Who you think you are? Get the fuck out of here.
Who the fuck is next?
I am next.
Order is trying to be maintained in the room. I don't know where the fuck all this shit is coming from. It's 7:25.
He called me a cracker.
Miss Cleo has consistently attempted to get order so we can move through the people who want to speak. Nobody's choosing anybody over anyone else. There are just more people who want to speak, Big, and you have guy in the fucking room. So what I'm saying is all those threats to clip some shit, girl, just do it. Stop threatening us. That's called pump faking. All right. So Hamza, I believe you're next. You won't have as long. We're going to start cutting this shit short. Okay? Be concise.
Be direct. Get your point the fuck out, and then ambassador is next.
Okay.
Enough of the goofy shit.
Fair enough.
Influence you fuckers the fuck out of here.
Based. Fair enough. Let me be very concise. I think personally MJ is the biggest dumb fuck that I've ever met in my life. He believes and Kamala Harris has some kind of power because he's a dumb normie, right? He's a dumb sheep that he is. Who really runs? Look how he laughs at my own jokes. What a fag. What a fucking fag. The guy who's insulting him, he laughs. He gives props to his jokes. But anyways, who really runs the country are influential people that are not in the media, like the military. And don't fucking cut me off, fag. The people who really run the world are the military-industrial complex and people like BlackRock. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's an investment. 1 second, my girl. It's an investment company, right? They buy property. 1 second. I don't know why you keep interrupting me. Let me finish my point.
Why? I'll show you why. Look, so what y'all gonna understand about? No, here, what y'all gonna understand about this shit? This is not a democracy in this motherfucker, right? This is a conversation curated by us with these stupid damn green beans. That's what it is. I don't know why people. If y'all want to talk about some shit. There's a very easy way. Go to the hallway, and there used to be, it says host room. It's big and blue. It has a plus sign. Fucking host your room and go talk about this shit. If you don't like how we are moderating the conversation we fucking want to have. That's just what it is. Hamza, I was giving you a warning about how much time you had. You're not going to tell me what the fuck you got in this fucking space. It's not going to happen, right? Big, I actually like some of what you were saying because you have a different opinion. I want to keep fucking different opinions up on stage. But what I don't want people who hog the mic. I'm trying to pass it around, right? That's it. If you're down in the goo, I know, Ambassador, I'm really sorry. If you're down in the goo and you got some shit to say, we would love to have you here. Right? I don't care what you believe in. It doesn't actually matter to me. None of y'all fucking make me $1. Y'all don't make me come. Y'all don't make me eat. So none of y'all actually matter to me, right? But the conversation does. So, Ambassador, it's on you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleo. Thank you, Ms. Pro and Ms. Q, for getting some order. I think many times we underestimate the actual volition, I mean, the power of the volition of the people. And we want so many opportunities to establish new politics, new policies. And I was seeking, I guess, as soon as we saw Donald Trump exercise executive orders that actually did override the constitutional orders that were already in place, and the people allowed it to happen. So we were proposing a people's court that would have a competition with the Supreme Court, the Senate, and the Congress, meaning the volition or the will of the people would have a voice to stop an executive order if it was against the volition of the people. So I think we have many opportunities to exercise the will of the people and organize strongly. One of my advisors said to find the peacemakers, organize against the warmongers, and then position yourself strongly to override and to defeat us. War, we say, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. And this is the thing, it's proven itself. They fumbled the ball, they had opportunity to prove exactly who they are, they did. And if you want to think that military runs the world, just check with Vladimir Putin. Check in with Netanyahu, check in with Trump now, and you'll see that now that you fired your bombs and used some of your guns and eliminated or disposed of many of your soldiers, now where has that gotten you? Chaos and confusion and jacked up price at the grocery counter, gas pump and diesel pump. So it gets shocks the world into a lot of common sense but the volition of the people advised against this. So we need to lean more on the volition of the people and the hell with the military and these Gestapo leaders. And I just land my plane saying my.
Ambassador, I appreciate that you respected me giving you a 30-second warning and didn't take it personal. Thank you so much. Anthony, I invited you to the stage.
Thank you for allowing us to.
Yeah, you typically have a different opinion, so I would love to hear what your opinion is. We're discussing the room title, Are Influencers More Powerful Than Politicians Today? What are your thoughts?
Hey, good morning, Cleo. I hope all is well with you and yours. So, my humble opinion is, influencers, they do have a significant amount of influence, but I think politicians, generally speaking, are definitely more powerful in terms of the consequences of their actions carry more weight than that of influencers. That's pretty much wraps it up right there. If it's one or the other, binary choice, I'm going with the politicians being more powerful.
Damn, it takes a lot of house for us to agree, but shit, we in alignment on this one. There's a question from the chat I want to bring up. Who are these influential influencers other than Rogan? We heard Rogan. Who are the other influencers we think are like so powerful? And then I would love to know, what is their actual power? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the hands of these big influencer platforms. I think it's just how many of them there are. Like, it's a whole lot of fucking people. People with, 20 followers, right? But when you look at them in aggregate, it's quite a bit of people, and everyone's watching. And the influence is increasing. Like, they're taking shine away from mainstream media. They're taking shine away from like big cable television, network television. People are increasingly tuning in to the influences of their choice. So I don't think you can look at one influencer and say, "Oh, this influencer is more influential than this individual politician," and do that thing. But again, looking at them in aggregate, they move. They move culture. Again, they move markets. They move what consumers choose. They move industry, and they move politics. I think it's undeniable.
Can anybody answer the question I asked? What is the name of an influencer who, other than Rogan, who has some large amount of power, and what is this power that they actually have?
Ricketts.
Damn, influencers have so much power we can't name their fucking. Make that shit make sense for me. Damn, Siri even said it. I don't have an answer for that. Okay, anybody? I guess now we just chit chatting because clearly nobody can support the claim that influencers have influence without and name people who do and the power that they have. Hello. I'm gonna let Hamza back up.
Hey, can you hear me? My bad, I'm halfway working. I put it earlier, but wouldn't Elon Musk be considered an influencer?
That's a good question. Farmer, you'll go next. Do people think that Elon Musk would be considered an influencer?
Absolutely. Is he now on social media giving his opinion? And people found his opinion and repost it. And take those ideas and launch them into this entire political sphere. Damn, said that all fucked up. But you know what I mean? Like, of course he does. Of course he's influenced. Of course he's influenced.
Finally, you say something to follow up with.
What's wrong with this?
Bro. No, it's your racist. That's why I have a problem with your racism, bro. Don't be racist towards me because my skin fucking color, you hamar, you donkey that you are. Don't be racist. All right, let's get back to Elon Musk.
Y'all can argue in the back channel. Yeah, y'all can argue.
Yeah, I'll DM his. Y'all trust me. I'll DM his mother. No worries. I got you.
I don't care who you DM. His mother, his cousin, his dick. We're gonna move on.
Oh shit!
I appreciate that. So, MJ, like, I guess we're setting the bar really low for who would qualify as an influencer. Based on what you said about Elon, pretty much anybody could be an influencer that is on various social media platforms. And, you know, if that's the way you think, that's cool. We can have a discussion about it, not have a discussion about it, no big deal either way. You know, I'm just thinking in terms of like their actions and the consequences of their actions. Who has more power? You know, ultimately, I'm going to side with politicians. That's where I'm at with it.
Yikes! That still doesn't answer my question that was posed, though.
Yikes! Yeah, so if I can respond to Anthony.
Well, hold on, MJ, because I would like my question to be answered. You gave your opinion. Anthony, the question posed is Elon Musk an influencer?
Okay. Yeah, I think Elon Musk is an influencer. Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
Didn't that contradict what you just said just now? I thought you said that if I wanted to say, he specifically said, MJ, if you said what you want, if you can say what you want, if you think Elon Musk is an influencer, then
did you hear me say that? I don't think he's an influencer in my submission.
Exactly. He's being subjective.
I'm saying
maybe or not. Hold on.
Maybe not his voices on top of each other, and maybe it's like one at a time.
Sure. It seems as though you were leaning in that direction. If Elon Musk is an influencer, which I think he absolutely is, because before Elon Musk jumped on Twitter or these social media platforms, he was just somebody who was behind an electric powered car company, right? I mean, he had his past in PayPal Mafia, all these things, right? But people didn't know how he felt about politics. His opinions on politics, right, fostered a following and definitely got to touch a lot of different people's ears. I think that's influential. Aside from everything else that he's doing. So, yeah, again, man, when we're talking about influencers, I think all of this counts.
MJ, you didn't give a qualifier. When you stated, why Musk was an influencer, you used very broad terms. And
of course I gave a qualifier.
Okay. Wow.
All right. I said things that
MJ.
You're right.
Leo literally just redirected y'all from rubbing y'all throats on each other's. If you could please allow him to talk. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna address it just like that every time you do it. So be quiet.
All the guys got quiet.
Anthony's turn to talk, Hamza. Get your throat off Anthony's throat.
Wow.
Y'all seem to not shut up when it's so here's the thing. I tried it nicely, like, hey, can three men not all talk at the same time? And no, y'all didn't fucking listen. But the second we talk about rubbing throats, y'all and y'all was so uncomfortable, you actually shut the fuck up. So maybe listen to the person who said it the first time without the. I don't want your throat rubbing on my shit either.
Oh my! When you give women power, you see what happens, guys. You see it.
Yeah. This is what happens. You can really see what happens when women get power too.
She'll help you out.
No, Miss Krill, I will give you all the power.
MJ, maybe you did give a qualifier. I don't recall you giving a qualifier. I could be wrong, and I'm happy, for you to make the correction. No big deal. It just seemed like there was a really low bar to be an influencer based on the criteria described by you when talking about Elon. So in my response to Donnie, I just wanted to give him a direct answer. I didn't want to skirt around the question. I said, yes, I do think Elon would qualify as an influencer. I don't recall your qualifiers, but you're welcome to correct me. I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times. No big deal, brother.
Yeah, Anthony, all respect, I'll be real quick. I think the low bar to be an influencer is what makes them so fucking influential and so powerful. All you need is a microphone. All you need is to be able to jump on Twitter and say some shit, type some shit. That's what makes it incredibly. Anybody can do it. This is what makes them an individual influencer? Probably not. When you take the entire collective, sways and moves things. I don't know why I don't know. Some people. I don't think this has to be a debate.
but go ahead.
MJ,
So,
I'm a little
MJ, I'm
confused.
sorry.
Are you saying? Hold on, sorry. I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying anybody with a microphone is an influencer?
Yes.
You're an idiot.
Oh, okay.
You're an idiot.
Exactly, Cleo. That was my point, Cleo. Now, one second, MJ. Just 1 second. Just really quick. You went, Cleo went. I'm just gonna go, and then you can respond to whatever I said.
Yeah, I was gonna qualify what I said.
All right, cool. So that's, MJ, I get it, right? So, like, even if we were gonna go with your idea, right? Collectively, I think politicians are more powerful because it sounds like you're collectively putting all influences in a bucket. I think that politicians collectively, even using, your logic, would still be more powerful. There's plenty of room to debate. There's plenty of room to debate that. It doesn't make me right automatically and you wrong, if that's what you're saying.
No, I think the discussion is more important than who's right and who's wrong. I think that when I say that this bar is low, anybody with a Twitter account, anybody with a microphone is an influencer. I think
you're an idiot.
I think it's absolutely correct.
You're an idiot.
Hold on. Can this dude stop?
So someone with one follower is an influencer.
Somebody put a
Oh my God! He's boring. He's boring.
MJ, be quiet real quick. Where's your room located?
Where's my room?
Up against MJ's. Please be quiet. Thank you. Go ahead.
I wouldn't let him get that close. I wouldn't let him get that.
If you're bored, go play with your dick. Go start a room.
No, dude,
but I don't fucking
trust
shut
I'm
the fuck up.
It's just over, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Smells so much better up here. Yeah, I mean, if that's not the qualifier for an influencer, like what is? Like what is it? What aside from having a microphone, aside from having a Twitter account, what else does it take in order to be
a following
an influencer? Does it have to be a significant following?
Yes.
Is there a number that would qualify?
I don't think there's.
Non-influencer.
I can't say that there's a definitive 10K. Hold on.
That's not.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, because this is the point Hamza was trying to make erratically. But anybody can have a Twitter with a microphone and have no followers. I can go and create an account right now and have 0 followers. So whom am I influencing?
Yeah, I put a receipt in on the back side of that.
But if you can't draw a line to say this is the amount of followers you have to be considered an influencer, and this amount of followers makes you not an influencer, then there is no parameter. There is no distinction. They're all the same thing. Unless you can say this bar. If you don't meet this bar, then you would not be considered an influencer. I think there are influencers. I think a guy with 200 followers, right, is influencing 200 people because they're all seeing his tweets. Right?
Yeah, but
and you can call him a level influencer.
Hold on. MJ, literally someone with 0 followers by your criteria also would be an influencer. And that's incorrect.
What does a tree? If a tree falls in the forest and don't hear it,
influencing when there are no people following you makes 0 sense.
Well, I would agree with you.
My receipt on the last 4 comments.
Is my microphone broken?
Yeah,
It's gotta be.
She's not done speaking.
I mute when I'm done most of the time. Okay. So I don't think this claim that just because you have access and you have created an account, you are an influencer. That's ridiculous. I think there are lots of things that we could say. There's not a definitive line that if you cross this number or that number, that it is the thing, right? Am I a farmer just because I planted tomatoes? No, right? I don't think we live in a world where, if you planted 10,000, if you planted 100 tomatoes, now you're a farmer. But if you only planted 99, you're not a farmer. That's not really how things work.
So when it pertains,
wait, I'm not finished, Big. Thank you. So, MJ, that doesn't work. There has to be something else that signifies influencer that's not just a numerical answer.
Well, what is it?
There's a difference.
MJ is not on you. It's on Big.
There are literally numbers, okay? So there's something called, and this is why I'm saying this conversation is funny, because some people don't even understand. There's something called a nano influencer, a micro influencer, and a macro influencer. There's literally tiers and numbers that like signify what that is. So if you're somebody on the internet who has under 10,000 followers, you're considered a nano influencer. Obviously, outside of the followers, the engagement needs to be present, and obviously, it has to be organic. It can't be all of this is non-bot involved. No fake followers and engagement involved. When you have 10K, and I think it's between 10 and 20, or a little bit higher than that, you're considered a micro influencer, and then above that is considered a macro influencer, but there's literally numbers. And by the way, most companies and organizations are no longer into macro influencers because it's unorganic. They are into the nano and the micro influencers because that engagement is more quote unquote organic. They're considered, despite what the numbers say when it pertains to engagement. So there are quite literally numbers, right? Even if you have a business page and you go on Instagram, if you have any type of business on any type of social media platform, it breaks down so many different things when you look at your analytics and your insights and things like that. And if you're in marketing, right? Nobody's in marketing here. Like, these are things that people look at. You're in sales. But yes, there's literally tiers to influencing. And as somebody who, I've gotten paid by Clubhouse before. I get paid from Instagram. I have companies, and I'm considered a nano influencer. I have companies who send me PR packages for free. Good Molecules, Lancome, as a makeup artist. I'm a makeup artist. I'm telling you that there are literally tiers. Even when it pertains to my following, I'm going to go on mute. Or Instagram, when it pertains to my following, certain deals, in order for me to get certain deals, my demographics when it pertains to men and women have to be at least, depending on what the brand deal is, 70% women, 30% men. If I go under that 70% for women, the influence, quote unquote, when it pertains to a certain product is out the window. So no, there are literally numbers that back up all of these things, and anybody who's in sales or marketing, or even quote unquote the internet world with influencing, that you know that.
I got a question
from everything.
I got a question from Ms. Cleo. Ms. Cleo, if an individual lives in a town of 150 people and they're running for sheriff, are they a politician?
Sure.
Oh wow.
So MJ, remember my pushback was really clear on zero, right? It wasn't that you
I agree with you. If it's zero,
right. Yeah, and the way you positioned it allows zero to be someone who is an influencer.
Oh yeah,
right?
Oh yeah, I don't agree with that.
I've definitely heard, and mind you, I've heard various numbers for what Big is talking about, right? And there's like depending on if you look up here, what would be considered micro, macro, nano, all these different things. Some of these, you can go on mute while I finish. Thanks so much. Some of these numbers actually have to do about your actual engagement numbers versus your following numbers. That matters more over this. There's lots of ways people can talk about it. My general point to MJ that I was pushing back on is that it's not just a clear cut. Because if you of those agencies and you talked about the number that was let's say you were talking about 10,000 versus 999, that difference in those two actually is negligible. And any of these agencies will share that with you, right? And that was my point, is that cutoff and needing to be here versus here actually doesn't have any real value. Because if you had 999, but you had a very high response rate, engagement rate, that you look at your analytics and the number of people who are in your mailing list, and you can submit that to somebody trying to sponsor you, you would be sponsored. And it doesn't matter that technically under 10,000, it was 999, no, 999, but that actually doesn't matter. And my point in trying to lean into numbers in and of themselves, they don't actually matter. There's way more to it that actually helps us dictate if someone is an influencer. The main thing is, are they influencing people to do anything? Which is why engagement numbers are so important. And again, these things are arbitrary to some degree cutoffs. Nobody's looking at them black and white, this or that. That's not how we look at it. Nobody's sitting up here counting how many followers Joe Rogan has. And mind you, your followers change based off of your platform. So this is a way more complex thing. And I think that we need to own it as such. But what I will say is I really want somebody to answer my question is, what power do any of these fucking people have?
I want to
micro, or anything.
I want to attempt to answer that only based on this definition, Ms. Cleo. So I looked up power. Power says the ability, capacity, or authority to act, influence, or control people, events, or resources. At the bottom of that definition, it says power can be formal, legal authority, or informal influence. So I guess what's being said is that influencers have informal power, and that is strictly the ability to influence people to sway a certain way. I feel like the power that's being asked about on stage is the legal authority power. And so I think that's why we've got people saying they do have power and people saying that they don't have power. If I'm understanding the conversation about politics, then we would have to come to the understanding that they don't have any legal authority to do or change things officially. The only thing they could do is influence people through numbers to try to encourage the people who do have legal authority to be swayed. And I think that is the difference. So they have the ability to attempt to gather numbers to try to influence people to go in a way to follow those who actually do have the legal authority. But do influencers have legal authority? Absolutely the fuck no. They don't have legal authority.
As a living receipt to both Charles and to the Mrs. Cleo's statement, recently campaign of Jasmine Crockett, she appealed on the internet for some campaign funds. I gave them to her. And then I got to the inside track and said my words to her. I said, you're running basically some internet campaigns, and it may be successful, maybe not. But my advice is to get your campaign literature and get your workers straight and go in the region where the voters are and go door to door. The only campaign you have is actually door to door, and the proof and evidence. Jasmine Crockett did it, and she came back for some more money. She put her stuff on autopilot and took some more money from my micro account, etc. But nevertheless, I know that there's no internet campaign that I know of that will actually get you into office unless you develop something sophisticated right now that improving you can get your robots to go door to door. I don't see the first you get in these situations is the one you actually ask for. And you and your workers can go right out to Mr. and Mrs. Jones that votes in that particular precinct and say, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, I'd like to have your vote. Teenagers, college students, workers, a union, I would like to have your vote. And there's a great chance that you'll get it if you ask for it. But if you never ask for the vote and continue to go to the internet, I think there's in a lose-lose in most instances that I have experienced personally. So I'm a living receipt inside and outside of the chat box on that voting. No politics unless you go out and get your black boots on the ground and say, my.
Yo.
I forgot.
Compliment you. You did a great job of breaking that down. Great job of explaining influences power, and tip my hat to you.
I just think it's funny because it's the first thing that I've said when I hold on, brother, Ambassador, I love you down. I just think it's funny because that's the first first thing that I said when I came up here was the context of power and what that looks like and in what way. And I literally said, of course, influencers don't have the same power as politicians when it pertains to policies. However, where they do hold the power is the ability to sway the opinions of people in what way they should vote to get those politicians in their seats. So I just think it's funny.
Did somebody disagree?
Yes, actually. When I first came up on the stage, people were acting like I said something that was like crazy or like unimaginative. I don't think that you were up here. I don't know if you were.
Yeah, I might not have. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, no. And I was just like, yeah, like that's a very real thing. That's how it works. Obviously, policy is what dictates the way that things go, and anybody who says otherwise is simply foolish. But we would also be remiss to not name the ways in which the internet, and even more particularly these quote-unquote influencers, have the ability to make some shit shake. Real heavy. It's scary.
So I want to be clear about where the pushback came for her position, because I think it's been misrepresented. The topic says, are influencers more powerful than politicians? And what was being pushed on is that there is more power that they hold, right? And I think the reason why is because of the multiple ways in which politicians actually exert power, right? And the multiple ways in which that directly affects people's lives. There was never any pushback that influencers are exactly that influential. I was very clear. Influencers do what their name is, influence. Not arguing that there's no influence that they have. And not arguing that they're not highly influential. But I of rest. Their power begins and ends with their influence. Politicians both have the ability to influence, right? Because many politicians are also people of influence, as well as make governmental decisions that have an impact on your. And so if we're comparing influence, I would say maybe you can say influencers might be influential. Actually makes sense. But if we're talking about power, that's where. Yeah, and so to say, I'm not finished.
Okay, I went on mute. You need to
so, lady.
You're gonna kick me out now, but you do need to.
Hold on, girl.
Is that what you want?
Sexual harassment.
I'm like, damn.
Big brush. That's sexual harassment. We won't be having it, ma'am.
The context is clear.
We don't need you to sexually harass anyone in the room. You're a sexual harasser.
For disrespect.
Please.
Where was there disrespect?
You had all that throat talk a minute ago. What you talking about?
I said get your throat off other people's throat. That's not a sexual harassment.
Sexual harassment. I have good sense to throat talk.
Okay, thank you, MJ.
A throat is not a sex organ. Please be quiet.
It's in my house.
It's not.
So, it's not off that throat. That's a lie.
Okay, so Brush, do you want to be slung around again?
I don't give a fuck. I'm going to work. Y'all need to do the same.
All right, please go to work. There you go. Do that.
I love y'all black people, man. I promise.
Yo, does she think I'm unemployed? That's hilarious.
But you know what's interesting about this conversation, guys? Like, for real? I think some of us are having a conversation about, like, when we say politicians, we're talking about individuals, right? Or influencers, we're talking about individual influencers. So an individual influencer is an individual politician, right? But I think you can also have this conversation when you pan out bird's eye view in aggregate at a macro level. See what I'm saying? And that's how I perceive the conversation. And so in a democracy and in a capitalistic society, right? Ideas and opinions are incredibly powerful. They make the sway in how markets run, and they make the sway in how politics run. And so if
influencers are the progenitors of these ideas and these opinions, it would make sense in aggregate that a significant portion of the power lies in their hands, because they're the ones with all the ideas and opinions moving around in this fucking metasphere that we're dealing with. It's all platforms, you know.
So a lot of these influencers are paid by politicians and people who work with politicians. We gotta stop giving these motherfuckers power that they don't have. Like, they could talk and do all this shit, but they are controlled. Like, politicians go and do, all you gotta do is look at Texas. All you gotta do is look at Texas. As much as Joe Rogan, you can say Joe Rogan is this and Joe Rogan is that, his ass got left just like the rest of us when Ted Cruz fucking found out about the storm. He didn't say shit. He didn't Ted Cruz, because he knew Ted Cruz base and he knew Ted Cruz fucking power would fucking dismantle everything that he's built. These politicians sit and control shit that influencers can't even fucking touch. They sit in rooms and make life and death decisions. Us. People giving them too much power. We up here arguing in the morning about a goddamn influencer. Man, we gotta stop this shit, man. And people up here talking about how much Joe Rogan can do what for you in your life right now. Tell me what Joe Rogan can do right now. Besides talk some shit. He ain't gonna change the way healthcare, he ain't gonna do none of that shit. He's careful about what he says. These politicians can go out there and say what the fuck they want to do, pardon and do whatever the fuck. They can run shop, kill and destroy. Name one politician who can do that and get away with it. I'll wait.
I'm taking that influencer, but I was.
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all just come on here just to wake up in the morning and argue. These influencers, they are controlled. They were waiting for Jasmine Crockett to be elected. The FBI have this warrant just waiting at the desk. Like, man, we gotta stop this shit, man. I think some of y'all not really having real conversations. Y'all just coming up here to get y'all rocks off and go to, I guess, like she said, go to work. Like nobody else in here working.
The FBI was waiting on Jasmine Crockett.
They knew all about my man from Jasmine, a security detail. They already knew about this. They knew who that dude was. They was just waiting. I think some people try to come in here, influence the room, and disrupt the room. Like, for real. Like, we gotta be honest with some of this shit.
So I was gonna say, according to this, I'm a fucking influencer. I got a whole little gold chain.
You from Detroit and Chicago. Yeah, of course you got influence.
It's very interesting. I don't understand or want to actually misunderstand people. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, MJ, you actually on the phone or you here? Oh, you actually on the phone. Donnie, did you want to say something? Quinn, when you gonna get your ass upstairs? Why are you downstairs like this?
I mean,
Donnie, you fell asleep.
No, I'm here. I just think, again, to the question that I asked about Elon, it goes kind of to MJ's point. When we're looking at the power dynamics of influencers versus politicians, obviously we do understand that politicians have, the capability for long-standing law and all of these great things within legislation. But again, to the complete aggregate and the totality of influencers, yes, Elon is only one. I'd have to go and do a little bit more research to see who else would be considered a quote unquote influencer that has the technological influence, that has the business influence. When you talk about law, it's not voted to bullshit around with Doge. And that's something that, his influence and his power yielded in his relationships, obviously, and that comes with influence, right? You start rubbing elbows and shaking hands with proper people, you can get into these sort of sex and positions where you're not qualified. And that goes back to your point about Trump, right? He wasn't as powerful until he became a politician or started working in politics, because I'm still not going to label him a politician. To me, it's like an attorney versus a lawyer, right? One actually dabbles in the courtroom and one doesn't. I still think he's, but that's neither here nor there. But just the whole overall sphere of influencer, to what Fro was reading, and again, to what MJ is saying, that power that is yielded, it shifts and morphs, not necessarily again into law, but into thought processes of the common layperson that would, theoretically make them vote or sway them one way or another within law. So it's kind of like putting the chicken before the egg or the egg before the chicken when we're having this power dynamic.
Cart before the horse?
No. Like, what came first, the egg or the chicken? Is the power lying in which direction? Appreciate it.
I just want to know what influencer is smart invoking life and death. Like, I think we give them too much power.
What did you say again?
They have a lot of power. What influencer rewrites healthcare?
I don't think there would be, but like I'm still sticking to the point that Trump is essentially an influencer who won presidency, and like the position being that like if the modern version of what we consider an influencer can reach the presidency, then like what's outside of the realms of an influencer? Okay, and that's why I'm gauging my entire position off of like if you can sure politicians overall have more power, but if influencers have the ability to become politicians without the requisite background, but it's a lot harder for a politician to become an influencer because of their image. I don't know, man. Granted, you can't necessarily make choices, but to get to the point where you can make choices is way more possible.
Do you think influencer is an easier road to become a politician then?
No, not necessarily.
Not at all. But I would ask, would you guys consider, just based off of your point, Kirko, would you consider AOC an influencer at this junction?
What's her name? Perez from California.
Yeah.
I would think she leverages it, but I wouldn't necessarily consider her influence. I think she once Trump had his influencer mode to get to where he's at, I think a lot of people are starting to leverage it. So a lot more politicians are leveraging social media versus being social media influencers getting off it.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Ms. Cleo.
I don't even understand Kirko's position. It doesn't actually make sense to me.
If I could help.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what he's saying is essentially that, especially as you look at Trump, he isn't a politician per se. He has, and it's kind of what I was alluding to. There's no acumen that comes with him related to politics. Kirko is saying he is an influencer who who just so happened to win the position of president. Now, if an influencer can go as far as to do that, what is the next measure and step in which an influencer can accomplish? And so he's trying to yield, just the fact that even though that there is a presumptive bar set, an influencer was able to jump over that bar, creating this, because it was Afagama's question is, who's doing something to preserve life and death? And so he's saying Trump, because again, as an influencer, he won this position. Now he's in the most powerful position in the United States. In totality, an influencer holds the most powerful position, making the influencer the most powerful.
So I think there's a lot of flaws in there, right?
Yeah.
One, Trump has actually been in politics for just as long, if not longer, than he's been an influencer. So that's the first thing. And I think to not note that is really off, right? So it makes the premise, very weak for me. One. Two, I think this idea that Trump's not a politician because y'all don't like how he politics, I also think is really, really flawed. I definitely think he's a politician. He has a base that he panders to in a very specific way. He has policy on things. He pushes that policy and that agenda. Non-traditional politician, but the nigga's a politician. And so I think that this idea that he's not a politician is actually problematic, right? It's because he packaged it differently. All of a sudden, he's not a politician. Yes, the fuck he is. It's just as crazy as when some homeboy was in here earlier talking about his friend was talking about he voted for Trump because Trump is against government. How is a man running for president against government? That doesn't even make sense. These things just don't go together to me, like the very basic premise of it. And I don't think most influencers are becoming politicians. You have one person who you might deem was an influencer, right? That became, a high, political office. But I would say overwhelmingly, that's not the case, Ronald Reagan also, I guess, would have been an influencer at the time, maybe. But if you look over the trajectory of politicians, most of them are not influencers. So it feels like a very moot point to me. It doesn't feel strong.
Okay. So I'm going to try to make it so you don't get bored and lose track of what I'm saying. First, to be in politics and to be a politician aren't the same. So, granted, I get it. He's been around, but at least for the last 25 years of life, when I knew that the guy was a person, he's always been, somewhere in the limelight. These are things that influencers do. Influencers say, hey, this is what I think is cool, and other people jump on. Whether it's the TV show, whether it's the fact that all the rappers want to hang out with him, be around him, make songs with his name, whether it was making your own coin and pushing it to the people that you influence or your own shoe. These are influencer things. And I'm granted, I consider him a politician now because he's the president. You got to be a politician once you're the president. But the fact doesn't change that leading up to that first election, he held no political office. Therefore, I can't. Hold on. Therefore, I personally don't consider him a politician if you've never held a political position. To the second point, I tried to write these down.
Hold on, before you jump on the second point, since you did write these down.
Since you wrote them down, we got to stick on this first one. Go.
And this is my level of confusion as it pertains to your point. You said it twice, actually, that since he's a president, I consider him a politician now, but I don't consider him a politician because he hasn't held any other considerable
first election.
because he hasn't held any other considerable duties or jobs that would be aligned with being a politician. And then you said that being in politics doesn't necessarily make you a politician.
Yes.
Like, I'm correct in both of those statements?
Let me try to smooth this out. Leading up to the first election, he held no office positions.
Correct.
Up to that point, not a politician. He wins presidency, he by default becomes a politician.
So here's the thing.
Politics does not make you a politician.
And this is where I disagree. Hold on. And I got you now. This is where I disagree fundamentally and actually agree with Ms. Cleo wholeheartedly. If you look at Trump's track record and his talks about Iran in and of itself, before he was president, he had an opinion. He just happened to get into the presidency and actually go forth with his opinion and put it into action and practice. No, he didn't hold an office, but what he held, to your point, is influence. And not all politicians he's very unconventional, right? And so his unconventional nature doesn't diminish his thought processes prior to. And I would implore, and I'm actually going to do it, I'll come right back to you, with a track list of things he has said pertaining to politics that are now actually being enacted in his stint as president. So to try to separate, politician versus, the office, and everybody has an opinion on politics. That doesn't make everybody a politician. What makes him one prior to being president is the fact that he had an audience in which he could sway, and that audience followed him and actually got a name when he became president. So I can't really go based off of this, he didn't hold an official position, he was doing the work even before he got the highest official position he could get.
So he's run multiple times, and this is where when people say he's not a politician, it's completely bullshit, right? You put together, he's put together multiple campaigns. He's, ran for times, even won a primary more than 25 years ago, right? So this whole thing where everybody's just looking at him in 2025, he's been active in the political space for years, right? Mind you, there are lots of people, who I would say, so Arnie Duncan, right, spent years doing stuff, not even running campaigns. He's still a politician. When he got appointed to Secretary of Education, he definitely was a politician. He definitely did things, being CEO or whatever he was of Chicago Public School.
He was a CEO of Chicago Public School.
Yeah, I thought it was CEO. Yeah, I couldn't remember what each place has a slightly different title, but that was political, right? And I think that we try to have this very narrow way. There's so many ways. If you start looking at people who hold, high offices, there's so many routes and tracks into, these offices that they hold, and they're not all via election, and they're still politicians, right? There's a way in which many ambassadors are considered politicians. So I feel like there's a way in which people forget how politics actually work. And it's not just this one narrow track. Trump has been having political positions, been flip-flopping, moving around parties, reform, Democrat, Republican, until some shit actually stuck. I can't get with this. He wasn't a politician until 2016.
Okay, which in hindsight is fair, because I did Google it when he first ran for president, and I see he mentioned running in 1998. So I guess that would be the moment where I would say he became a politician. That's me personally, because outside of that, I'm not too privy, or I'm ignorant of political stances, other than the fact that he's backed other candidates.
I mean, his position on the
on the 5 young men in New York.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
I'm saying, wait, why are you hollering?
Well, I don't understand what's the harm
The reason why I bring up the Central Park 5 is because actually this is where there's an overlap between influence and his political like activism, right? Or I don't know if activism is the right word, but whatever. So like Trump's been a politician for years, right? It's just a reality. His businesses haven't actually been super successful for years, like, but and mind you, I actually think he overlaps with influence and politician quite well. I actually think it's almost hard to divorce the two for him. And I would be okay to say he's both an influencer and a politician. But to say he wasn't a politician till 2016, to me, is just inaccurate.
Right. I mean, even what I just did was I just tried to concede to the fact that he's been in politics. And that's why I'm kind of confused on why, like, the whole Central Park 5 thing was relevant, because wrong.
Well, so here's a problem, Kirko, and mind you, maybe it's a misstep on my part, and I can apologize. Is that you said he's been in politics, but you've also been very clear that, in your opinion, being in politics is not being a politician. So you still haven't said he's been a politician.
No, I did. I said since he first talked about running in '98, and then he actually ran in 2000. That's back then is when I would have considered him to be a politician.
Okay. We can move.
It's all good. People like be free. I'm a very open book.
Anybody else want to get up here?
Yes, I'd just like to say that I think Donald John Trump is, for my money, for a guy like me, I mean, he's just another B-movie actor. But his history stemming from Fred Trump, I think DRUMPDPH, you'll find it if you're looking for it. Donald Trump and Fred Trump, they were bootleggers. Much like the Kennedys, they were bootleggers. That's why you see it's in the blood and in the family, because of their bootlegging and criminal activity long before office. I mean, the family is known as a crime family to those that are familiar with those situations northeast of New York City. But I think, the proof and evidence that he's made so much chaos because of mismanagement, lack of social political skills, lack of management skills, lack of ability to manage people well. And so all that have teamed up with him, noticeably, have either burned out or he's flipped on them. They flipped on him. They flipped on each other. Not just Omarosa, but again, him and Elon Musk went through a flipping contest. And see, once you flip-flop in Washington, D.C., I've just been monitoring presidents for a while. It's a fact that you're done in D.C. When you flip-flop. Like John Francis Kennedy was what you would call a libertarian kind of guy. He went in office, no monosodium glutamate, don't take the shot, and so he relaxes his position to the point that he take the flu shot now and then. These things are approved, but they're stamped USDA approved. But these things wanted to give you cancer, aren't they known cancer agents? And so all of these things are flipping and flopping, so they exhaust their usefulness. Just I alluded to the fact earlier, ask Vladimir Putin if you can find him on that bomb. He said, why don't we just go ahead to Ukraine here and just take a few hostages, knock down a few buildings, and bomb a few aircraft, and I have the land, then it can go up the rest of the European nations over here, from Copenhagen and all in Czechoslovakia, all you roll up to France, up to Spain, Italy, and to the UK. They said that he couldn't get through to Ukraine. He's got more bombs, more ability to put he was underfeeding the men, soldiers not ready for combat, got a lot of his artillery taken out, and he's still trying to figure out how he can dominate Ukraine. And that was long before Netanyahu went on his the superpower. So there's a conglomerate and there's a preponderance that bombs and guns are not the keys to the power. But if you know the volition of the people, and you begin to organize, say for an example, if you were to organize the righteous against the warmongers, that might be a foreseeable plan. And then use the volition skillfully and effectively, and maybe you have a network that can override the bad decision making. Public deception is a criminal act. Derelict of duty. When you go to intrude upon justice, any of that derelict of duty and impediments on justice are jailable. Malfeasance. I got another laundry list somewhere. So it's just clearly, once you know your politics and start working it, it becomes a different machine. If you develop a well-lubricated machine based on your own family value system, you can win in America, Cuba, Greenland, Venezuela. You can win in Gambia, in Zimbabwe, or wherever you decide to go on the planet, if you know how to exercise your own volition. And if you can use your volition and somehow sync up with the almighty God of the universe and get the sync right, that was Muhammad Ali, my minister, taught me. The time, if you get the timing of your punch right, you can knock out anybody by saying bye. You don't have to be necessarily more powerful, even stronger. But if you're wise, then they'll recognize. They don't have to go and pick on somebody their own size. And I just say bye. Oh, bye.
Welcome to Research Purposes Only. That's the house at the top. If you have a pink ticket, consider trading it in. I'll drop our Discord if you want to join our Discord. We're talking about are influencers more powerful than politicians? The mic is open.
Was that a sneeze?
Me, I coughed. Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was sponsored bread. If you were full bread, know that I, since the beginning, the middle, and the end that I have a history on Clubber, I've been on Donald John Trump just like a blazing hot hemorrhoid on the backside of a lung shining from colon cancer. And I'm not gonna lie. Damn. Straight up, I've been on this behind.
We know, brother. We know.
Ambassador is okay. I've hated that motherfucker my whole life.
And he's giving you good reason to do so. All in your museum, your Job Corps, your Kool-Aid, what else he want? He wants every goddamn. He don't jump on no juice. So that's why I call him Don the Ducker. He ducking we the people. Trust me, he's ducking we the people. The real issues of the people, domestic and foreign policy. He has cleverly ducked that by using his attorneys to develop loopholes, and he ducks in a loophole. He ducks under that loophole. But after this truth gets full force, there won't be nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Saying you won't be able to lie, mama.
Has this topic run its course? Are we done talking about it?
I think so, Miss Cleo.
Bro, are you here?
Did you just call me?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this topic is done.
Oh, I haven't been here the whole time, but to me it seems kind of worn. Like everybody said what they needed to say. There's no new people on the stage. My bad. I was watching Love on the Spectrum.
Is it good? I've been debating on watching it.
Rose in about 8 hours too.
I'm enjoying it. It's really interesting to watch.
Yes, this topic is watched.
Yeah, I think the topic is done.
Okay, so let's pick a new one. If you joined our Discord, if you're in our Discord, topic ideas. So I'll go up from the bottom. Do Americans desire to read books lower after? I don't understand that one. Are coffee dates still a thing? Too prissy for punches? Is slapping someone a feminine act? Is getting rich hard work or luck? How soon is too soon to meet family? Is being busy a flex or a sign of imbalance? Is self-love culture creating stronger people or more narcissism? Are people using trauma as an excuse instead of a reason? Are situationships emotional avoidance? Stop me anytime you hear something. Avoidance disguised as freedom. Is capitalism evolving or collapsing? Are influencers more powerful than politicians today? Do billionaires help society or exploit it? Is therapy making people better or just more self-centered? I like that one. Is working hard still a real path to success in 2026? Are chain restaurants
hard work? That catches my catch.
All right, so anybody else interested? Is hard work still a real path to success in 2026?
I like that one.
Yeah, I do think that one caught my eye yesterday or last night, whenever it was.
Okay. I'll start building the new room.
Miss Cleo, I'm gonna send you an article I read. That would be a great topic. Also, I'll put it in Discord.
Okay. Well, copy and paste this. Oh, there you go. Oh shoot, it's late over here.
$9:33.
No, not you doing my time. Okay.
I've known since you left.
Oh, okay. Well, everybody else be fucking up my time, so.
Also, it looks like the ceasefire got fucked up because Iran decided to bomb the shit out of something.
Don't sound like it got fucked up. It sounds like it wasn't followed. But anyways, I'm about to start the new room. Y'all come over when you're ready. Good day, black people.
Good day. All right, everyone. Miss Cleo has left, which means the new room is starting. You can click research purposes only at the very top between the picture and the little arrow. Go ahead and click that, and then you'll see the other room listed there. You can transition to that room. If you're not a member of the house, I'm not sure if it shows up that way for you. But that's how we'll migrate. Then I'll be shutting this one down in just a minute.
Put the link in the chat for.
Oh, thank you, Kirko. We've got concierge service. Kirko has put the link in the chat, so you all can just click it.
See, you put my bios in your jobs.
She's not here, so she didn't hear you just make a fool of yourself. It's okay, though. That's pretty common. That brother thought he was the first person to find out that balls and jaws sound similar. Wow. TVN, we're migrating, love. The link is in the chat. And I'm going to shut this down. In 10, 9, not going to do the rest of the numbers. Catch the link. Goodbye. People
people use it for fucking energy. So obviously they're gonna still have access to rich uranium. So I don't know what the fuck we've negotiated other than a bad deal. And we're gonna have to now. All right, let me go ahead and keep playing. I just wanted y'all to know what Iran is saying is in the plan, since you're not releasing what's actually in the plan.
Here's some of what Levitt told my colleague Gabe Gutierrez.
State media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that?
The president was made aware of those reports before it came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation, and it has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false. Additionally, it doesn't appear that the ceasefire has actually resulted in the cessation of firing. Qatar's defense ministry says it was targeted today by 7 missiles and drones launched from Iran, and Kuwait saying a number of petroleum facilities and its energy ministry were attacked by Iranian drones.
And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm putting on pause again. Israel's still attacking. Y'all think a ceasefire is, if there's actual paperwork on a ceasefire, we haven't been able to read it. There's certain things you have to hit in these ceasefires. That's why you see after a ceasefire, sometimes people shooting, going for it. Maybe the orders yet saying, hey, because it has to go down to the lowest level. Or they're not meeting what needs to be met. Israel continued to attack during the agreements. And I think that's them trying to keep the U.S. in this fight. I don't want anybody in here to think that we're not supporting our Jewish brothers and sisters, but this Israel as a whole, the government as a whole, not the people. The government's making these decisions. The government is, I think they're sabotaging the ceasefire agreement. Any comments? Because I'm going to play. All right.
Pace of developments coming today as Pakistan is planning to host diplomatic talks in Islamabad later this week with the U.S. and Iranian negotiators. The White House saying today Vice President Vance will lead the U.S. delegation along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner. Joining me now is our team of reporters from all around the world. NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, NBC News Chief International Correspondent Tier Simmons is in Saudi Arabia. NBC News International Correspondent Matt Bradley is in Tel Aviv. Also with me are NBC News Senior National Security Correspondent Courtney Cubey and NBC News Business and Economy reporter Ali Canal. Thank you all so much for joining us on an incredibly busy news day. Monica, I want to start with you though at the White House. Is there any more clarity on what was agreed to as part of this ceasefire deal?
It seems now that the only agreement here really is to take a bit of a pause to try to establish the possibility of diplomatic talks. But the actual fine points of what might be in this agreement, in these proposals, in this framework, is not being revealed. The United States side of it, and you saw the Vice President talk about this, is not putting out what the exact plan that is under discussion actually is. We only know that there are certain points in there from what has been floated publicly that the White House is pushing back on, including what it could mean for the potential presence of U.S. service members in the region, what it could mean for the potential of sanctions that could be eased against Iran, and really, in terms of some of the most critical areas of disagreement, what the actual future of how the Strait of Hormuz will be handled, how that is going to be addressed. And it is just simply unclear right now whether any of that has actually been agreed to. You did hear the Vice President sort of indicate that maybe on a couple of points there has been some indication there could be cooperation, but there is still a just very tenuous sense, even from the White House today, that these talks could fall apart, that there could be a real issue with trying to solidify or shape up some of the ones that, again, are just going to be extremely thorny, that either from the Iranian perspective they will not accept or that the U.S. won't accept.
Well, speaking of things that are not clear, there's been some back and forth Steve Witkoff was the one who did confirm that there was a multi-point plan that had been sent back and forth through intermediaries. That's basically what we know about it. We know that this plan exists, but we have never seen it from the U.S. side of things. What's on the screen right now has been publicized from Iran's Supreme National Security Council, and they point out some of these things. And again, they are likely non-starters for the U.S., including full compensation for damages in Iran, the removal of all sanctions. It does seem some will be eased, but probably not all of them, the release of all frozen Iranian assets, and again, that whole debate over the acceptance of nuclear enrichment, which President Trump has indicated in the White House, is not something that he's going to accept.
Yeah, such a key sticking point. Vice President Vance is leading the U.S. delegation for talks in Islamabad. The Vice President, though, notably was opposed to the U.S. strikes in Iran. So what do you make of his role in this diplomatic effort?
This has been such a fascinating dynamic to watch, exactly for those personal reasons that you just point out, where he has long been opposed to these kinds of extended foreign entanglements. Privately, we know that that is what he told the president, one who was most against potential action, but then ultimately said to him he would get on board with whatever the president decided. And now he is the one who it seems is going to be brought into the negotiations in a role that we haven't seen him play typically. Usually you would see Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner involved in these kind of nitty-gritty discussions about trying to see if there can be progress on the diplomatic path. But the fact that he is going to be going to Pakistan, that he is going to be the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit there in years, is a very, very significant one, because it also carries the risk of whether there isn't any progress that can be achieved there, of looking like he was involved in something that ultimately failed, which we know politically just raises all sorts of questions about what that could mean for his future as a potential 2028 presidential candidate. So just a lot of different layers and a complexity to all of this at home and overseas.
No doubt. Monica Alba, thank you. I want to turn now to Chief Simmons, who's overseas for us. Iran is saying that the Strait of Hormuz is closed and claiming that the causes of the ceasefire proposal were violated. But what are you hearing, and what is the status of the ceasefire?
Well, I think it's confusion. You heard the Vice President suggest that it's kind of understandable confusion, and that's probably right. Certainly we spoke just in the past hour to a former IRGC commander in Tehran about the perspective from there, and he was suggesting that the Iranian regime is prepared to negotiate, but it does consider the points that it put forward as a starting point, if you like, and that it doesn't expect to win all of those. There are so many that would be so advantageous to the Iranian regime that they would be happy, you might think, with just some of them. For example, the sanctions being lifted, or having more control over the Strait of Hormuz, or even, it's just impossible to imagine that the US would agree to this, but even US personnel, US military being removed from the Arab world, where I'm now in Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, he did say that these attacks in Lebanon, which I think you'll talk to Matt a bit more about in a moment, that they are really a red line for Iran, and that perhaps even the talks won't take place, that they would call them off if that continues. So it is a delicate tightrope walk right now, I think, on both sides, not least because in Iran there will be different factions with different views about how far the Iranians should compromise. And then, of course, just to finish it, there are the US allies and partners in this region. I'm in Saudi Arabia, in a part of Saudi Arabia, but where they have been bombarded. Bahrain is just across the water there in the Gulf. Again, they've been bombarded. There was real frustration in the Arab world that there were more attacks today, even after this ceasefire was called.
Well, part of Iran's initial 10-point plan includes Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. What would be the implications for the region if Iran is able to control toll vessels passing through the strait?
They're not going to like it. I mean, just to be honest, it's frankly unacceptable to governments like Saudi Arabia, many of these Gulf governments. And I do think that there are signs that that's not the way that it will play out. And just as an example, it's worth remembering Saudi Arabia, for example, has oil deals with China, and China has a lot of leverage over Iran. And so the idea that oil for China might have to be paid for, they might pay the
about Israel's attacks on Lebanon. Let's play it and we'll talk about it on the other side.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states. Now, that said, the Israelis, as I understand it, again, I'm supposed to get a fuller report when I get on the plane, have actually offered to be, frankly, to check themselves a little bit in Lebanon because they want to make sure that our negotiation is successful.
Now, what is the mood like in Tel Aviv right now, and what more do we know about Israel's involvement in this ceasefire deal coming together?
Well, I would say the Tel Aviv mood is really great right now. We're starting to see everybody really going back out of the streets. I'm not going to lie to you. The streets have more or less been filled with people for the past month. I mean, this was a major disaster for Israelis, but there were people going about their business, and increasingly so in the last couple of weeks. But now we're hearing from the Israeli government that more and more security restrictions are going to start to lift. More and more planes are going to start going in and out of Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion airport. So things here really are starting to get back to normal, and there is quite a bit of optimism around what we're seeing here. Now, as far as this negotiations are concerned, as far as the diplomacy is concerned, the Israeli government is clearly very worried about the progress of this ceasefire. And the issue of Lebanon, as we've been discussing this whole time, is a very vexing one. It really does threaten to undermine everything that's been done so far in terms of securing some sort of region-wide peace. Now, the Israelis have said for weeks they are determined to destroy Hezbollah once and for all. Hezbollah, of course, its main benefactor is Iran. Hezbollah is Iran's cat's paw against Israel, and as such, they are tethered together ideologically, politically, diplomatically. It's the Israelis who have been trying to say we are trying to decouple Lebanon and Hezbollah from Iran so that we can negotiate and make something like peace with Iran while at the same time continuing our offensive against Hezbollah. And that is about to cause major problems and already has for the progress and the future of this negotiated truce.
Matt, thank you so much. We appreciate all of your reporting and analysis. I want to turn to Courtney, who's here on set with me. Courtney, Secretary Hegseth declared victory today. So does the Pentagon view this war as over?
Well, I think it sure sounded like it today. And I mean, the two biggest indicators were the comments that we were getting out of Secretary Hegseth today, talking about it being, over and talking about the tremendous victory here. But I was also really struck by the amount of detail that we got on the battle damage that the U.S. has inflicted on Iran's conventional military by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan King. For the last 5+ weeks, we've been asking for these kinds of stats. And the answer is always, we're not going to talk about it during the conflict. We don't want to let Iran know that we know what we did, and we have an idea of the battle damage. And today he rattled off a number of statistics. To me, that is one of the biggest indicators that that's where they think this is going, is potentially the end. But the reality is, even the statistics they gave prove that the number one objective, military objective, that President Trump started and that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs talked about today at that briefing, that is to destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities. What is very clear is they've not done that. And that is not because they haven't taken out a tremendous amount of their capability, but it's an almost impossible mission. They have also destroyed much of their ability to produce new missiles and produce new drones, but the idea that they have completely destroyed those two capabilities is just not true. And speaking of impossible, difficult missions, I do want to play something that Hegseth said about Iran's enriched uranium.
We're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. He'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity.
And Courtney, I know we've talked about this before, but remind us, what would it take for the U.S. to actually take Iran's enriched uranium?
So, I mean, the reference to Midnight Hammer would indicate more big strikes, right? Trying to destroy the facilities with airstrikes. The idea of sending boots on the ground, though, I mean, the U.S. military has plans to go into all of those facilities and try to retrieve that uranium, but it is an enormous logistical undertaking. It would take potentially thousands of U.S. troops. If you're talking about these facilities that were struck during Midnight Hammer, many of them have to be dug out. It's not really clear the state of the uranium either. The IAEA believes that at least half, if not more, is at Isfahan. So it was badly damaged in those strikes. Is it possible that when the facility itself was collapsing down and these
canisters or whatever below, that they were punctured, that they may have been compromised. So you would need to have scientists there who would be able to ensure that there was not a leak of radiation. You would need to have people who would ensure that they're getting the right uranium and not the 20% enriched. And then getting out, over 400 kilograms of uranium, even in these canisters, which are about the size of a scuba tank. So carry them. That's also a huge undertaking. And by the way, you're doing all this while you're under fire potentially by the Iranians, unless this is some kind of a coordinated thing. It does harken back to something that the U.S. military did in Kazakhstan. It must have been 30 years ago now, in the 1990s. But in that case, it was with coordination of the government there, and it still took a month to do. I think the other big question that everyone is if at the end of these two there is no meaningful progress on these negotiations, does that mean more military action? Yeah, and then I'll even add to that, what happens if the ceasefire is not holding? And if some of these earliest terms aren't holding? And the reality is the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs were very straightforward about how they are not moving any of the military at this point who have been sent into the region, tens of thousands of troops. I could see a possibility where they are all staying there for the next couple of weeks, maybe hopefully getting a little bit of rest because it's been a busy few weeks, but waiting to see what happens here. And then maintaining that possibility and that option to restart offensive operations. Courtney, thank you so much. I know you've been so busy, but we appreciate all the reporting and analysis. I want to turn to Allie because the business side of this has just been such an important storyline. So let's turn to the markets. How are the markets reacting to the ceasefire, and are they being overly optimistic given how fragile this deal seems to be? Well, if you take a look on your screen there, I mean, what a relief rally on Wall Street. The Dow surging over 1,300 points, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ both up nearly 3%. A big driver there, oil prices, which plunged today, the largest single-day drop since 2020. Now, are markets getting ahead of themselves? Maybe, but I think investors are just reacting to the fact that this is the first positive piece of news that we've received around this war since it began 6 weeks ago. Really important that the president focused on the Strait of Hormuz, that critical global choke point. You know that is really the focus here when we look ahead to the future of these negotiations. So that ultimately is what investors are reacting to, and we'll see if these levels can hold. Oil prices plunged today, but why is that when it's still not entirely clear whether the Strait of Hormuz is actually open? Yeah, it's interesting. Markets seem to be pricing out that worst case scenario. So there was this concern that we could see a sustained shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz, which would trigger this global supply shock. We've already seen hints of that already. And if that escalated, you're talking about a real hit to global growth. Now, the ceasefire signals that may be avoided, or at least partially eased, and that's enough to send oil prices lower. But the disconnect here is that for many of these shipping companies, for the insurance agencies, very little has changed from a practical standpoint. So ship traffic through the strait, if you take a look at some of that data, it's a few ships, basically a trickle at this point. They're not resuming those normal operations. We heard from one major shipping company, Maersk, and they told us in a statement, quote, the ceasefire may create transit opportunities, but it does not yet provide full maritime certainty, and we need to understand all potential conditions attached. At this point, we take a cautious approach. We are not making any changes to specific services. So markets are really moving on expectations. We don't have that reality matching just quite yet. And we'll see how long it takes for gas prices to actually come down. Allie Canal, thank you. Coming up, we're sticking with the breaking news in the Middle East and all the urgent questions still swirling as President Trump's ceasefire deal with Iran gets put to the down.
Any comments, y'all? All right. So I guess we'll keep playing.
Welcome back. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is scheduled to be meeting with President Trump this hour as the war with Iran is pushing U.S. relations with its NATO allies into a crisis point. The president has repeatedly lashed out at European countries for not doing more to support the U.S. in the war. And the White House press secretary said today that NATO, quote, turned their backs on the American people over the last 6 weeks. But earlier today, Britain's prime minister expressing cautious optimism about the U.S. and Iran 2-week ceasefire. Take a listen.
We just reached this ceasefire, which is both welcome, I think, will be a sense of real relief, certainly across the region and for the United Kingdom. But there's work to do. It's very important we get the Strait of Hormuz open. There's a lot of work to do there.
Joining me now is NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs and Chief Washington Correspondent Andrea Mitchell, and Ken Pollack, Vice President for Policy at the Middle East Institute and the former CIA military analyst. Thank you so much for joining us. But Andrea, I do want to start with you. Just give us a reality check in this moment, because the Iranians are throwing cold water on the idea that a ceasefire has actually held, saying it's been violated. So do you think that this is a ceasefire that can actually hold?
This ceasefire is not going to hold. It's going to hold probably for a few days till they all go to Islamabad and have those meetings that will now be led by the Vice President. It's interesting to me that if they're talking about the nuclear stockpile, that they are again meeting without having a nuclear expert with them. They don't have Boston translators. They don't have teams as they did have when we were all covering the negotiations with the Iranians for years in Vienna, in Switzerland, and other areas. Just those extensive, negotiations that led to the agreement, the nuclear agreement. It was a flawed agreement going in because it did not have missiles included, but it did cover for 15 years limiting the enrichment. And this does not specifically limit enrichment. The stockpile is supposed to be verified by satellite imagery. Well, it's buried, supposedly obliterated, under these mountains by the actions of last June. So how are they going to verify what's happening underground without having been there since June? I'm not sure how that's possible.
That is going to be such a key question going forward. Ken, what do we know about who's in control in Iran right now, and can a peace deal realistically be negotiated with them?
Sure. So I think this just adds to the kind of skepticism that you just heard from Andrea, which is that it's not entirely clear who's in charge. It does seem to be very much the case that the Revolutionary Guard is in charge enough to be controlling Iran's military forces. Who negotiated this deal, under what circumstances, how much they were actually speaking for a unified Iranian government is entirely unknown. And we've heard reports that Moshe Khamenei, the new supreme leader, is comatose or otherwise incapacitated. We just don't know about any of this. And again, to pick up on the point that's made, going into this, the Iranian regime is in a completely different place from the Trump administration. The way that the two sides are talking about this ceasefire, it's like they're talking about completely different agreements. The amount of overlap is minimal, and I think that it is going to make it that much harder to come to an agreement, A, because the positions are so fundamentally different, but B, because it's not entirely clear who's fully in control in Iran, or if anyone is.
There are just so many unknowns at this point. Ken, the White House press secretary did say today that Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region, and that Iran will not be able to acquire any more nuclear weapons. But is that how you see it? And have those threats from Iran actually been eliminated?
Well, personally, how I see it, I think is irrelevant. I think that all that matters is how the Iranians see it. I think it's very clear the Iranians don't see it that way at all. I don't think they would ever agree to that. I think that if they agreed to it, you could never enforce it, which gets to a number of different problems that we're going to have with this. And again, at the end of the day, the Iranians believe that they have won a great victory. I know the Trump administration believes it has won a great victory, and sometimes it's the case that the best peace deals are when both sides can claim a great victory. The problem that we've got right now is that both sides are so far apart in what they believe they've gotten the other side to do. And going into this, we know that the Iranians felt like they had the upper hand. Like President Trump was desperate, like the pain that they were taking was less than the pain that they were inflicting on the United States, and particularly on President Trump. That doesn't make for a great agreement.
Andrea, I want to ask about Trump's threat to destroy Iran's civilization. The White House press secretary said today that this was a real threat and that the Pentagon was prepared to follow through with that 8 p.m. deadline. What do you make of the White House press secretary's comments today?
She can say that, but I don't think that the president was ever going to carry that out. Yet, I think it was another flaw in their strategy, because I'm not sure
sure that that's what was persuasive with the Iranians. It certainly has a lot of fallout with diplomats around the world, not only among our allies, but also our adversaries. It just seemed, according to people I spoke to, unpresidential. The profanity that he used on Easter Sunday was shocking to a lot of people. It seemed desperate, and it didn't seem to show that he had a real command of the situation, that he was so eager to find a way out of it. And it's just the kind of threat to say that you're going to eliminate a civilization. Even the threat of that is a violation of Article 51 of the Geneva Conventions. You don't have to do it. Obviously, far worse if you do it. And you can argue that there are dual use issues with railroads and other facilities that are civilian facilities, but it's still so far beyond the realm of the way people negotiate. And it just seemed to me that it was exposing the weakness of the American position and the fact that the Iranians had so much leverage of the Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz was open. It was international waters before the war. And now there's an enormous distance between the two sides as to who's monitoring. I also want to talk about the NATO chief, Mark Rutte. He's meeting with President Trump this afternoon. Ken, how much damage has this war done to the NATO alliance and the relationship with some of our allies like France and the UK?
Well, so I certainly think millions of damage as long as Trump is transparent. This has simply reinforced trends that they've been seeing going back to his first term in office, where he has been contemptuous of NATO. He has repeatedly made clear that he doesn't care about NATO, that he is not committed to NATO's defense. Obviously, none of that plays very well with NATO. This time around, I think that it has gotten worse because, of course, he took the United States to war in a way that NATO didn't appreciate, that was very dangerous for the European members of NATO, and then turned around after he created all these problems with global energy, demanding that NATO suddenly respond, and be told NATO's ability to respond was always going to be limited. They just don't have the military capabilities that we do. He then reacted very badly to them. I think the biggest questions right now, though, Melody, are first, what does President Trump do after this with regard to NATO? Does he, in a fit of pique, further distance the United States? Congress has made it so he can't actually pull us out of the alliance, but he can certainly do further damage to demonstrate his anger at the European members of NATO. And then how does NATO respond even after President Trump leaves office? Do they look at this as a sign of a bigger set of problems with American unreliability, or do they say, well, that was just Trump, and whoever comes next will go back to the old way things were?
Yeah, we'll certainly be watching very closely to see President Trump's tone when it comes to NATO. Andrea, I want to ask about the topic of Lebanon. We were talking about it earlier in the show. Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. What is Netanyahu's end game here?
It's really unclear because Netanyahu is going after Hezbollah. Hezbollah is part of the parliament, it's part of the system in Lebanon, but this government in Lebanon has been trying to control it and to limit their power. Israel had already done a lot to get rid of their weapons, and they are a threat to northern Israel. They have been firing against northern Israel. They are a proxy of Iran. But there's a way of doing it, even if they are taking land and creating a DMZ, if you will. They've been bombing Beirut. 1,000,002 people are displaced. And the Arab allies are saying, just stop bombing Beirut. We're going to have to, the Saudis and others, we have to come in and rebuild that as well as Gaza. I mean, what are you doing here is also destabilizing Syria next door, which is a fledgling country. So it is, but the U.S. and Israel both say that Lebanon was not part of the ceasefire. Iran and Pakistan say it is. So there's another disagreement.
Andrea, Ken, thank you so much both for your important perspectives. Up next, Democrats, they're going to be tightening the margins in a big way, even as Republicans hold on to Georgia's deep red congressional district. Steve Kornacki is standing by at the big board to break it all down.
Any comments, yeah?
Can you turn the volume up at all? It's a little low.
Is it low to everybody else as well?
A little low.
Not really. No, it's fine.
Okay. Maybe it's your headphones, see, Cozy. You know, you be using the truck driver headphones and shit.
Yeah, my volume's all the way down. Pretty loud. Yeah, same.
Taylor Greene. Fuller's victory gives Republicans a little more padding on their House majority, which is very narrow, but there was also a potential warning sign for the GOP. Democrats cut into the Republican margin of victory by a massive amount compared to the 2024 presidential election. Joining me now to explain is NBC Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki. So Steve, Democrats, they didn't win in Georgia, but still made some pretty significant gains. So walk us through the results from last night.
Yeah, that's right. The Republicans hold the seat, but I think the story here has to do with the margin. So you see here Fuller beating Harris, the Democrat, essentially a 12-point margin right there. This is what this same district, Georgia's 14th, looked like in the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump won this by 37 points. That's also what it looked like. It was 38 points in 2020. So in presidential races here, this has been almost 40 points for the Republicans last night. Only 12, so that's a massive shift away from the Republicans toward the Democrats, even though Fuller does win the seat. Notably, within the district, there were a couple places that it was extra pronounced. Whitfield County, I think, comes to mind. This county is a Republican county, but it has one of the highest concentrations of Hispanics of any county in Georgia. And look at the shift here. Trump won here by 44 points. He's done pretty well with Hispanic voters in Whitfield County, down to just a 15-point margin in this county for the Republican there. So you see a pretty big shift there within the district. There were a couple other places like that. So massive shift away from Republicans. And I think the thing is, it is not a one-off. Take a look at this. These are all of the special congressional elections since Donald Trump came back to the White House at the start of 2025. And the pattern is clear in all of them. Look, you go back to the first one. This is a year ago, April 2025, Florida's 1st district. Trump had won it by 37 points in the 2024 presidential election. The Republican in that special election won by 15. That was a shift away from the Republicans of 22 points. Look, another shift that same day in a different Florida district. Here's a blue district. Last September, that Kamala Harris had won by 34 points in the special congressional election. The Democrat won it by 50. It got more Democratic, right? Another blue district got bluer in the special election. We saw a Tennessee special election for Congress, right? In a district Trump had won by 22. The Republican won it, but the margin came all the way down to 9. And then what we saw in Georgia yesterday, that's the biggest shift we've seen in all of these, 25 points away from the Republicans towards the Democrats. But in all 6 of these elections, double-digit net shifts away from the Republicans towards the Democrats since 2024. Certainly a big factor in this is we're seeing a Democratic base that's more energized than the Republican base in a special election. That can make a big difference. But the fear here for Republicans and the hope for Democrats is this isn't just turnout, this isn't just differential turnout. There's some voters in these districts too who are changing their minds.
Steve, thank you so much for breaking all of that down. After the break, though, seeing red inside the growing network vault over President Trump's foreign entanglements and his threat to end the Iranian civilization. Keep it here on Meet the Press Now.
Any comments on the special election?
Nope.
All right.
Blue wave is coming, according to Luan.
Someone in China that's not voting.
Maybe this will get him to come back. I don't know.
He ain't come back.
He might have to.
You gonna come back, Luan?
They're gonna force him back.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna fight.
Welcome back. Joining me now is on panel Shelby Talcott, White correspondent at Semaphore, Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris and former senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi, and Mark Bednar, Republican strategist and former advisor to former Speaker McCarthy. Thank you guys so much for joining me on busy news like today. There's just so much going on, so many unanswered questions. But Shelby, I want to start with you because there are still a lot of questions about the ceasefire. We've also heard conflicting things from the administration. Vance is saying this is a fragile truce, President Trump declaring victory. What do you make of that split coming from the administration?
I think the reality is when you're looking at all of these kind of mixed messages or kind of different variations of what's going on, it shows that it is a fragile ceasefire and there is a lot of questions unanswered. I think when I talk to administration officials and really the core kind of MAGA supporters, their huge focus is on this enriched uranium and Iran not obtaining a nuclear weapon, because remember, that was the president's sort of goal for, ever since he got into office here. And so if he can't achieve that, even the most, staunch Trump supporters are telling me that's not going to be a win. And you heard Caroline Leavitt earlier today emphasize that that is a focus for this administration. The question is that something that Iran is going to agree to in writing? Are we going to see the outcome from that? Well, speaking of the confusion over what Iran is going to agree to, Mark, there's been this 10-point plan. Vance said there's multiple versions of it floating around, but it's not actually what's being negotiated. But do you think the United States should come out and say what is being negotiated, or else risk this void that Iran is apparently eager to fill?
Well, within the fog of war, you don't necessarily want to tip your hand of what you're interpreting, what you're bringing in. And multiple things can be true at the same time. On one hand, there could be a fragile truce that's going on right now, but also militarily that we're doing exceptionally well. So I think we're in very much a distrust, but make damn sure you verify where we're going next. Because obviously, Pete Hegseth very happy today, saying that militarily we're exceeding and that we're doing very well. But this is going to be a day-by-day experience, and Republicans, we're rooting for the president on this, and we're going to have to see where this goes. But today was a very big news. The world is safer, America's safer, the street is safer because of today.
Well, actually, I'm sure there's a huge sigh of relief among Democrats, but is the damage that is long-lasting here, especially in terms of gas prices and our relationship with some of our allies?
I don't think anyone's is experiencing a sigh of relief. I mean, there's still, to your point and everyone's point today, if there's too many unanswered questions to have confidence in anything at this point. I think, I was just recently on the phone with Mr. Jeffries' team, and, I made, a couple pieces of advice, and it looks like they're moving forward on many of them. One, they're introducing a war powers resolution that's actually during pro forma. My advice to them is introduce a suite of bills. Do one on violations of international law, these children that got killed, that's deplorable. Do one that would prevent funding for the Iran war. Do another one that really gets to this issue of whether or not we're so focused on nuclear weapons versus the street. I mean, we've lost the main thing is no longer the main thing. But in addition to that, because I'm reading the opposition for Pelosi, do an outside strategy. Get the outside groups activated on the ground in those districts that you need to win, those 40 districts. This isn't an independent voter play right now. These are going to be the people you're going to be able to pick on going into November. Go into those districts right now and wear out the Republicans on this issue of whether or not they're going to sign the war powers resolution, whether or not they want to admonish the president on his own words. Put some pressure on these Republicans on this particular issue. He's got his back against the wall. Not only do the Iranians have the president's back against the wall, but the Democrats now are in an advantaged position. They've got to throw everything they've got at it.
Well, on that wall plaza, I was actually talking to a House leadership source, Republican, who said they don't think they're going to be able to keep staving off these Iran war powers resolution. Mark, do you think it's going to put Republicans in an uncomfortable spot if some of these do come to the floor?
Well, it's going to be really important throughout all this, between these next 2 weeks and beyond, for President Trump to be clearly articulating where he wants to go with this. Because for better or for worse, they get criticized for it, but they should also get credit. The House and Senate conference Republicans, they are loyal followers of President Trump. If he leads them to water, they will drink. And so if he's able to demonstrate where the war is going, what's the strategy, they will follow. And so it's going to be very important for the administration as a whole, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, and beyond, to be able to show these Republicans, hey, here's the North Star, here's how you need to think about this.
And Shelby, there's still going to be some economic consequences. It might take a while for things like gas prices to come down. What is the White House's view here? And do you get the sense that there's any effort to try to pivot to more of a midterm messaging strategy and try to put the war behind them? Well, it's an interesting question because I think that there are aides around the president who have been trying to pivot to a midterm message, right? We know that Susie Wiles and some of the president's top aides have been telling him for months, hey, you need to get out on the campaign trail more, you need to be talking more, we need to sort of have you front and center so that those Trump voters who only vote for you will also come out and vote for other Republicans. You've seen them try to do that, but really the president has been still really focused on foreign policy. So I think there are people around Trump who are aware of the gas prices, who are concerned about it. You've seen the public messaging of this is short term, it's going to come down, it's worth it in the long run. But there are top aides who are acutely aware that this is where voters' concerns are, and they're sort of trying to constantly shift the president's focus.
So Washington's not have an answer for any of those issues that American people are facing right now. I just went to the grocery store and bought my daughter some Lucky Charms. A box cost me $9.99. I mean, it's ridiculously expensive. I think they're completely out of touch. And what's happening and what we're seeing in Iran is only exacerbating the challenges of the American people. So he's got multiple different challenges, not just the economic, but the fact that everything you said you weren't going to do when you were campaigning, now you're doing. You have an expanding war across the entire Middle East with 40,000 troops in harm's way.
And I think to your earlier point, the question is, are Democrats going to be able to capitalize on some of the kind of missteps or some of the issues that this administration is having? In the past, they've struggled with that, and they're clearly trying to kind of figure out an avenue forward to be able to take advantage of some of the economic troubles that the country finds itself in right now.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
I also wanted to ask you about this, Frank. We are seeing a MAGA world. My colleague John Allen, he reported on some of the backlash that the president has been over the war. I mean, what do you make of that rift? Is it overblown? And could this be a problem heading into midterms?
I do think it's overblown because what the president says MAGA is, that's what MAGA is, right? But that's why, to my earlier point, he needs to be out there expressing where he's going to go. And because his followers, his voters in swing states, swing districts, and also members of Congress, they need that guiding light. In terms of where the energy, it's very important for the president to continue to lay out where, what is our Navy going to do in order to usher ships through the Strait of Hormuz. So the president's transparency, the president's activity, him being out on the campaign trail, that's going to be really important for the next several months going into the midterms.
The problem, though, is what's complicating the president's position is that he's not aligned with Israel. Israel wants to continue this mission, and Trump is clearly trying to find an off-ramp. Trying to find it. That's going to keep complicating this for the president right now. He can't go out and forcefully say where we're headed if he's not aligned with Israel.
The sooner that we can get a victory here, or the president can outline what victory looks like and to capitalize and put a stamp of approval on it, the better it will be for Republicans. The longer this lingers on, the more complicated that becomes.
Guys, thank you so much. That was such an insightful conversation. We'll be right back with more. And this is Meet the President.
Any comments, y'all? None from me. Alrighty. I think we only have two minutes. Hey, Carlos.
This is a complete show, man. They don't
The
know
thing
what
that comes to
going
mind,
on.
my bad, y'all. I was in the goo on 8-9.
Janetta.
Jenny, why are you on A9?
It keeps me safe. Like when I close the app out, I go in A9, and when I open the app up, I open it up in A9, and then I forget to take it off A9. So I was just listening to the clip the whole time, like this man is a dumbass. Down the cereal is up. I mean, people can't go get the two things people need, right? Transportation to go make the money, right? And then food, right? Which they're going to use the money for to survive, through the fucking roof. And he's so out of touch. This man probably don't even wipe his own ass. He's so out of touch to expect America to just hold on a little while longer. Oh, you're going to put us in another great goddamn depression just because you're dumb. Because you're a dumbass. And you know what? And to want more uneducated people, it makes perfect sense. He's the perfect villain. Of course he wants to keep people dumb. Because the dumber we are, guess what? Hey, Trump's good for America. He's gonna make America great again. We gonna get Lucky Charms to $12 fucking and we're only at $9.99. Damn it, we gotta get what's great for America. It's them motherfuckers, because you don't even know the value of a $10 bill versus a $1 bill, you dumb bitch. And I'm talking to all these trailer park fucking missing side tooth policy. Everybody wants to make $100,000. Okay, we're over that, but god damn, even wish I got to the pump up day. I looked at my BS and said, bitch, you might have to go. What's going on? Gas is $5 for premium. The fuck? I looked at a bike and was like, you know what? We might have to look into some shit. A scooter in this bitch. This is what Trump has done. This is you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna make Americans lose weight involuntarily. Yeah, we're gonna have to fucking walk. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he's doing. Wow. Those are my thoughts, Patty. That's what came to mind when I was listening to this fucking clip.
You're crazy. Carlos, you had any comments?
Complete shit show. I mean, that's exactly what it is. And Iran is taking total control over the Strait of Hormuz. This administration has a plan. And you got an idiot at the helm of the Department of War. And it would have been right for him to name it the Department of Peace since he won the Peace Prize. But basically, by him naming it the Department of War, he foretold exactly what it was going to become. So, I mean, just sitting back, get my popcorn, ready for the ride, because this is going to be a complete shit show. And it's going to be a complete exposing of the American system, because we have also been asleep at the wheel. I'm talking about, the people on the stage or in the room, but for the majority, the Americans have been asleep, and now we're going to have to wake up.
Last thing I'll say is,
let me, Jen, just real quick. I just want to say, Carlos, I 1000% agree. Name change, because I said that early on when people. Ain't baby girl, you did it. I said, well, look, we telling you right now, we're about to be in war. Who changes the name of defense? Defense means that you're on the defense to the Department of War. That means I'm on the offense. I'm ready to start war. That's just how I see it. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Miss Johnny.
And you know what, First Lady? Funny enough, the original name wasn't it Department of War, and then they changed it because they changed it because they said they didn't want Americans and other nationalities to have a mindset that we're gonna go around and start fucking with people because we only need to combat when needed. That was the whole point of changing it to the Department. I think he's trying to get us back to the 1800s or the 1700s. He's got to be. I mean, he's working hard. I did want to say this because I like to try to be solution oriented. We are in the pits of hell, but we can do something. I think this would be a good time for everybody to look at the businesses that made it through the Great Depression, right? And see what it was that they did. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we are going to have to start exploring other avenues because nothing is guaranteed. We don't know how this shit is going to affect major businesses, what cuts they'll make to survive. We've seen this before. And so I don't know if we got to start selling plates. I don't know if we got to start making, diaper cakes, whatever the fuck. Figure it out. What is it that people will spend that will get, allow you to get the change from their pocket into yours and save your money? Because at this point, I personally don't know where the fuck we go from here, y'all. I really don't. I'm starting to look at like, damn, is Taiwan that bad? They say Japan has a low crime rate, and I don't want to have that mindset, but it's almost like I'm not paying $10 for a little kid box of goddamn Lucky Charms and and being in a society that's trying to kill me. They spraying shit everywhere, can't even breathe clean air. It's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, alcohol and coke. Cocaine.
That sounds good.
That's where we're gonna have to expand our businesses.
Oh, hell no. Y'all trying to go to jail.
Well, yesterday we
made it through the depression.
That ain't a good look under this administration.
Alcohol is what makes it through the depression.
I will be the backup for alcohol, First Lady for cocaine.
Alcohol and coke, yeah.
Well, yesterday we did explore prostitution, so I'm just saying. prostitution as well will make it.
We read in our business.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, we're gonna have
Y'all talking about selling cats. This gotta stop.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna sell our cat.
We're not
I think all of us have been working long enough to know how to organize cat. Know what's good cat.
We talking about pet adoption?
Yeah. That's what you want to call it.
Yeah. Most got that cat for a couple hours and return it back.
Me actually kind of CEO
get
here.
through the depression, recession-proof. Anything that deals with a vice, whether it's like gambling, lotteries, bingo, or like alcohol or anything that people would go to if they're like depressed. Sadly, those things do well during recessions and
I'm gonna get me a Jeep joint.
But also, and this is also really sad, but those businesses that are in the recovery and acquisition, they do well, like repos, collections, things like that. They do well during times like this, or where we're headed.
Mm-hmm. So Libby's gonna open the juke joint. Me and Janet's gonna sling the crack and coke and
Y'all can't sling it out my juke.
And Jonice is gonna advertise it. You ain't gotta know. Just keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Just tell me.
Yes. Yeah, there is Yeah, so to First Lady's concern, I have a much cleaner way to do this. So how about we have a lottery for politically correct, and the winner gets a date with either Patty, First Lady, or Janet. I think you can raise a lot of funds that way.
I'm not selling cat. Like I said,
I just said a date. I didn't say cat. I see how toxic you went. See how toxic you went just for dinner? Patty, you can't do a dinner.
No. I'm trying to figure out what do we raise the money for?
That's CEO.
And we're talking about depression.
Yeah, we're talking about in case of a recession.
CEO, this thing in your Brandon Lane, tell me.
That was a Brandon Lane.
Brandon Coke and
it would work. It would work.
And Jody can go around.
I can brand a politically correct lottery. I can do that.
And then Igor.
See, Carlos, they don't want the ideas that can actually be implemented, Carlos. You see that?
And so you can find some good American handmaidens at your giant.
Yeah, you can put some slot machines back there in the Jeep joint. We put some slot machines.
Okay.
We're not selling crack though. We're not selling coke.
Yeah, we sell coke.
This is Jane from accounting. Can I work the parking lot?
Yes, and collect big fees because the coke and alcohol is what's going to bring them in.
So I was going to charge for the parking lot and also have the tow company that puts the boot on the car as well. So, you kind of, if it don't pay the building, we put the boot on the car and then they got to slide us some cash to get the boot put off the car.
Hey, Jane from accounting, can you schedule at 10:15 with me, you, and Ben to continue our plan from yesterday? It's looking like the whorehouse might get approved, and so we need to transfer this off the app. As you recall, you are the chief financial, your CFO. I'm the CPO, Chief Prostitution Officer here, managing the people. And then we have Ben as CEO. I just think that if anybody would like to get on e-board, now's the time. We only have a 48-hour window before we close this thing out. Patty and I are also playing in Coke. So you're two separate entities. But if you guys would like to get on board, this is where we've come to. This is what we have to do. This is where we are.
Now see, here's the thing, because
wait, accountant Jane. Because I just want to say, if you're gonna be helping me with the juke joint, you're not going to be able to be Attorney Barney and mix up my stuff with these cracks and crackheads.
We slinging ass out the juke joint, First Lady.
No. So we got a Jewish lawyer. Her name is Tyra. We got a Jewish lawyer that can help us
with the ins and outs. She is a Princeton graduate, so she'll help us make it work.
Janet, have you considered that Jane doesn't want to work inside because she might be the informant?
Well, so Jane is from accountant. She keeps our books together.
That's right. I'm trying to stay out of jail. You know that CFO is first to go.
And she's worked with some shady characters, i.e. rappers. So she'll know how to work this shit.
Thank you. So what I was saying was, for those that did not get in on yesterday, Janet, I think they might have to do a deck or a proposal or a pitch to get in today.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Be overwhelmed as is. We're going to have to make some hard decisions today. We're going to have to make some hard decisions today. Y'all, we have a fool in the office like y'all. And we just don't log in and talk about it every day. What are we gonna do? I'm disappointed in the fucking thugs. Y'all run around here killing each other. It's what to do with 16.
And Igor is what makes us international. So,
yeah, I bring in the Eastern European flair. So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't like. This last thing I'll say before I get ready for this, make some lemonade. Y'all don't feel like we are in a pre-episode of the Hunger Games? Like, really do y'all sitting here just nervous as the fuck? Feel like someone's saying, "May the odds be forever in your favor," you know, or what's that? What the Purge? I feel like this is the onset of the Purge. This needs to be a movie, like how, like we have like then we need a what they call it? Not a prelude.
Prequel.
A prequel. Thank you. A prequel of how it all got there, like the state of America, how it got so bad that we just needed 12 hours to just kill and die from everybody. That's what we need. And then it's going to star Donald J. Trump. See, like somebody, we need the playwriters on that.
Blindfolded, go across the river.
Oh,
the
yeah.
birds will catch her away from the...
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Bird box. What was that? Bird box.
Bird Box, yeah, we need that Bird Box, those Bird Box writers too, because the this juke joint that First Lady's talking about is going to be where you're able to hide, do your drugs, get some bit JJ, or even some ding-a-lang, whatever it is you need. Be serviced.
No, the juke joint is for everybody to get right when they're ready to get right. It's going to be a rehab. We can't have that there. The juke joint is the rehab spot.
You're not going to be successful talking about this rehab when people are depressed.
Yeah, they're going to be rehabbed into happiness.
Yeah, they were getting drunk and they were getting high, believe it or not.
Well, I got something else to tell them.
Give some inspiration, First Lady. That's right. That'll do well.
And they don't even got to pay for it. I'm going to give it away.
She's giving it away. We trying to sell it. We selling it. She trying to give shit away. This is what I'm talking about.
The seminar is not free.
Listen, I still believe in socialism in the middle of war, in the middle of depression. So, I'm going to just make sure that...
That's how we're doing. It's going to be Coke. We're going to have Coke, bitches, whether they're males or females, and some alcohol. Okay, any other comments?
Lord. But, yeah, so the Department of War versus the Department
defense right now, though.
What you mean? What you mean?
We ain't trying to fight right now. We on the defense.
Yeah.
How can the antagonist turn into being on the defense side? How does that work?
Very carefully.
You know what though? Even what Iran proposed, everything that, from what I've seen from the Iran Wire, is not any different than the JCPOA outside of the controlled Strait of Hormuz access. And what was it? The lifting of all sanctions. And now we're gonna have to pay war reparations. So, yeah.
Well, can't you avoid the war reparations if they get to bill for the Strait of Hormuz?
So we could, but it doesn't say that's what they want. It says a financial mechanism must be created to compensate Iran for the damages of war.
Oh, financial mechanism, Strait of Hormuz.
Right, it could have been that. And then they added Strait of Hormuz where they can freaking charge. It pretty much says shipping through the Strait of Hormuz will be restricted and regulated under Iranian secure passage protocols. They want to charge.
You know what kind of cracks me up about it though is that how do we actually seem to have the power to basically just be like, yeah, sure, y'all can bill for it, and it's not like a United Nations decision. Isn't that wild?
Well, they did add the United Nations piece in there as well.
What's the piece tied to it?
That all terms will be formalized into an official UN Security Council resolution, and prior resolutions will be ended. So they're pretty much saying United Nations. So that was number 10. United Nations will recognize everything agreed upon.
Why would the United Nations agree to that, though, it seems? Why would China and Russia agree to that?
I don't think Russia would, but I think China might.
I actually think China is a bigger problem there than Russia, because a lot of oil going from for China, around 20%. I'm saying from all Gulf states, right? So, I'm making a good point here.
So wait. So why? Because China would have to pay?
Yes, $2 million per ship.
So you don't think that China would be like, bro, we was the one fucking supplying you with fucking intel?
Yeah, but why would they pay? I mean, maybe they will make some deal.
There's not going to be a discount program, Patty.
Says who? Because it actually says, let me go back to.
Oh, it says there's going to be a discount program, friends and family get half off?
No. Hold on, I'm going to tell you what it says.
I mean,
shipping to the Strait of Hormuz will be restricted and regulated under their own security passage protocols. So if they're regulating what they charge based on, they regulate their payments. Panama Canal does it for the United States. Why they can't?
Yeah, that's true, yeah. They can say Chinese and Russian not paying or whatever.
Well, then why would the Europeans on the Security Council agree to it then?
Because they lost the war, you know.
Yeah, they know this shit happening.
Yeah, they will calculate it what is more beneficial for them, right? To be closed or to let their ships pass. So probably they will do the math and, you know.
The only problem I see, and that's why I say I think Russia might be an issue because they're still under sanctions for certain things. And I think they're the only ones that'll probably have pushback.
I read the statement.
And then we're not essentially paying because we're going to have a joint venture, right? I don't see how the Europeans could be okay with this.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if they can pull off a deal, okay.
It's too early. Even Americans and the Iranians doesn't know what is actually the agreement. So I need to see and wait, I guess.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and play.
Before you play, I just want to tell you, yesterday's room was so good with that guy.
Oh my God, it was.
Yeah, it was really good.
And Manfinity just insisted on like, come here, I'm a drag.
Oh, what did Manfinity do?
So, so he basically, he's a Trump supporter, right? And so, given the excellent room we had, and motivated to, what we can do, we have the power. To his gun, how Trump is good for America, and he's on his own pathway with Christ, and God is using Trump. And so Jen was like, look, we just had this great room, right? We're in the after party. Can you just not be an asswipe just for tonight? And he just refused. He insisted. I had to do him. And then Jen was like, I'm just going to go. And it just kind of fucked the whole thing up. It was like we were in there just chilling. I'm talking about the after party, not the actual room. And I mean, that man is just there, just has just loser tendencies. When I see him today, I'm going to remind him. Because at some point, there's this thing called social awareness. My God, today, it is where you read the fucking room and you make a good choice not to insert stupidity that would fuck up the room. It is, at this point, should be common sense. But the name for it is called social awareness. You have self-awareness, awareness of self. You're mindful of your emotions, why you feel that way in that moment. How can you restore? That's self-awareness, how you can restore your emotions. Then you have social awareness, where you are mindful of where you are in the room and what your actions are that are contributing to the energy of the room. What the fuck he's lacking. Yeah, when I see him today, it was embarrassing. That's y'all.
Yeah, I heard. Because Jen was like, I'm leaving. Where are you at? Are you in another room? I didn't know what happened.
Yeah, single-handedly. It was Manfinity. By himself.
It didn't take long because before I left off the ad, I checked my messages. I had a message from him. He said, okay. I said, but I don't know what's name.
It was me, y'all. It was me. It was just because she had given her first warning shot that she was getting ready, like she was kind of ready to go. And you would have thought that he would have stopped, like, I don't want people to leave. We want people to contribute to this great conversation, especially her, because she brought us, his son, to the app so that we could have this great. No, and he kept going. So when he insisted on continuing the conversation, as Dan says, he went to New York. He had a first class one-way ticket to New York, and he could sit his stupid ass in timeout since he cannot handle having a amicable, civilized conversation. He wanted to make it so political. He wanted Trump's balls on his forehead, and he wanted everybody to suck them with him. That's what he was giving last night. Yeah, Manfinity did that.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to bring him on. That's why we didn't want to bring him on stage with this particular. Yes, and to be honest with y'all, we have to control who comes up on stage now, because of certain things that may have happened. Shit, we had last guy, woman came on stage and she said, I'm the long lost daughter of Kanye West. And she insisted on having the conversation, which the guest was nice. And he was like, oh, it's nice. Good goddamn well, this mug has been in fucking the industry so long that he's got to pretend that her conversation made sense. This shit was ridiculous. So now it's sad that we have to control the stage and control who comes up and make sure that we don't think you're crazy.
Obama gave back and spread all this quality a bit.
Excuse me?
I just came in.
Yeah, he said he wants to come on stage because it's better quality.
Better audio quality.
No, we were talking about white special guests.
Yeah, he missed that part. But yeah, thank you, Patty, because I don't, my elder, that's the reason why I turned the hand raising off. When I saw his thing is, you scared? I was like, what? You not know you already? It's a claim. I'm thinking you're again on stage or something. And Janet, that's the reason why I do not ask any questions, because I already know once you open the door for him to answer questions, he's going to do whatever he has to do to stay in the conversation and to be defended. So that's the reason why I personally try not to ask any questions. Just be kind to him and move on. And don't have the conversation. Because it started out well. And it was just, commending him and telling him how, he had a good question, and on top of the good question, how he respects older people. And then all of a sudden, I went to a different place. That's the fun thing.
You got some loud. Tell them they need to put some WD-40. Y'all don't hear that when I get my nails done, do y'all?
Yeah, they found
Y'all can hear the file like that?
They taking the polish off. So.
Yeah, the gel or the if you get the dip, they got to take it with the little thing that's spinning.
I know, but when I hear the girl that's doing mine, it don't even sound that loud. Hers is really kind.
But I also have AC on. So my beat.
Put the voice isolation on. It should not.
I just want. I just want.
Oh man.
Listen. I will not say anything else moving forward.
Well, I don't know how you're able to. Sound like you're getting the stain taken off them teeth. Just spit, man. Get that stain off. All that coffee you be drinking. Get all that, and you got plaque buildup, and them gums, 6, 7, 8 centimeters deep, recessive food in there from 1995. You got a Lunchable in your gums, don't you? What's that? Oh, it's just some turkey meat. I had a Lunchable in 95. I haven't flossed since then. Huh?
Now, Ben, this is you starting off bad relations. We supposed to have the whorehouse is supposed to be running out of her juke joint, and look how you act. She ain't gonna never let us come in there now.
I'm not doing a whore. Y'all. Here's why I don't go into business with blacks. Y'all have taken I said when I leave this Starbucks, there's a service provider 2-3 doors, a whorehouse and a juke joint with no liquor license.
No. I'm gonna get the liquor license. My mom got restaurants, and then I got my name on some liquor license. So I told you, I'm okay. I can do the liquor license, but we do want to introduce some cocaine into.
Oh my God, I'm out of here.
No.
Okay. You know who Tia is?
Lady Tia, old school singer that's married to an East African woman.
Not at all. James Bowie was a man on the app who was a lawyer in Canada. About his clients who he couldn't pay, he just had them snort coke off his Johnson. You know the story about James Bowie? He was on the app heavy for a long time. Just Google James Bowie, Canada lawyer. You'll get all types of stuff.
Wow. Look, I knew of Bowie, but I'm thinking about an East African festival.
I just looked it up, by the way. Oh my God. Y'all, James Bowie got 4 years in prison.
And he's disbarred. Yeah, it says he was a Canada-based criminal defense lawyer who's been disbarred and sentenced to prison
following severe misconduct, including threats, extortion, and sexual harassment of clients. In September 25, Bowie was sentenced to 4 years in prison for uttering death threats, extortion, and criminal harassment. The conviction stemmed from a desperate plot to clear his name after a former client, Leanne Aubin, reported he offered legal services in exchange for sexual favors. There goes the taking lines of coke off his dick thing that Bam was just talking about.
Yeah. Wow, that was an incredible setup. Did you do that on purpose, man?
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it just happened in December. His disbarment happened in December, and then he went to bail was denied in September. So while his case is pending, he was also disbarred. But then let me see, he went to jail. It says he's in prison now.
Damn, I was gonna say he'd be a great guy.
Wasn't James Bowie on Clubhouse talking about people being ethical? Sometimes he would accuse people of being unethical.
Yes, that's what Ben was talking about. That he used to be on Clubhouse.
Yeah, and he would go on and he would tell the lawyers who disagreed with him that they were dumb, they didn't know what they were talking about. He was quite eloquent, I'll say that. So I can see why he was able to get clients, and even, get them to pay.
This is Jane from accounting. I wouldn't advise that.
Oh, of course not. But I'm just saying that he was a character many years ago. He was super conservative. He would hang out with the white supremacists. And like I said, he would challenge lawyers who disagreed with him. He would accuse people of being unethical, even though he was the one engaging in unethical conduct. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He had a beard. I think he was tall. Deep voice, quite resonant. Concrete, I'm on the treadmill working, doing something you should be doing but never do. Okay?
Yo, I'm going to let y'all know now, when Hurricane lifts this table over and drags everybody by their scoop of ponytail, I'm not stopping. I want to make sure when we had big man titties and oversized nipples on the app, I became a fan. And I know begging for the mods to do something. The mods were present. I don't want you to think we were asleep. We were on mute laughing. Well, not First Lady. First Lady was singing hymnals. She was inviting Christ in. The rest of us were not. That was a great moment for me. And the reason why I'm mentioning this now is because I see us on the horizon. Concrete is up to bat. He wants to play. I'm not getting in the way. I'm going to listen wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Well, I'll try to be nice this morning. I spoke to my mother earlier. She prayed over me, and she got the spirit. She got the oil. So, but now I'm calm. I'm at peace. And we cannot take my joy away. This joy that I had, Concrete, you can't take it because you didn't give it to me.
Trying to enjoy Concrete.
What'd you say, Patty? Sorry?
You trying to give him some of that joy because he's rejecting it.
Patty, please don't do that. What's up, Shannon? How are you doing?
I'm swell. I really am.
I know y'all are in a content lull right now.
What?
You're in a content lull.
Oh.
So I know that you're trying to spark up some content. And I understand that. But
Please, not at my expense.
No. Okay, so I have a notice and a wondering. And so I'm noticing that you are antagonizing Hurricane. And I'm wondering, why do you feel like you wouldn't be warranted a response in return because you are being antagonistic, right? Do you know you have escalators, right? So you're escalating a situation, right? That doesn't have to be a situation. He was walking on a treadmill. And then you passively felt the need to express that because you typed it even though you're on stage. It would have taken you less energy to hit the unmic and been direct with that insult, right? But you did it passively and you did it in the chat. So then he directly addressed you on stage because that's where both of you are. And then you went back again in the chat. And so what I see, right, what I noticed is that is the perfect storm for a motherfucker to get cussed out. And I'm here for it. He's choosing peace. We love that for him. It's not I'm searching for content. You're going to make yourself content with your behavior. This is called accountability. Yes. Yeah,
that was a bunch of gaslighting. Is that your number one way of navigating these type of situations? Just to gaslight?
I gaslit you?
You attempted.
Let's go to the chat. No. Let's go.
What is the chat gonna do? How's the chat gonna help you?
I'm gonna show you. So Hurricane was talking, not to you. He didn't address you, and you went in the chat and you said, "Why is this nigga always out of breath?" Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Okay, heightening, right, your insertion there. Then he addressed his mother's spirituality. See what I'm saying? You wrote that. I didn't write that. You see? Now you're saying I'm gaslighting you. What white woman are you sleeping with? She's rubbing off on you. This is nuts. Oh. Next.
All right, so all that gaslighting, it got you nowhere. I would hope that you and the other professional gaslighters would choose a different mode of operation. Because gaslighting is definitely demonic from the pits of hell. It is not a proper way of navigating reality. But if you think that you should do the devil's work by consistently gaslighting, then go ahead. I think you have your reward in your gaslighting.
Are you in the restaurant? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Concrete. Are you talking to us without washing your hands first?
Ma'am, I'm not in the bathroom. You are mishearing things, ma'am. I'm in Starbucks at my desk, in front of my computer, doing my work. While I listen to you try to amateurishly gaslight.
Amateur, I don't know if that's a word.
Amateurishly is amateur.
I'm a verb form. I'm pretty good at etymology. What I'm saying to you, Concrete, is we all heard that dryer in the background.
We're sure. How did you hear a dryer in the background?
We definitely heard it. Okay.
Wait, are you hearing it now?
You know what? I'm done. Don't worry.
Are you hearing it now?
I love Israel and I hate radical Islam. Does anyone disagree with me?
Oh dear. So crazy, Janet, is I'm a huge fan. And I have been so for quite a long time, and yet you still want to gaslight me. And yet you want to content farm me. That shit, it breaks my heart more than anything.
Don't let it break your heart. Concrete.
I can't help it. What's up, brother? How you doing? I know who you learned the dark art from.
to get out of this content malaise that you're in, you just got to play a video. Play a video of Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump saying something ridiculous, and that'll get the party going. You got to use me.
I wasn't thinking about you.
Baby, yeah, let's play Trump. That's even.
What's up, Rambo? Thank you, Rambo. What's up?
A better joke.
Oh, I was so surprised Rambo didn't come on stage to ask a question.
No, I was just really in my element. I did have some questions, but you guys were doing such a good job. I enjoyed you guys. It was just cool just to let people cook when they're cooking. That's all. Guys, I was going to come up. But thank you guys. Great job. I learned a lot.
I think I invited you up, didn't I, Rambo?
Yes. I just, I was just like enjoying that. It was like, I didn't want to take away from the conversation. Anyway, but good job to the Mod Squad. And but that picture, never mind. I ain't gonna get back into that picture, but yeah, great job, guys. First Lady, what up? Janet, you had me crying yesterday, like literally crying out loud. Mom was like, "What are you laughing at?" I was on the floor, like that was just crazy. Oh, she on the phone now. What up, Hurricane?
What happened? What happened? I must have missed that.
Nah. She was. Who was she talking to? I think was she talking to Congress? She was talking. Oh no, when she was talking about somebody was getting all them girls. Like the way she said that, it was just so funny. It was just so freaking funny. I was like, damn. I was like, I couldn't even say anything. But that was the last couple of points, that I heard. She just had me laughing a couple of times yesterday.
And Janet funny as fuck.
Yeah, she is. I ain't gonna never come to the stage when we have a guest and just talk and random like that. It's just you don't do that when we have guests. It's like you don't play with guests. Get the value out of them, you respect them, and it's a protocol for that shit. And I hold myself to that standard.
That's good. I wish everybody else did, including Kanye's long-lost daughter. But has anybody seen his long-lost daughter? Or she just didn't want to keep this?
I hear you. What you asked? You went out for a minute.
I said, I wish everybody would do that. Remember, I said, including Kanye's long-lost daughter. Remember when she came into one room that we had a guest speaker? And she wanted to give thanks to the guy? Talking about, I'm Kanye West's long-lost daughter. Yeah, she was. And she meant everything she said. She really believes this. Because she was in my back channels talking about her adventures with her father.
How old would she be? How old could she be if she's his daughter? 2019, something.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. So, anyway, y'all gotta keep me company today. I got a busy day today. My mother said something very disturbing yesterday, and I got process this shit. It's crazy. So, deal with that shit. But I'm on it.
All right, y'all. Let me see what's left on this Meet the Press. We done talked about our plan if we go into depression. Yeah.
We'll go to recession first.
Dude. We're talking about once we go into a depression, where were we in the planning period? We're in the planning period. Hopefully, I think it's the way we're in. Miami's one yet.
Welcome back. The Iran war fallout continues, including a brewing revolt inside some corners of the MAGA movement in response to the president's handling of the war, including his threat yesterday to destroy the entire Iranian civilization. NBC News is reporting that there are significant signs of strain among Trump loyalists, including from prominent just give us an assessment here of how much damage the war in Iran has actually done to Istana within the MAGA base.
I mean, there is a significant fight going on about the policy, about the ideology. Now, a lot of these people are still aligned with Trump, but some of those big media figures that you've known from the past as advocates for everything he's done have flipped on this. Tucker Carlson, for example. Marjorie Taylor Greene obviously has a beef with the president. He pushed her out of Congress, but also somebody who's been very loud about this. We've seen some folks who are big online influencers like Mike Storgovich coming out talking about the president being in the wrong place on this, at least for the policy with MAGA. And I think you're also seeing it, though, importantly in corners of Congress. We've seen Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, talk about not wanting to destroy Iranian civilization. We've seen Curtis, the senator from Utah, also pushing back against this war. And the biggest tell, of course, is there aren't enough votes in Congress to authorize this war, to appropriate for this war, meaning spend money on it, or to stop this war. And that indicates a split MAGA. The president had said he wanted $200 billion for the war, or at least that was what was reported. That's being scaled back right now, and the big reason is that there was not an appetite to do that in Congress.
You mentioned Tucker Carlson. There was a fascinating New York Times piece from Jonathan Swan and Abby Haberman about the pushback that Carlson was giving to Trump. I want to read part of the story. They wrote, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. So, John, do you think there is a way for the president to turn this all around before the midterms?
By the way, this is a wild conversation. It sounds like a parent talking to their child, like stroking their head at night and going, it's going to be all right, honey. This relationship between Trump and Carlson. Look, I think that it is possible, of course, for the president to fix his problem with his own base, but I think if he is going to continue with a long-running war in the Middle East, and obviously he's trying to back off of that now, if it continues, if there are American soldiers in harm's way, if it costs hundreds of billions of dollars, if Iran ends up controlling the Strait of Hormuz, it's going through, I think it's going to be a serious stain on his relationship with MAGA, and we'll find out in the midterms how enthusiastic some of those voters are. I've talked to voters in swing states who feel like they got fooled and are not excited to go out and help Trump continue to have majorities in the House and Senate.
Do you think it's a problem for Trump if there's not an enthusiasm among MAGA voters who, like the ones you talk to, don't feel like they're actually delivering on some of these promises?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge problem for the independence movement is also a problem, but lack of enthusiasm among the MAGA base for the majorities for Republicans, not only in the House, but also potentially in the Senate.
We're talking about the House, but I think the Senate is seriously at risk for Republicans as well.
In play, as they say.
In play, as they say. John, thank you so much for all of your reporting. That was such a great story. I urge everyone to go check it out. We are back tomorrow, though, with Meet the Press Now. And there's more NBC News Now.
That's it, y'all. Last 2 minutes. Any comments on Meet the Press? Anything that they talked about? Most recent from ABC, NBC, CBS.
Hold on, wait a minute. You thought I was finished? When I bought the Astomani, you thought he was renting? Flexing on these niggas, I'm like Popeye on the spinach. Yeah. What's up, Patty? How you doing?
Hey.
Are you a chatty patty?
Am I a who?
Chatty patty?
No.
You're not a chatty patty? Do you know what a chatty patty is?
I'm not even a patty.
You're not even a patty?
Just for clubhouse purposes.
Are you a patty though?
No.
You're not even a patty either?
Nope.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Oh my God.
You didn't expect that, did you? Yeah. No baddies over here. That's a fact.
Concrete. Speaking that shit.
No, was a joke, by the way.
No, was it?
That was a joke. Patty, you feel? Don't get upset, Patty.
No.
You know what? You are a baddie, Patty.
I'm okay with that.
You are a baddie, Patty.
I don't need your sign off.
It sounded like you did. Sounded like I need to give you some reassurance, and I'm here for that.
You sound like you took a little bit offense to what Concrete said.
No,
I felt the energy.
Okay.
You're right. The energy
Good
is
morning,
shit.
everybody. 12 o'clock yet.
What's up, T.I.?
Where's T.I.? Okay, I gotta make sure. You know, we did. I'm cleaning my damn kitchen right now. Because I'm supposed to do.
Hey, I got a bunch of fucking paperwork I don't want to do.
Stop acting like you got a job.
I'm self-employed.
Or did they promote you at Starbucks? Did they promote you at Starbucks time?
Why you wanna hate on my life and my accomplishments?
I mean, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I am right. Of course I'm fucking right.
Yeah, but before
just because you a fake military person.
Whether they're working the cash register at Starbucks or they're but shout out to Congressman.
Just because you cosplay as a military expert on the internet don't mean that I'm not a copy.
But you know what, bro? That's a lot of reading I've had to do to become this cosplayer. A lot of reading.
Where have you been lately, Patty? I feel like...
No, I've been here. I do the morning and then I go take care of my life. I got a job.
Wow.
Where you been, Concrete? Good morning, everybody. You ain't been around.
What's up, Devon? How you doing? Yeah, y'all niggas get on my nerves. I gotta go to less hostile environments.
He actually got promoted at Starbucks. He now is a shift leader.
That's a fact.
Well, he's no longer running the damn cash register. He's actually checking whether or not he needs to keep employees during this time sale. Go ahead, great job.
You missed a great interview yesterday, Concrete. You should have. Were you there? Were you in the audience? No, man. You gotta check in, brother.
Concrete he's a manager at fucking Starbucks now. Stop. Let him do his job so he can maintain these promotions he's getting. Maybe one day he'll get a woman.
Yeah, preferably not a black woman. If the universe.
I believe he is not trolling.
Listen, I am done with y'all. I am divesting.
Bro, it's been chill lately. I don't understand. Look, there's a line in the sand. And we know what's not there.
Tell who?
There's a line in the sand, bro. I know what side you want. Hold on, Concrete. When shit hit the fan, I know what side you want. So that's all I'm saying.
Not with them niggas. Not at all. No, sir.
Wait, what are you talking about? Anyway, all right. You won't be wearing.
Y'all gotta stop having faith.
That's a fact.
You and lady need to stop having faith in these clowns.
No, but Concrete will not have a red hat on. I know that.
It depends.
He would.
It depends. Oh, put him in the audience.
Concrete to sell his mama for a box of cookies.
Oh, damn, Concrete. Concrete, you gonna be on the red hat side? You on the red hat side, brother? No way.
Shit, I seen the wrong Santa. Ain't that right, Concrete? Shit.
Got a call, and now he lost. See, that's why they took your phone call. Because you on some bullshit.
Okay. Let me see what's going on, y'all. So NBC is talking about Israel attacks, devastating Beirut, and threatening the U.S.-Iran ceasefire. I said this earlier in the interview. I feel like Israel is working against the U.S. to get what they want, to keep us in the fight. They don't have anybody else that's going to do this fight. Like the guys that Trump supposedly was going to do these damn negotiations with were killed by the Israelis. Like, what are they doing? It's like they sabotaging everything. You hear that, y'all? That's the frother. The frother at Starbucks when they're frothing the milk. I know a frother when I hear one.
Yeah, and I know jealousy when I hear one. You wish you could Starbucks.
You're
Instead,
right.
you got to play soldier.
You're right. You're right. You're so right. You see, I didn't even try to combat your argument.
Because you can't.
You're right. One day, I'll be able to froth your almond milk, or your 2% milk, or your oat milk. I mean, oat milk.
Goat's milk.
No, they don't do goat milk.
Unicorn milk. They got that.
Okay, let me see. So, what else do they got? This from NBC News. Iran warns of strong responses as Israel attacked Lebanon and killed more than 200.
Did you saw the videos in Lebanon?
Huh?
Did you saw videos in Lebanon?
No, I haven't.
It's insane. Like Beirut, it's like, it's insane. You should Google that. I think CNN and other have, it's insane.
You know what? I get it with the way Israel's moving, like I've been trying to defend that there's no expansionist thing going on, but bro, it's making it hard to do it. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick. It's a live update. Talking about new strikes in the Middle East, threatening a fragile U.S.-Iran ceasefire.
In the Middle East, threatening a fragile ceasefire. As tensions play out across the region, the key sticking point is now Lebanon, which is real. There's just huge explosions, like 3, 4, 5 explosions. Yesterday, Israeli strikes killing at least 250 people, according to Lebanon's Ministry of Health, which says more than 100 have been killed since the latest fighting began. While Hezbollah has launched hundreds of rockets at Israel in support of Iran. Israeli strikes are a violation of the ceasefire. But Israel's prime minister insisting, quote, the temporary ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah, and we will continue to hit it hard. The U.S. agreeing.
I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't.
Iran's foreign minister saying, quote, the U.S. must choose ceasefire or continue war via Israel. It cannot have both. Lines in the street and recommending alternative routes as the world waits to see if the ceasefire lasts. And Israel's attacks on Lebanon are continuing this morning. Lebanese state media is saying that 10 people were killed in Israeli strikes on southern Lebanon.
Matt Bradley starting us off there. Tell me, Matt, thank you.
News for you, Jim.
Yeah. They're going hard in the motherfucking thing.
When nothing becomes nothing, when you just lie, nobody knows the truth anymore.
What you say, Jay Fresh?
America is good online. Everything is possible to understand what's going on around the world because media lie to you. It's lied to every time.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, I don't want to disrespect anybody. I do lie to my girls, of course, making sure they're happy.
Okay. You want to make sure your girls are happy.
But I'm sorry. I'm just gonna listen, be quiet, and it's good to listen to you guys sometime. I'm learning from a lot of people, and
it's okay. Okay, you ain't never been problematic that I know of. But I barely be in the room after a certain time of the day. But yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see what else is going on. So just play a quick Lebanon threat issue that should be in what Iranians think is part of the ceasefire agreement. U.S. isn't tracking, and supposedly so is Israel not tracking.
I mean, Iran is a civilization. Like they're 5,000 years old. They will never lose, regardless of what, you know. They just, I don't know. America's still a baby. America's diverse, still a baby. I don't know why they're picking old people that understand the game.
Ooh.
And I wish Obama was still the president. Obama understands better than a lot of these leaders, whatever you call them. They're losing the money. They're losing their money. Everything is about money right now. Donald Trump is fucking panicking because of money. It's not. He don't give a fuck about human. He only care about his money, his kids.
I just seen an interesting story. I don't know if it's interesting to y'all, but it is for me. So, this is crazy. Former Army employee charged with leaking classified info to a journalist. You know what she gave as information to a journalist? Wait. I want to make sure this is all she gave up, which I don't think. Maybe because it was an ongoing investigation, I'm not sure, but. Okay, so they must have told her beforehand she can't talk about it because supposedly, okay, so the young lady that is being investigated about leaking classified information, Williams texted her mother, "I might get arrested for disclosing classified info." She then cited a statutory provision of the Espionage Act. And then she said, "I might actually get arrested and I don't even get a free copy of the book."
They don't care.
The article that Williams is talking about is her giving an interview to a writer describing being sexually harassed and belittled by the men in her unit, including the commander. She filed grievances with Army Special Operations, IT, and a discrimination claim with the EEOC, which resulted in retaliation and eventually her security clearance being stripped.
They don't care. They don't. They can bring somebody up and back them down a bit, but losing respect as human when you have no morals, there's no point of living life, which is Donald Trump how low the value of that. He's America's great, 100%, but we have the worst leader ever in history.
So the writer said, unlike many of my sources, she was adamant that she be quoted by name and made no attempts to conceal her identity because her actions were entirely above board, legitimate, and admirable. He added that Williams was indicted not to protect classified information, but to retaliate against women who only sought to improve workplace conditions for female soldiers and civilian employees of the military.
Well, like his first term, he said, grab him by the yes, who talked like that? Obama was great. Obama looked out for the whole world.